Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Monday, the 1st of June. 6th month of the year. 2026 is flying away fast. Just let that sink in. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Hope you had a good weekend. I hope you all had a good weekend and you were able to get yourself away from the clutches of capital, out of the reaches of the economy, being a slave to it, that is, and trading your labor power for a little wage or for a ticket to earn a living in today's form of society. And I hope you got to do some other stuff in the economy. Maybe be a good consumer, relax, spend time with, loved ones, family, all that type of stuff, that fun stuff that we do, us working class people. So I hope you had a good weekend, enjoyed your freedom, and you're back for another working week. It is the fun stuff. Greetings from Denmark. It's been a while. I joined the Revolutionary Communist Party. All right, here it is. Good to have you. It has been a while. I hope you're well, and I hope the Revolutionary Communist Party is treating you well. We'd like to know what their what's the word? Their manifesto, their objectives, their constitution, their party politics is all about. Apart from being revolutionary, I'm sure, and seizing the means of production. Interesting to know what they get up to in their spare time. I wonder if it is organizing. I wonder if it is spreading that workers' consciousness. Hopefully it's just beyond the huge, marching for Palestine or something like that. Or some other part of the culture wars. Hopefully it goes well beyond that. And it's deeply entrained with working class movements. Thanks, and I hope you are too. I am well, thank you. Dilemmas, what up, what up? Give it up for Australia's most popular party. Who is it? Is it the Australian Revolutionary Communist Party? Is that who you're speaking about, Dilemmas? I'm sure you will correct me if I am wrong. Hope you had a good weekend. Now, today, I hear you ask, what mystery is on the agenda? And let me answer that question for you, my fellow revolutionaries. Today we're going to be having a look at some interesting class war stuff. First up, there has been a dramatic, fresh poll came out. It's definitely the Revolutionary Communist Party of Australia, isn't it? Dilemmas. As I predicted, the suspense is killing us all softly. Put us out of our misery, please. And yes, we're going to be having a look at some interesting class war stuff today. One very particular case study. Rideshare drivers have unionized in Massachusetts in the United States, which is potentially one of the first forms of unionization for rideshare, from what I understand, not only nationally for the United States, but potentially in the world. So this is a big moment for the working class generally, and working class people fighting against the power of not only capital, but specifically against the tech bros, baby. And so we're going to have a look at this very, very amazing, turning point, if I can borrow that from Charlie Kirk. There's an incredible turning point for capitalism and the brothers of tech. And so we're going to have a look at how, people that, like Uber drivers unionizing in the US. This is fucking mental. So we're going to have a quick look at that. Not that there's a lot of information you can get on it out there. It's actually crickets from the mainstream media and the press on this one, which is no surprise because this is a class war at the end of the day and they don't want to promote it. We're going to have a look at some of that stuff. We're going to have a look at what's going on with AUKUS. So there's been renewed AUKUS wheelings and dealings in Singapore. I think there was some type of security conference or something that Australia, America, UK, and other nations were part of, about controlling Asia Pacific and keeping evil China out. And the AUKUS people met and talked more about AUKUS like the phase 2 of AUKUS, or whatever you want to call it. So we're going to have a look at what's happened with AUKUS. We're also going to be having a look at today as well. Comments on is not really expansion into Gaza. So, if you thought the ceasefire was over, if you thought the ceasefire was on and the fighting had finished, let me just be the first to tell you that ever since the ceasefire, they have been non-stop fighting and killing in the Gaza Strip. And apparently now Israel is just going to take over the Gaza Strip. So I don't know if you actually heard about this or not, but I thought that was mental. It's pretty audacious. They're just going to take 70% of the Gaza Strip now. And to hell with this whole, board of peace and the ceasefire and all that sort of stuff. So we're going to have a look into that and some other things, etc., etc. Dilemmas, as I predicted, naturally One Nation got my shekels for the day. Congratulations, Dilemmas. I know you worked really hard for this. Kudos to you and Pauline, Queen Pauline. Hey, hope she does well for herself. Then 80% coming soon. 70%. I don't know what's going on with the stats there. Which one am I supposed to be reading, Spandunk? The 70% one? 70% coming soon, maybe? Maybe that one. Let's go with that one. Good morning, Spandunk. Hope you're well. Mars' address was very, please don't do clandestine operations against us, and please tell us what you're doing. Little jab at Trump about not just using force to obtain things. Ahem, a Supreme Queen Pauline. Yes, I thought there was another ring to it that we had worked on last week. But yes. Escaros, Twitch. I'm still quite new to communism, but I'm eager to learn. I'm joining them on Wednesday in a meeting, and I'm going to discuss a podcast, an article as suggested by the person who I spoke to on the phone. I'm looking forward to this. Well, good luck to you. Honestly, good luck to you. Just be careful, in my experience with these types of places. They don't want you to think for yourself. They have their own agenda, and they see the world in their very dogmatic view of things. They have kind of a party line when it comes to interpreting what communism is, etc., etc. So figure it out for yourself. So if they've given you reading and a podcast and stuff like that, do it. Do what they ask, but do some extra stuff as well. Honestly, just so you're across it, because it's some of these things in my experience are very culty, and so you have to do exactly their brand of politics, or they won't accept you. But just keep an open mind, and good luck to you. Hope it goes well. Wookie in the house. How you going? My wife doesn't care about politics, but even she was talking about the poll. Makes me wonder if they push the story to make the people like her angry. LOL. Well, it's just been non-stop. If you go into the mainstream media kind of feeds, on social media, it's just non-stop. Every single day, it's just One Nation headline, One Nation headline, One Nation headline. So it's no surprise that even people that are completely disengaged with politics are fully across this issue, because it is just non-stop about One Nation, surging ahead, doing this, doing that. It's just One Nation news now. I don't think there really is any other type of political news out there on Sunrise or Channel 9 or anything like that. It's all Supreme Queen Pauline, baby. If you're a casual observer of the headlines of politics, then that's your story right there. My keyboard shat itself. It was meant to be 70, then 80 coming soon. Got it. We can only hope, eh? We can only hope Supreme Queen Pauline gets in, and then we'll all be living in a fucking One Nation paradise. It's done, ladies and gentlemen. Done and dusted. We'll all be flying around in planes, personal planes. The car will be gone, and we'll all have a plane, and we'll be living the high life. Hobojo E, you need to change your language. It's Princess Pauline and Queen Gina. I see. Can't we just say Supreme Queen Pauline and Goddess Gina or something like that? Like, she's well above. Like, she is the omnipotent being, right? And Pauline is just her representative here on Earth. Let's go with that one. Because, like, Gina's God. Like, let's be honest. All of us little fucking plebs here. I see. Thank you for bringing this to me. Yeah, no worries. Like, it's just like, I don't want to say anything bad about this organization. They may be really legitimate, but like, they are, in my experience, very yes, dogmatic. That's all I'm going to say. So, like, go in there with your own questions. Don't be afraid to probe a little bit and see what they're really about. Because when I have probed in the past, they're kind of just like, why are you asking so many questions? And they can't always but they believe too much in their own party lines, let's just say. Hobo Joe, that's what stops me from joining the socialists. They are too culture war focused. Yes. It is because they are the product of, like, you know, most of these types of socialists are like the kids of very, very middle class managerial types. And so their life is more like culture war and virtue signaling than like working class politics, if that makes sense. I know that's a sweeping generalization, but just hear me out on this one. Hear me out, for God's sakes. Heidi the Sausage in the house. How you going? Hope you had a good weekend. Gang. It's obviously propaganda. Well, it's just common sense now, isn't it? It's common sense that, like, Pauline should be the most popular, or One Nation should be the most popular, because I just see them in the headlines all the time. It just makes sense. To be honest, I'm still following the bricks and minifig story. Star Wars, Lego, and Colts. What's not to like? I don't know the bricks and minifig story, but I'm going to take your word for it. Yeah, what's wrong with Colts, eh? Come on. Oh my God, Reckless Ben dropping so many vids. Wild. Bravey Baby in the house. Morning. I prefer to call her Big Red. How dare you? How dare you, Toe? It feels... How you going? It feels like the media was the One Nation rise more... Sorry, wants the raise more than the people do. I know maybe 2 people who want it. So where are all these supporters? I'm just asking the questions. Yeah, like, they really are pushing. This is what I'm saying. Like, people see the headlines nonstop and they just like put 2 and 2 together. This is how you manufacture consent, baby. This is how you manufacture consent. The Liberal Party is dead. The coalition is in tatters. They need someone, eh? And it's going to be Supreme Queen Pauline. My mistake. I will change my language to God Empress Gina. That's better. That's better. And Supreme Queen Pauline. It's so good. It's so good. Spent like an hour after it came out. Haven't checked if there's anything new since then more this morning yet. That's why I hate Colts. Welcome to Utah. Sarsaparilla Jade in the house. How you going? I haven't checked in a while, but Gina doesn't take my wage every week. The government does. Then they give it to Gina via subsidies, while also not addressing bracket creep. Oh, that's so good. The government takes it and gives it to Gina. But it's the government that's the problem, obviously. That's hilarious. Did anyone catch the Boomer Geordie stream last night? No. The Boomer Geordie stream? That's an interesting one. I wonder what that means. It's almost like they have some kind of huge financial backing to make them seem larger than they are. Interesting. MR Abbott 11 Beach as Snickers. I'm gonna go with that. How you going? Hope you're well. So we are kind of fucked anyway. Yeah, we're kind of fucked either way you look at it. Oh, Geordie's had no audio. I left. LOL. Oh, okay. Poor guy. Beached as. Is that what beach as Snickers means? You mean the 20 minutes of technical difficulties? Yeah, I watched Geordie's be as useless with technology as me. And me. Yeah, he had audio issues with video playback and then turned into watching him on the phone for about 20 minutes. That's hilarious. Did you go to the Marxist conference? There was a Marxist conference? Really? Actually, I got a call from these people like 6 months ago. And they were like, "You going to come to Melbourne?" I was like, "I can't afford to go to Melbourne for a Marxist conference. If this is the one that you're talking about, Mamupa." And they're like, "Oh, it's okay. You can come along." I'm like, "Can you not hear me? I said I can't afford to go down to Melbourne. I can't leave my family for that long either." And they were just like, "Okay, just let us know when you can buy tickets." I was like, all right. We're obviously not having the same conversation here. I'll just let that go. I'll politely just hang up now. Oh, it happens, poor Geordies. That is such a good female put down as well. Oh, it happens. Don't worry about it, baby. Hey, can't always perform. You got technical difficulties. That's okay. I mean, I more meant it has entered mystery sphere of influence. I switched to commanding the narrative stream, interviewing the founders of the NZ party that formed. Yeah, Melbourne. No, I haven't been. I've been to one. Thought you were in Melbourne for some reason. No, I'm in Sydney. And like I have been asked, like I went to one in Sydney and I was asked to go along to future ones. In there, like I'm on their watch list now, so like I'll never be gone with that. I know, not having a go, just having a laugh at the fall off. But they said it's okay. These things happen to all men at some point. Yeah, hey, let them down lightly. It happens. When I could gone to a dirty... You could have gone to a dirty comic conference. Yeah, there's like this Marxist conference that they do on a yearly basis. I think it's the Socialist Alternative. I'm pretty sure they're called. That's, you know, our mate, Big Joshua Lees, who's taking on the fucking establishment. One Palestinian rally at a time. Yeah, Josh Lees, I'm pretty sure he's from the Socialist Alternative, and they have their big conference, their Marxist conference. I don't know why they just do them exclusively in Melbourne now. They used to do them in Sydney. But like, yeah, I can't go, man. I'll go one day. We'll stream from there. We can't always have the equipment perform as well we'd like. It's okay. Thank you. I would have gone to the comic conference if I wasn't working on the weekend. Hey, slave to capital. There it is. Big motherfucking Josh. Yeah, it's Big Josh Lees, bro. That's the first time I met him, actually. I saw him. Was at one of those. I bet our boy Pingers would have been there. Oh, man. It's like rubbing shoulders with the best of the best, isn't it? From the left. On social media. Some kind of National Socialist Network? No, it's not like that at all. It's a National Socialist Conference. All right. Stop. You met the Josh? Yes, I met the Josh. Like, you know, as in like, hi, this is Josh, like kind of thing. I'm like, oh, there you go. Like, and then he walked off kind of thing. He's too fucking high profile for little old me, if you know what I'm saying. All right. Yeah, haha, couldn't resist. Yeah, all right. But oh god, Josh Lees. I know I wasn't off with the NSN comment now. How dare you? How dare you compare the two? He wouldn't take that. No way. I'm going to defend him and his honor. Watching National Socialist commies trying to step around being called National Socialist is great fun. Met Yanis though? My god. Yes, I have met Yanis. If you're talking about me meeting Yanis, if you have too, fucking how good's that? I was so stoked when I met Yanis. I spoke to him in Greek. I was trying to say something to him in Greek. I was like, Yasus, like kind of thing, just trying to be like friendly. And then he started like speaking proper in Greek. I was like, whoa, I don't do that. But it was nice to speak to him. On the news, talking about us getting second-hand Virginia-class subs. Yeah, I thought it was known from the start that we wouldn't get new ones. And, like, apparently everybody's favourite Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, actually was, like, kind of like, yeah, you'll get him. You know, like, if we don't need him first. But, like, of course you'll get him. As long as we don't need him. So, like, yeah, he kind of confirmed that is not happening. No, I'm so jealous, and so you should be. I was like mad schoolgirling it. I was like, oh my god, it's Giannis. I had to like compose myself before I said hello. The reason for the delay is because were being built. Ha. Yes, of course. All right, everyone. Let us move to the first item on today's agenda. Welcome to the National Socialist Conference. And this is on the conference agenda. I hated seeing this news. I've been teeing off on Sky comments. We're going to get to this. I noticed Dilemmas was talking about the poll of 1,000 people with a 3.5% margin, 3.4% margin of error. Uh-oh. Somebody got the statistician involved. Nari when I move back to NSW, we can have our own commie conference. Yes, with blackjack and hookers. And we're going to hang out in fucking Kmart, right? That's what we'll do, like conference. I would be gushing too. I was. All right. Before we get into the whole AUKUS debacle, let us just have a look at this. I think this is an amazing piece of like class warfare stuff going on here. If you weren't to know about this, like, I don't think anyone knows about this, which is a goddamn shame if you ask me. But like, this is potentially one of those, the straw that broke the camel's back, the tip of the iceberg, like, all those sort of fucking weird metaphors and analogies. But like, if you weren't aware, in Massachusetts, in the US, there was a meeting, a coming together of 70,000. Just think about that number. Think about like how many fucking people would be like this in your city or community right now. But there was 70,000 rideshare employees. They're not really employees, are they? They're like contractors or something. Precarious workers. 70,000 of them came together and made a fucking union. Could you imagine that? Like the guy that drops off your DoorDash for you, or like the person that comes and picks you up on a street corner in the middle of the night when you're pissed, or helps you out when you need to get somewhere. Like, that person wasn't just like a contractor with the Brothers of Tech, but actually part of a group of other rideshare people who fought for their own rights and better conditions, better pay. Like, this is some scary, scary shit for the big capitalists, the big Brothers of Tech out there, people that own Uber, and like any of those type of services where they employ precarious labor, like people that are contractors, and get like piecemeal work through some type of app service, as Giannis Varoufakis would call them, cloud serfs. People that are basically given work by an algorithm, no longer like some manager sitting down there with a spreadsheet and a roster, but like you are slave to the app, and the app tells you what your next job is going to be, etc., etc., etc. These ride share people, they're coming together to look out for each other and to look out for themselves by doing that. All for one for all kind of shit. So Uber, Lyft drivers in Massachusetts formed the first US rideshare union. And this happened this is the 27th of May. So 4 days ago, 5 days ago now. Boston, May 26th. Ridesharers, drivers for app-based companies such as Uber and Lyft have unionized in Massachusetts, forming what state officials and labor leaders said was the first officially recognized unionization in the US to represent such gig workers. Like, we're looking down the future of the world economy being very much like this, especially in the West and industrialized societies will be, less and less of standard kind of work and more of the gig economy, or what people like to call precarious work. And these people are coming together to fight for their rights to party. The newly formed App Drivers Union received certification from Massachusetts Department of Labor Relations on Friday to represent nearly 70,000 rideshare drivers operating as independent contractors. That's how they get them. Independent contractors in the state. It changes the game for rideshare workers across the country. Massachusetts Governor, how would you say that? Maura Healey, a Democrat, said at the rally with drivers and labor activists in Boston on Tuesday. The certification occurred after voters in November 2024 approved a ballot measure that created a novel framework to allow drivers for companies like Uber and Lyft to organize and bargain collectively. So they literally in 2024 had to change the state law to allow people to unionize. Not even unionize, just bargain collectively over pay and benefits. They changed the law in 2024. They would have been fucking furious about this, the brothers of tech, I'm sure. And then they've actually put that into action. They've organized over the last couple of years now, and they had a win just last week. That vote followed a years-long nationwide battle over whether rideshare drivers should be considered independent contractors or employees entitled to benefits and wage protections. This is as class war as you fucking get it. Drivers for Uber and Lyft do not have the right to organize under National Labor Relations Act, a federal law that covers only traditional employees. They do not have the right to organize. Isn't that mental? Like, if you actually have a look at the UN, and like everyone signed up for this. Do you remember you all signed up for this, all you crazy nations out there? Anyway, in the UN, it's actually a human right, would you believe it? A goddamn human right to be able to unionize. It doesn't really matter, I guess, whether you consider to be an employee or not, but you should be able to unionize. But anyway, just crazy, crazy stuff. Is rideshare a company or the concept? Pretty sure it's just the concept, right? France seems to be trying to get something happening. That's good to know. The French are pretty progressive like that. They've got hardcore unions over there. Sarsaparilla Jane unions, yes. Concept. Anya France, gotta love them. Multiple companies. Oh, I asked too early. So they should, though. They owe Lebanon. Mystery movement. Oh, damn. So Uber and its own Chris Smalls movement. Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it, for IS? Like unionizing Amazon workers. That's like tip of the iceberg stuff for like all of the rest of the Amazon kind of empire. And then now like, yeah, rideshare personnel in one state. It could spill over into all other states and then like, you know, traverse the globe once these people have figured out how to do it. But they had to change laws for AS to get it done. This is some crazy long game class war shit. I have not yet used Uber, either have I. Like, I've been in Ubers, but I refuse to download the app, Dilemmas, and I'm like, I just don't. I use public transport where I can, or like I just figure out a way for us to share the car. Me and the missus. I do not use it, but like I do it on principle of like I don't want to support like people like Uber and stuff like that, the gig economy. I don't want to make them more and more, or give them more and more control over transport in this country. Good, yeah, so unfair. And what happens when self-driving cars take over? That union is going to get crushed. Yeah, but like so will everyone then. Like whether they have a union or not, when the self-driving cars come in, they get replaced. They probably get replaced harder and faster and in more crushing fashion if they're not. If they don't have any type of organization dilemmas, but like, you know, whatever. Yes, they will get crushed if that's what you want to hear. Just like anyone who drives when self-driving cars come along. They already have them over in the US. They do in some places. They've been testing them for a long time in the West Coast, apparently. Apparently, if you go to San Francisco, we have heard reports from Americans in the chat. You go to San Francisco and there's like, you know, Waymos everywhere just driving around. They're like, it's really eerie. You just see all these cars driving around with no one in them, learning how to drive. And again, the censoring is strong today. Can't blame YouTube. The first comments were a bit wild. Okay. little bit wild, huh? I'd pay good money and eat so much popcorn watching Josh and Sil fight to the death over the NSN title. Okay, I can wonder why that one was blocked. But like hilarious nonetheless. Put them both in one of those American Gladiator courses with real weapons. LOL, Lebanon technically agreed to drop all debts when they refused to police Hezbollah. Must be two separate things going on there. Doesn't Queen Pauline want to leave the UN? How would that affect Australia? And if so, everyday punters. Well, like from what I understand, a lot of our, supposed protections here in Australia in terms of like rights, like we can link back to being like, yes, but we signed up to the UN. So like, how's it going to affect Australian punters? Like I said, there's a lot of important human rights, like basic standards that come from being a signatory to the UN. So it will affect Australians in that regard. But like, leaving the UN, that's a great what it's called, Project 2025 item. I'm sure there's a reason why she goes to America to visit those conservative conferences. She's got her own copy of Project 2025 checklist that she's going to roll out once she becomes Supreme Queen of Australia. Yeah, I thought the NSN comments might make YouTube auto-trigger. Well, especially because they're banned, right? The NSN, they're actually a banned group now. First mistake is thinking America gives a single fuck about human rights. Fair enough. That's my point. It's coming. Human drivers will be the first, then admin, then we will have a government like Estonia, which I'm surprisingly okay with full digital ID if done like Estonia. I buy from AliExpress. I support our Chinese overlords. Never bought anything from Amazon. Me too. Never bought anything from Amazon. Unless actually I am guilty of there has been a couple of books that I could not get from anyone but Amazon. So I just went to someone with an Amazon account and was just like, here's some money. I'm not doing it. I do not want to service Jeff Bezos at all. And I've tried to use Australian versions of online bookstores and stuff like that. But I've had some problems with them. Not going to lie. I'm trying to support Australians. Pick up your game, you shit cunts. Insurers had to update their motor policies to allow for rideshare and Uber drivers. I'm sure Mr. Orange will create an executive order outlawing unionization soon. They won't have to worry about it much in the future at the rate they're going. Potentially. That is usually. Last week we spent a bit of time, Bravies, looking at how you can make the case with some of Trump's policies about how he is fascistic. And we looked at how he's clamping down on media representation and such last week. Well, usually those types, the fasci types, go straight after outlawing unions, or they start attacking unions straight away. Uber is great for having discussion with working class people about the state of their industry and to hear them yearn for the village and to get 1950s Bollywood songs. Well, hopefully they get to unionize one day and look after themselves a little bit better. I give credit where it's due. The Chinese really tighten up their tolerances with military-themed Lego sets. Would recommend to a friend. Although we have screwed up with asylum seekers with the UN on your E. Yeah, banned. Not a fan of free speech limiting, but glad to see the neo-Nazis gone. Yeah. Yeah, the banana lion boy. Pick up your shit cunts. your game, your shit cunts mystery. Well, if you're going to compete against Amazon, right, you want to be better than that. It's funny that the big Blue Origin explosion was the biggest rocket explosion in US history. I wonder how that steel structure was still standing after it. Yeah, you noticed it, it didn't even move, right? Those two pillars that you could see, I was like, damn, that could withstand some crazy shit. I don't know how much we can judge others on fascists' governments. It's okay. Everybody gets a fascist government dilemmas. It's okay. Funny you talking about fasci types go for unions first. I just started Black Shirts and Reds by Parenti. Yeah. I'm not pleased with ours either. He dragged CNN again today. saying he hopes they recover under the new ownership or some shit. Yes, and it looks like the Larry Ellison and the boys are going for CNN as well. Hey, more media control and concentration in the States. It's going to be good for everyone. All right, back to it, shall we? All right. Drivers for Uber and Lyft do not have the right to organize under the National Labor Relations Act, a federal law that covers only traditional employees. But under the state law, drivers could form a union after collecting signatures from at least 25% of active drivers in Massachusetts, a condition that was met by union supporters. The union, backed by 32 BJ SEIU, an affiliate of the Service Employees International Union and International Association for Machinists and Aerospace Workers. The workers who built these billion-dollar corporations. Now just remember this, because we talk about this a lot on this stream, right? Like, the value of your time that you transfer into labor and then it gets sucked away and given to someone else. Okay, fine, you might get paid for it and you might think, hey, that's an equal exchange. I get paid for my labor, so it's okay. But like, if you think about it, okay, you get compensated. The question is whether you get duly compensated or not. I would argue you don't, but like, you get compensated, fine. But without the like millions of workers across the world, right, these billion-dollar corporations wouldn't exist in their current form. The workers who built these billion-dollar corporations deserve a union contract and a seat at the table. IAM President Brian Bryant, yeah, right, said on Tuesday's rally. He and other union leaders held up Massachusetts as a key labor victory as unionization efforts mount in other states. In California, rideshare drivers gain the right to unionize under legislation signed into law in October by Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom. Similar legislation is pending in Illinois. This is crazy. Lyft and Uber did not campaign against the Massachusetts ballot measure. Lyft said on Tuesday it was committed to engaging in good faith with the Massachusetts process as the Massachusetts process moves forward. Lyft does well when drivers do well and will stay focused on helping drivers succeed while keeping rideshare affordable and dependable for everyone who counts on it, Lyft said in a statement. Like, maybe Dilemmas is right. Like, these guys, like, look, if they want to unionize in the meantime, go for it, but soon we're just going to replace them all with, fleets of driverless cars. So fuck them. But, like, at least they get something in the meantime. Uber did not respond to a request for comment. In the months before 2024 vote, Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Joy Campbell secured a settlement with Uber and Lyft requiring them to adopt a $32.50 hourly minimum pay standard for Massachusetts drivers and pay $175 million to resolve claims they had improperly treated drivers as independent contractors rather than employees under state law. Damn, there's some fucking class war for ya right there. There it is. I support the Red Union for teachers. We've got new ABC head 2. ABC appoints Simon Robinson as new director. Okay. I spent all weekend hearing stories about how my family hid while being hunted by Fash. I have little tolerance for warmongers today. There it is. In Uber, oh right, yeah, good question. Are they Italian uncles? Asked Heidi Sausage for Spandonk. I wonder. Makes a big difference, doesn't it? In Uber, one thing I hear from drivers the most is no reporting policy for when you can't pick up or drop off from a location, making it super unsafe. And they reported and the algo if they don't do it. Interesting. But because Uber doesn't actually make a profit, they would just get a government subsidy to cover losses from unions, so people in the union get screwed anyway. It's such a defeatist tone in you today, Dilemmas. Don't do anything. Don't do anything at all. Just sit there and just take it. Just take it. Sydney was not made for Uber, and lack of a gridded city means some turns might be less distance, but you make it across 3 lanes of traffic without a light when there's a traffic light in the next street. This spells some trouble for Uber. Yeah, they're not going to like it. Yeah, they have a government that will cover their ass. What the fuck do they care? All right, let's have a quick little look-see at someone speaking about this. It's so hard to find information on this. Like, I heard like an off-the-cuff comment where someone's like, oh yeah, and rideshare drivers are urbanized, unionized, yeah, so like that's good. And I'm like, what? Where did this happen? Come on. Let's hear more about it. All right, let's have a quick listen. And this is local news. This is it. This is like local as news. It's from Channel 5 Boston. That's all we're going to get, apparently.
The governor told drivers that what's happening here in Massachusetts is sending a message to the rest of the country, and that's why she pointed out that national union leaders were in attendance for today's celebration. I put the emphasis on the word celebration because it felt like a party down here at times. The new app driver union is going to represent nearly 70,000 rideshare drivers in the state after winning recognition from the Commonwealth's Department of Labor Relations. All of this is possible because Massachusetts voters passed question 3 during the 2024 election. Organizers say that the app driver union is the first union for rideshare drivers to be certified in the country. And at today's State House rally, drivers talked about how this recognition will allow them to negotiate better pay and more job protections.
Gas prices skyrocketing. The cost of living skyrocketing. We getting
Yes, gas prices. That would be a big thing for them, wouldn't it? I forgot about that. Like Trump's war on Iran would completely fuck these people over massively. Hey, gas prices would be killing these guys. But no, it was worth it just so they don't get nuclear weapons.
Skyrocketing. The cost of living skyrocketing. We getting paid less and less every day. All of that is gonna change. We have our union, and we got a chance to fight, and we're gonna fight hard.
If rideshare drivers can organize, the question is no longer whether workers can win. The question is who got next. Because big tech is not untouchable.
Big tech, the brothers of tech, they're going down. I would say that they've been pretty protected from a lot of stuff, the brothers of tech, for a long time. And they got so much reach and power. I wonder if these people can do a dent in this whole situation. I bring them to heel a little bit. Good. Yeah, fucking good on them. Sydney is a jungle. They don't have a budget for healthcare and childcare. They have wars and companies to bail out. Yes. Elon Musk, the #1 welfare recipient as a migrant in America. Yes. Hey. He's as American as apple pie, he is. Absolutely. Then the UK are doing the opposite. The first time their welfare budget was outspent their actual turnover. The death of two nations. Look at that. Regular referendums at elections allow actual democracy. It is an interesting system they have over there, isn't it? Where they actually vote on items. Theo fled to Argentina. Yeah, well. Sure he's having fun over there. With these Italian uncle friends. They seem to be buying a lot of property in Argentina these days. Interesting.
Now, Lyft released a statement that reads in part, Lyft does well when drivers do well, and will stay focused on helping drivers succeed while keeping rideshare affordable and dependable for everyone who counts on it. We're also hearing from Uber. Their statement says in part, together we will ensure that driver flexibility and hard-won benefits remain the foundation of our progress while upholding the highest standards of safety, data security, transparency, and public accountability. Reporting live on Beacon Hill, Matt Reed, WCVB News Center 5.
That's it. That's like the best. And there's like other little commentators around the place that will like talk about it. US Fash, UK Commie, everyone watching in horror or following suit. I saw a comment yesterday saying that right-wing governments allow corporations to pay their workers more. When the fuck has the right wing ever increased wages? Well, like, you know, it might be true though. Like, right-wing governments allow corporations to pay their workers more. Because they just, you know, cut regulations and say, you go, you do it. You're allowed to pay them more. We won't do it, but you're allowed to. We should do it here. would save $500 million for random referendums between elections. Public accountability, right-wing small business, ha ha ha. All right, I think that's like pretty much the long and the short that we can get from this. Honestly, there is so little information on this as possible, like out there. But like, it makes sense why there's so little info on this, to be honest, because I don't think they want to publicize this. Like the brothers of tech, that is. They don't want people talking about this stuff. This is the actual union here. They wrote a little article of themselves. The App Drivers Union. It's pretty cool. So I hope like this sort of stuff has, trickle on effects, and like people around the world are watching this, especially in Australia, right? It'd be nice for the people that provide such convenience to our modern lives, right? Our modern daily lives. It'd be so nice if they got like, paid properly. It'd be better for everyone. I know like the cost of things might go up as a result of that. But like, you don't have a second class of citizens being formed, like a group of, like an underclass kind of thing. And then like everyone treats people differently because they are like an underclass. Yeah, you can make more profits now. You could pay the workers, or you could buy another house. You're cool. Uber and Lyft drivers in Massachusetts have officially unionized. A first in the nation move that's now set up. Could be the final stage in a years-long organizing effort. Rideshare companies have been relatively quiet about the prospect of unionization, offering no resistance to a 2024 ballot question that allowed drivers to bargain collectively despite not technically being classified as employees. Now they will have to reckon with the specific demands of unionized drivers who are looking for a larger share in the industry's earnings. As this new process moves forward, we're committed to engaging in good faith. Lyft spokesperson CJ Macklin said in a statement, Lyft does well when drivers do well. Yeah, we've heard that one before. Nearly 2 years, the union supporters worked to unify a large and scattered workforce, ultimately submitting nearly 23,000 signatures in support of unionization, enough to meet the standards laid out by the voter-passed law. The newly minted App Drivers Union said Monday it had received state certification to represent nearly 70,000 rideshare drivers who operate as independent contractors in Massachusetts. The union can now begin bargaining with rideshare platform as it seeks to increase wages and improve job security. It's one of the biggest organizing union victories in the last century, said Autumn Weintraub, executive director of App Drivers Union, which received 25% of support from active drivers across the state to become their exclusive bargaining representative, according to the Massachusetts Department of Labor Relations. Very interesting. Good on them. I hope they're, like I said, I hope this is the start of something much bigger. These people are, like I said, they're like second-class citizens almost. Like, look at how people are treated or used in like a country like Australia. Most of the people that you come across that are like on food delivery and stuff like that, they really are second-class citizens. There's a huge gig economy out there that is supporting our way of life. And like, it is not represented well. And like, we all get off quite well, I think, or people that use the services anyway, on the fact that they are not represented and like potentially being ripped off massively. I hope they end the exploitation. I hope they do. Until you end up like Australia, where you need 100k income to survive. Yeah, and even that's not even really cutting it these days, right? No, I enjoy a poor Indian battling the rain to deliver my dinner because it is too bad for us to leave the house. Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? No, I am not going outside. I'll have it here, under my fork. Quickly now. Dilemma's market saturation and monopoly is a problem. Unfortunately, the rhetoric sweeps up the good business owners, and yes, they do exist, believe it or not. Yes, it's always the good business owners and the farmers who will lose out. We better not touch or do anything save the good business owners out there. I mean, it's fine to use rideshare and abuse other humans. It should just automatically make you invalid to vote if you have the Uber app on your phone. But you don't understand basic human rights, so vote. No vote for you. Small business makes up 97% of businesses in Australia. Reminder that Cotton On is classed as small business by our government. That's pretty crazy, or at least they were for COVID loans. So were private schools. So you're saying government is the issue, Ravi? I agree. All right, that's enough on that issue. But like, I think very interesting nonetheless. Keep your eye out on this. I think, yeah, there's a large underclass of gig economy style people that work not because, yeah, they've got some type of relation with their employer, but like they're just, you know, slave to an app. They're a cloud surf. Yes, as Yanis Varoufakis would say, they're really just mediated by somebody's algorithm. It's a completely dehumanized process. There's no connection between people, as in like the worker and employer in that relationship. And they're like forcing that relationship. They're not just a contractor who signs up to an app. If they can come together, they're a body of workers who now has direct relations and negotiating power with a huge corporation, like, you know, transnational corporations we're talking about here. And so like, this is just a good case study in the power of the worker against the corporation. It's a nice little slice of class war for you on a Monday morning to see you back in to the streaming week after you were being a lazy fuck on the weekend, because there are people out there that are slaving away constantly because they don't really have very good conditions at all. So I hope these people get a win coming their way, because they have helped construct these multi-billion-dollar empires for these tech bros, these brothers of tech out there. And so like now the businesses are set up, it'd be nice for them to have a slice, have a share, have a cut, whatever you want to call it, get a bigger piece of the action. It would be nice if they shared the love around a little bit. But like, you know, we will see. We will see. Just be nice if unions actually fought against the government rather than walk around holding their pockets, cough, CFMEU, cough. I don't know if we have the same understanding of what a union is. The unions aren't supposed to fight against the government, to be honest. Unions are actually there for employers to fight against employees to fight against their employers. So if you're talking about like a union that fights against the government, I'm assuming you're talking about then some type of union of government employees. Then those ones would fight against the government, I guess. Power of the people. It is. Yeah, but our greedy unions here aren't real unions, most of them. Think about unions if they're made up of people and people are corruptible. Yes, they are. And so you must really hate corporations and companies, like all those small businesses out there that are good businesses. Well, at the end of the day, they're just full of people that are corruptible, right? Govan, Derp, how you going? Hope you're well. I was wondering why my house smelled like delicious desserts, and I just preheated the oven. Forgot I had caramel popcorn in there. Quickly, before it burns. Yeah, unions is worker versus employer. That's how the antagonism works. No, they're supposed to be an organization that fights against evil government, apparently. I'm assuming he's talking about unionization and pushing for regulations change through doing so. Unions do all of that. Do that all the time besides fighting individual businesses. Money makes people corruptible. Oh no, she's burnt. Oh crap. Monopoly Monday morning glory. Banso Bandit in the house. How you going? Like, so burnt. That's a shame, that is. That's a real shame. Hey, it's not a very good Monday morning so far. I've been doing a fair bit of thinking about the rental market lately, and I have a thought. Do you think that we should have a government body that is in charge of looking after the rental class? Have inspectors that can make sure rentals meet living standards and stop overpricing for barely livable houses? I know there is a cost associated with this idea, but I feel like there needs to be something, or we will soon be living in $1,000 a week cardboard boxes if you aren't already. But yes, I know what you're saying. Like there are tribunals set up for all that sort of stuff. But it's like individual basis, but there are laws and regulations about like standards and stuff like that. And, usually this is provided on the market. So you have agents that are supposed to be the conduit, the mediator between the renter, and the rentee, the rentier and the rentee. And supposed to manage that relationship, but like you can have a direct relationship between the two of them. It's covered by contract law usually, and there are standards. And so like having like an overhaul of that system and having like an actual board that like sets up rental relations, that'd be nice, of course. If you had something that has more power than the current situation, of course it would be lovely. To standardize that sort of stuff. But you know what's really funny, and I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but like you know how I talk about public housing all the time. It's like it's not just about providing housing options off the market. It's also about raising standards. Like we have higher standard private health insurance in this country because we have Medicare. So when we have Medicare, there's a certain standard that the government provides in terms of health services. Now, you can say that you don't like it and it's horrible, but it provides a baseline, okay? And so we actually have a higher standard, like your private health insurance must have at least the standard that the government can provide through Medicare, or better if it wants to attract customers. And so like if you actually had more public rent, like housing, which is usually done through rental, you would actually have higher standards in the rental market, because like people would be like, well, fuck you, I'm not paying $1,000 for like, as you said, a cardboard box, where the landlord treats me like shit and like refuses to do anything to the dwelling because like they're a tight ass prick, and like you just go and find an alternative. And so like having the public housing alternative actually lifts the standard, I would say, because people have an alternative. And the alternative provides a standard. And like government housing, like public housing, like, beyond the usual stereotype that most people kind of understand, like they think public housing, they think the ghetto. It's like, it's not just like ghetto stuff. Like new public housing developments are really, really fucking nice. Like the standards are higher, the buildings are built differently. And so like, you could have that standard brought up across the rental market overall. And so like the whole, like, just take it off the market. For me, it's not just about like, let's just fix supply with public housing. It's also, it will bring a new standard to the housing market that wouldn't be there before, because people would be like, well, I'm not renting this shit. I'll just go rent it off the government then, and I'll save the extra money, and then I'll be able to use that money for something else, for blackjack and hookers. We took our agent to the tribunal. Yeah, fucking go for it. We have those, but surprise, surprise, the government doesn't do its job properly, except when they collect taxes. They always get the job right. Apart from all the times that they don't collect taxes right. Like all of the tax fraud out there and people gaming the system. But yes, cutting government spending will fix that dilemmas for sure. Pervy Polsy Boza? I don't even know how to read that. Let me just try that one again. Pervy Posley Boga. Hi. Hello. Hello to you. And welcome. Welcome. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. But they work for the landlords. They're not the best in my experience. Yeah. Like the system is geared towards them. Like agents and even tribunals to a large extent. Like the system is already sorted out. There are precedents and you don't have a lot of room to move. Hobo, I think that sounds like a great idea. The only problem is that we can't even enforce basic assaults, theft and other crimes, so the cost of that and effectiveness would be shocking if introduced. If you buy a house and you need an inspector to make sure it's not going to fall down, well, renters just take it to be happy or fuck off. Yeah, but like the inspector, even though, like if you buy a house, you don't have to get an inspector. Like you can just buy a house and not get the building inspection report done. Like it's up to you. Like it's a risk. But like if you're going to make like a, a few $100,000 investment or like $1 million investment, you'd want to at least get a building inspector to have a look first. I would be dead if not for Medicare. Well, there you go. So there's a standard out there. I have private health. But when you buy a house, a large amount of money changes hands. This is where the inspectors draw their wage from. Otherwise, we'd be paying for it as taxpayers. Just like current policing, you pick. I'll build my own public housing with a blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the public housing. There it is. I've done the tribunal thing and ended up homeless anyway. Landlords still have so much power. They do. They definitely do. Pervy, LOL. Oh, is that how you say it? I knew that. I think I need to find a job where I can help the renter class, give my support to the revolution by lifting up living standards. Yeah, one house at a time. It's a big job, man. Yep, we won. Any rentals for AS? I need a place. Unless it's specified on your mortgage. Samesies, I'd also be dead. Look at us, alive thanks to Medicare. What a standard that is. Having 2 people in the stream alive. Hey, that's a nice standard, isn't it? The trick is leaving the major cities. All right, that's it. Max Exodus, everyone. Let's do this. Let's get the fuck out of here. Back to the pile. Back to the pile. Bansal Bandit, the new Lego diss from Iran. These things are so good back in the day. Like they're a bit like whingy now, but like remember when they first came out with this stuff? God, they were good. I remember we watched the first one on stream months ago when all this started, and we're like, whoa, what is this? This is crazy. Did someone say pile? Oi, fuck, did you see what we just were talking about, Jack? The thing that happened in Massachusetts with the unionized rideshare people? God, I hope you were there for that. It was like perfect class action stuff. Like the working class struggle against the brothers of tech themselves. Like honestly. Like the actual war against the brothers of tech, Uber, Lyft. Their drivers organized and have unionized, and they're going to be like representing 70,000 rideshare people. Anyway, like just have a look into the case itself. There's not a lot of information out there, but it's really, really interesting stuff. There's a whole group of, could describe them as second-class citizens, to be honest. Like these unrepresented gig economy, what do they call them? Precariat types that had like fought and like seemingly have won. And to unionize in Massachusetts. So like they changed laws in 2024 to allow these people to unionize because it's not covered under federal law. And they didn't really fight back, Uber and Lyft. And I think like Dilemmas is probably pretty prescient in his critique of all of this. Is like, yeah, they probably aren't going to fight too much, these massive corporations, because their end game is having driverless vehicles soon anyway. So, let them unionize and have their fun. But like, they're all going to be replaced soon by machines. Those rideshare companies spend hundreds of millions to prevent them from forming unions. Well, apparently not in Massachusetts. Apparently. They didn't fight the law in 2024, and they didn't fight too hardly against this situation. They even got fined $175 million recently for not paying people properly as employees after this law changed. So interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. It's a good case study in the working class struggle for our Monday morning. Anyway, check it out when you get a chance. Interesting stuff. All right, we are moving on. And this one's rather depressing, I would say. But like, I don't even know what the reality of this. I'm not sure if you've all heard about this or not, and like how this actually works. But check this out for a headline, and like we're going to look into it a little bit more because obviously we should do more than just a headline, I guess. But Netanyahu directs Israeli forces to expand Gaza to control 70%. So from what I understood, and call me ignorant, I thought there was a ceasefire, a peace deal that was met, and Israel has like the yellow line around Gaza, and it won't cross into the yellow line, and the Gazans, or Hamas stays inside the yellow line kind of thing. And like they leave the Gaza Strip alone. Now, obviously, if you've been paying attention, you know that Israel is constantly attacking the Gaza Strip still, despite the ceasefire and the peace deal. But like it was supposed to have been like, you remember that like that map we saw, and it was like a yellow line, and you don't cross the yellow line. And that was the peace deal. The Gazans were going to be left alone, and like Israel was just going to like keep them fenced in. Like continuing to live in their open air prison, and like all the people were like rushing back into Gaza, like from Egypt and stuff like that, and we were watching the camel trains of people just like pouring back into Gaza to like rubble basically, and like that was part of the peace deal. And then like Trump went to great lengths to get the UN to sign off on the board of peace. Remember that? Trump set up a board of peace to like basically reconstruct Gaza, and they like had all these development plans for it. Remember the slideshow they had? They had all these pictures of Gaza as like this futuristic city, like a Riviera in the Levant, and it was going to be like, this futuristic wonderland, like I don't know, Abu Dhabi or something like that, but in the Mediterranean. And it was going to have all these like, Gazans, second class citizen Gazans, they're cleaning hotel rooms for, I don't know, the rich elite of the world to come in and use Gaza as their playground. Like that whole peace board thing happened, and they were going to look after Gaza and clean it up and reconstruct it. And now apparently, like Bibi said something over the weekend, Benjamin Netanyahu that is, and it's just like, we're moving in. We're going to take 70% of the Gaza Strip. So like so from what I can extrapolate from this situation, the world was watching them for 2 years commit a genocide, and like everyone got fed up basically of seeing it. So Trump was like, look, I'll just tell everyone there's a ceasefire, a peace deal, and I'll set up a board of peace, and everyone will just forget about it. And they have. Everyone's just going back to business, back to their usual daily lives, instead of seeing every day the news and people talking about the whole situation, the genocide in Gaza. And like, as people were getting fatigued and they didn't want to see it anymore, so they're demanding change from their government. And so they're like, look, we'll just call it a peace deal and set up a border peace, and then everyone will forget about it and go back to their lives, which is seemingly happened. And they're like, just give it a few months. Just give it a few months and people forget about it. So like 6 months later, everyone's kind of just gone back to not caring about this situation. And Israel looks like, or Benjamin Netanyahu made an announcement. It was just like, let's just take it. Let's just take the rest of it, or a significant portion of Gaza, as they're like, clearing out southern Lebanon and like creating a buffer zone for their state. It looks like they're going to do the same thing with Gaza now. And like, so much for the ceasefire. Like, what happened there? What's going on with this? This is crazy. I'm still pretty on the fence with the private personal property. I don't know how to retain individual freedom if you abandon that system. Yep, told you last week. I hate BB. Collectively, it makes sense for the greater good with the means of production, etc. But I just don't know how to solve the freedom issue that arises there. How do you stop conformity? Tricky one. I might return to that question. It's a good question. Come on. I'm ashamed of every country allowing this to happen. Yeah, and like I think that was the ploy though. Like I think we now know, like in retrospect, you can see this, Ravy. Like you can see that they were just like, oh shit, like we've been going too hard with this one, and the media's been talking about this too much. Like as in like everyone, social media and media just generally. And so like let's just call a peace, and like everyone will just forget about this. And now they're just moving in and finishing off what they were going to start, what they started before now. Majority of people in the world don't want war ever. Yeah. And like everyone's looking the other way again. Then everyone rushed to sign up. Oh, wait. Landowners and further of Lebanon. Yeah. Trump is still lying about the fucking deal. Just shut the fuck up at this point. Serious, my question, mystery. Why did you think there was a ceasefire? Like, I don't know, man. Like, at all, ever. Like, we knew that there wasn't a ceasefire because we saw them continually, or reports of them continually killing Gazans anyway. But like, do you know what I mean? Like, ceasefire is like that you don't stop shooting each other is one thing, but like moving in and just like taking the rest of the territory anyway, like that goes beyond like the ceasefire. That like that crunches the plans that were supposed to be sorted by this board of peace. The board of peace was supposed to come into Gaza. Do you remember that, like, part of the board of peace, they were going to have all of these peacekeepers come in? Like, there were going to be like 30,000 or something like that, people coming in from Indonesia. We're going to come in and peacekeep. And so, like, what are these peacekeepers going to do now as, like, the IDF moves in and takes over 70% of Gaza? Are they the peacekeepers and the IDF going to start fighting each other? Like, this is crazy. Lebanon is the new Gaza. Yeah, okay. Like, this is beyond just the ceasefire. This crunches all the other bullshit that they were talking about. Like, why are they even bothering with the facade anymore? People talk about the current right-wing parties being like Trump, but we had our fatty, greedy little man that ruined democracy. His name was Howard. Israel has broken ceasefire hundreds of times. There's zero accountability in crimes. So sad, depressing. No, I've been ashamed of the lack of action for years. He's not real, has no shame. Helps our suffering consciousness not being in our backyard. You line for breaching in ceasefire is crossing lines. Your line for breaching a ceasefire is crossing lines, not killing. Well, like, like, honestly, like I said, we already knew that they were killing people anyway, and they were just calling it a ceasefire. But like the point of the peace plan, let's not call it a ceasefire, the peace plan and the board of peace was to like stop the expansion, like the movements of Israel to reclaim this territory. And it was going to be overseen by an international board of peace. Like some really weird dystopian stuff kind of thing. Like the UN, who's supposed to be about upholding national sovereignty, was happy to hand over, like it was like the good old colonial days, and like just be like, here, Trump, you know, you're president of America, you take it. How's it any more outrageous? Well, like it's just different. I don't know if it's any more outrageous. It's different. Like it's just another step. So like crossing lines, that is. Well, like there was a pretense of like you just stay in your little fucking box and everything will be okay, even though they were just still shooting over the line and killing people. But they didn't encroach on that line. Now they're encroaching on that line and killing people. So it's just another step up. Like I'm not sure what your line of questioning is about. Is it more outrageous? Yeah, I guess. It's just like a multiplier effect. It just adds extra layers of outrage as opposed to less outrage. But again, I'm not sure what your line of questioning is, though. You have to be like a little bit more clear with me. I'm slow on the uptake here. The peacekeepers and IDF had to have been planned to work together. No, I guess, but like not now. There's nothing to peacekeep. Israel literally has no borders for a reason. I think you're focusing on the technical definition like I do, Ben. So it's more like the overall plan to negotiate amongst five rather than ceasing. Like all modern ceasefires. Hey, Iran. Anyway, shall we just have a quick read maybe this will answer some of our questions. Jerusalem, May 28. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Thursday he has directed Israel's military to take more of Gaza, initially by seizing 70% of the Palestinian territory, where the population is already penned into a tiny strip of land along the coast. Israel effectively controls an estimated 64% of the tiny coastal strip, bombarded to ruins by Israel's 2-year military assault that followed the 2023 Hamas attack on southern Israel. They can't speak about it without talking about October 7th. It's crazy, isn't it? Look, if you say it, you got to say the other thing. You got to talk about Hamas. The peacekeepers were going to be there to assist the IDF. That's not peace. Seems to me a breach of a ceasefire is a breach. Not better or worse. I'm getting a little meta. I agree with the propaganda and the media spin these days. No one ever wants to be the first to break it, so it gets spun. Chris Hedges does some of the best reporting on Gaza I've ever seen. Yeah, Chris Hedges is amazing. And he's been there. So, like, if you watch a lot of Chris Hedges or you cross Chris Hedges, as much as I am, then, like, you would find this more outrageous, wouldn't you? Like, they pretended before just they were going to leave them alone. And, like, now they're just like, fuck it. Let's just roll in. Like, this is an escalation, is it not? I'm sure that's how Chris Hedges would see it. Unless you've heard him talk about this. Peacekeepers were in Lebanon and were killed with no accountability. That's a fair point, actually. And they were UN peacekeepers too, right? Yeah. They got in their way. They had to eat rocket or missile or whatever it was. That's a fair point. Trump is also saying that he's making a mandatory request that all Middle Eastern nations join the Abraham Accords. Yes, I've heard about that. Remember when they were allowed to have the Merry Hamas bags at Xmas? What? No, I don't remember this. Okay, under an October US brokered truce that has failed to halt Israeli attacks or secure Hamas disarmament, Israeli troops were meant to withdraw to a yellow line, demarcating the extent of their control, marked on military maps. That line put Israel in control of 53% of Gaza, with Hamas ruling the rest. Reuters has reported that Israel has unilaterally moved the concrete blocks marking the yellow line on the ground deeper into Hamas-controlled territory. Maps issued by the military in March showed an even bigger restricted area. The analysts say cordons off around 64% of Gaza's territory in total. Netanyahu has repeatedly said in public remarks that the military controls more than 60% of Gaza. Speaking to a conference in the settlement on the occupied West Bank, the Israeli leader said even more of Gaza would be taken. We were at 50, we moved to 60. My directive is to move to let's go step by step, Netanyahu said on Thursday. First of all, 70. Let's start with that. We're pressing them, Hamas, from all sides. We'll deal with the remnants. What are the remnants? The remnants of Hamas, or like the remnants after we've dealt with Hamas? We're pressing them on all sides. We'll deal with the remnants. Whoever's left after we've finished pressing, I guess. Also, plug for the new peeps. They're in Twitch land. Yes. If you're watching this and you're new here, if you're on YouTube, please subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow. Hey, give us a little follow. That'd be nice. And if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. It's good for the algorithm, etc., etc. If you're watching this and you want to know what that is, that over there is our Discord chat. That's where we share propaganda when we're not streaming, and we put stuff in that we can't, get away with usually online or whatever. Oh wait, that was no, don't use that link. No, that's a bad link. Don't use that one. Use this one. Yeah, we use this for conversations and propaganda dropping. So come join us on Discord if you're interested. So let's up those numbers. Yeah, I know, right? Incrementally, just push the concrete blocks. Squeezing them out. Israel steps up strikes in Gaza despite truce. Netanyahu describes the territorial Israel has seasoned Gaza, Syria, and Lebanon as buffer zones that can stave off potential militant attacks following October 7. Palestinians view Israel's widening Gaza buffer zone as part of a strategy to permanently displace them, pointing to remarks from senior ministers, including Defense Chief Israel Katz, saying that we want to encourage voluntary migration, just by tipping them over the edge a little bit. Just a little bit. BB, right now. What's this for us? Let's have a look.
Three or four times, maybe.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Yeah, apparently. Go on, baby. What are you doing? You rookie? Hey, it's time to push it to 70%, baby. I missed the perfect opportunity on the weekend. We are shopping and my daughter asks why we have to pay for the paper bags. I wish I dropped it's capitalism, baby. Hey, there we go. That would have been good opportunity, right? We've had Gavir and Smotrich recently was wondering where Cats was hiding. Hey, where are those goddamn cats? Where did I? Okay. Netanyahu's directive comes as Israel escalates attacks in Gaza that it says targets senior Hamas leaders who were involved in the 2023 attacks. On Tuesday, Israel killed Hamas's armed wing chief 10 days after killing his predecessor. So, like, literally, it's just, hey, I know we said ceasefire. And, like, they did say that they were going to let kind of Hamas do its thing in there. But part of the terms of the peace was they had to disarm. And so, like, it was going to be a staged peace arrangement. And the first stage, if you remember, if we can recall back to, it seems like fucking ages ago, but it was probably only a few months ago, they were exchanging the bodies. And so, like, or exchanging prisoners, at least. They was exchanging prisoners first, and then they started exchanging, like, bodies and stuff like that. And then they were supposed to move to other phasers, which was, like, you know, the disarmament of Hamas. And, like, which Hamas had not really agreed to anyway. And so they were going to keep that area, those yellow lines, in situ. But it seems like they've just been potentially, or they have been openly just pushing on those yellow lines and decreasing the amount of restricted area and, like, pushing into whatever's left of Gazan territory, let's say, Palestinian territory in the Gaza Strip. And so it's, 50, 60, 70%. BB wants, and, like, soon, will there be a Gaza Strip left at all that isn't completely under Israeli control? So they basically, I think the point of this is, I think they're just finishing off the job. And the point was in this whole, like, we can see it in retrospect now. We talk about manufacturing consent all the time, but, like, we were the ones who needed our consent manufactured on this one. And the consent was simply to let go of the issue. We had to have our consent dropped. Like, we weren't consenting at one point. And I mean we, as I mean, like, the general human race outside of this region, of these specific parties involved here. The general human race was just like, this is not on. We don't want to see this happening anymore. Like, it's not rails. It's just got to leave these guys alone. And so I think they craftedly were like, look, let's just put a hold on things. And in, like, 6 months' time, tops, like, everyone will have forgotten about this. Like, obviously, not people in this stream, but, like, the large majority of the human race would have been like, over it. Like, it's a ceasefire, right? Don't worry about it. And, like, they're just systematically pushing through and taking the territory that they were going to take anyway. And so, like, the consent was that they had to manufacture was like, don't think about this anymore. And so nobody really thinks about it anymore. And then every now and again, like, you have, like, if you pay attention to this stuff, you know, like, daily basis, you will hear reports that like they're killing people despite the ceasefire. Like you hear them talking in the media, you hear the fucking media personnel like reading the news, and they're just like, well, despite the ceasefire, 5 people died today in the Gaza Strip. As Israel said, it's trying to target more and more of the Hamas senior leadership, and you're just like, but you just said ceasefire. Despite the ceasefire, they're firing and killing civilians. That's not a ceasefire. But like, yeah, their whole shtick has just been up until like after the peace deal and the board of peace. It's just been to get us to stop talking about it. And for a large part, I think people have stopped talking about it, and now they're just under the cover of darkness. They're just finishing off the job. And everybody, for the most part, if they say it enough, like if they talk about one nation rising enough, everybody will just assume that they're going to take over the world. Same with this whole situation. If they just keep saying ceasefire, the word ceasefire, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, everyone's like, oh, it must be a ceasefire. They're just like scuffles or something. That's all it is. It's still a ceasefire, though, even though they're consistently killing people non-stop. They're just not killing them as fast anymore. Seasoned hummus leaders. Yay, seasoned. It's my favorite type of hummus. Yeah, why would they? Oh, you thought I said ceasefire? I said cease and then fire. Bansal Bennett, is not real bloody Indian givers. First you pay to arm Hamas, now you want it back? Not happy, Jan. That's the long game, isn't it? Hey? First you create the enemy, and then you have somebody to fight against. I think we are bringing a bit harsh. It's hard to run a war, let alone time it to the stock market every week. It's the depressing thing with the e-files as well. They just overwhelm people so they become desensitized to the violence. Yes, I know what you mean. They definitely did that with e-files, and people got like e-fatigue, Epstein fatigue. And so like there's some serious stuff that is still to be uncovered and comes out, but like no one can stomach it for more than like, a few weeks in the news cycle. Ravy, Israel commits war crimes on the daily despite ceasefire. In other news, Sydney Sweeney shows her tits. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Oh man. Insurgent math was predicted during the GWOT, yet no one learned it. Khan got so optimistic with the first story and now brought right back down to reality. Yeah, apologies. But I thought this was a bit crazy, to be honest. Like, I really just thought they were just, daily breaking the ceasefire. I didn't know that they were actually moving the territory. I thought they had them pinned in enough. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, but apparently not. They want to make the barrel a bit smaller, so it's even easier to shoot those fish in the barrel. Whoa. Sydney Sweetie got her darkers out. Ravy source. Just Google it. It's so good. It's to get you not to give a shit about the bill you'll have to cough up for. And where might I find which bill are you talking about though? Because remember before the peace board, they were trying to get the global politicians who were invited to the peace board to pay $1 billion buy-in, and Albo got invited to the board of peace, and it was $1 billion buy-in. I wonder why Albo rejected that or never took up the offer. How about them? They want the barrel bigger. Bro, I told you this, LOL. They want the barrel bigger? Like, which barrel are we talking about here? All right. Peace is going to cost you. Yeah, it's a bit like that. $1 billion buy-in, apparently. You like that, Peace? Yes, they did it. They paid the money, or Australia paid? to get in on the Board of Peace. I didn't realize they actually paid. Board of Peace. What a fucking joke. Yeah. Peace sells. Who's buying? All right, let's have a look then. Let's see what we can get on this. Maybe we get a piece. On this situation, shall we? This is from, like, I've tried to find some different sources. I don't think we really get this stuff very often, but this is a Turkish source. Okay, so like, it's outside of the typical Western sphere of influence, I would say. Let's have a listen to what they say. No, not Australia, LOL, the countries involved. Oh, okay. I was going to say, I wonder why we hadn't heard about that. People actually think the Board of Peace is actually a thing. Well, fuck, it's got a $1 billion buy-in. What, it's not just a slush fund for Trump, is it? Oh, God. All right, let's have a listen to this. Why is Israel allowed to get away with a 70% Palestinian land grab? Let's see what the Turkish have to say about this.
Let's bring you some analysis now with Mustafa Barghouti. He joins us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and he's the Secretary General of the Palestinian National Initiative. Thanks so much, as always, for speaking to us. You know, many people hear this news coming from Prime Minister Netanyahu and wondering, how is Israel allowed to take 70% of Gaza when it so explicitly goes against the October ceasefire deal last year? How are they able to get away with this, essentially?
Because President Trump is backing them, and because the so-called Board of Peace is doing nothing to stop Netanyahu.
The so-called Board of Peace? Take that back. Board of Distraction. There was word that they wanted to go after Turkey next, that everyone laughed. Yes, I did hear about that, actually. It's on the agenda, one thing at a time. I reckon I could ask all the workers on the floor right now, and not one would know what the Board of Peace is. What, they didn't get the invitation for $1 billion buy-in? Are you sure?
Israel is doing exactly what they are declaring. They're not hiding their intentions. Their intention is full reoccupation of Gaza. Their intention is total destruction of every building in Gaza, and that's exactly what they have done in 64% of Gaza that they are fully occupying now. It was erased down to the ground. And their intention is to conduct, as the Minister of Army in Israel said, to conduct total ethnic cleansing of the population of Gaza. They haven't given up that goal since the first day after the 7th of October. And they declare that daily, day and night. The problem is that the United States of America, which is supposed to be the guarantor of the ceasefire agreement, which Israel has already violated 3,000 times, killing
3,000 times. 3,000 times. It's pretty crazy. Make sure you're saying good things about Israel. We need that 300K a month? Oh, you mean I shouldn't be listening to a Turkish broadcaster on this issue? Yeah, we do need that 300K a month, right? Hey, what a war chest that would be. We could have an army of researchers as well. We would be so informed. More a statement of political awareness, not net worth. LOL. Yeah, I know, I get it. Gold. Turkey think they're invulnerable while they're destroying their country. It's not even been 3,000 days. Yeah, it's crazy when you quantify it like that, isn't it? Well, they have a Trump little orange liquor in power. Yeah, their capitalistic corruption is fucked. Everyone in the chat is now hired. Yes. Everybody. So deep. M Israel Chai. M Israel Chai. M Israel Chai. What's that?
No less than 920 more Palestinians and injuring more, killing no less than 920 more Palestinians and injuring more than 2,700 more people. the United States did not even criticize Israel, did not take any step to pressure Israel to stop this bleeding that is going on in Gaza. And now Netanyahu openly declares that he's going to occupy even further territories. And we have heard nothing from the Board of Peace, which seems to be...
That's your protection from the Zios. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And orangutan is smarter than Trump and makes for a convenient body double too.
The Board of War, not the Board of Peace.
Yes, it would seem that the Board of Peace at this point, many questioning what is their purpose, a board that also has apparently reportedly run out of a lot of the money that's meant for the reconstruction of Gaza. But is Netanyahu also making these declarations and now carrying them out because he's trying to appeal and possibly appease a domestic audience in Israel ahead of his elections in October?
That's certainly a factor, but it's not the main factor. This thing about claiming that Israel is doing that only because they have elections is misleading. Israel is doing that because this is the Zionist ideology. Israel is doing that because this is what all parties in Israel agree about, Zionist parties, including those in the government and those in opposition. What we face here is a Zionist aggressive movement that has moved very far in the direction of fascism, that is conducting fascist behavior in the West Bank and doing the same in Gaza Strip. And they will continue to do so unless they are subjected to real sanctions. I'm not dreaming about any country in this world sending troops to stop Israel. I know the reality, but at least all Arab, all Muslim countries, all international countries have to immediately impose sanctions, including total military embargo on Israel. This is the only way to deter Netanyahu from reactivating what he's doing now, reactivation of the genocidal war on Gaza and the conduction of the war.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I don't think so, brother. The man who speaks for no one but tries to speak for everyone. Are you talking about our friend here, Barghouti? You heard it here, folks. These are rookie numbers. They already ran out of money. It's a factor. Love it.
Worst war crime ever, which is ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people, again, as was done in 1948.
Mustafa Barghouti, thank you so much for bringing us your views and your analysis. I just want to ask very quickly, though, how does this also impact Israel's image globally now? Because there has been a lot of money spent on what some have called the Israeli propaganda that it puts out across the world. But with more actions like these, they're already a very tarnished image to so many people, not just foreign governments. And this is not just another step to further tarnish that image. But does Israel actually really care about that, given that, as you've said, the only way to stop them would be for further sanctions, which we're not seeing from anyone right now?
As long as the United States of America and its administration support Israel in this horrible manner, as long as they provide Israel with political and military cover, Israel will not care. But Israel has lost the public battle. And the change is happening everywhere, in Europe, in the United States itself. Among the Jewish young people in the United States, where more than 45% support the Palestinian cause now. But what is important is that Israel can no more sell anything about a compromise. And those who keep speaking about two-state solution and at the same time conduct no sanctions on Israel, which is a hypocrisy, actually. The whole thing is leading to only one of two solutions. Either total ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, and we will never accept to leave, whatever it takes, or one democratic state with equal rights for everybody. The two-state solution is dead, and it's dead because the West abstained from taking serious actions to punish Israel for its violations of international law.
Mustafa Barghouti.
I think that's a fair point. Like, There ain't gonna be no two-state solution now. Eh? It ain't happening, baby. And like most people were pinning themselves on that one when all this was really ramping up 2 years ago. They're like, yeah, come on, two-state solution. And so like they're literally just, so what we're witnessing here, they're just closing off any pretense of a two-state solution. And who would have thought, eh? The Board of Peace did nothing? Did nothing? FYI, your other little revolution stream needs some tweaking with the visual presence. Looking at a little green screen rookies, LOL. Like, you mean like on the podcast, like the usual podcast, or when we did a live stream recently? I would like to know more because our backgrounds on that, like when we had like 3 speakers on the live stream, yeah, it doesn't look great, I guess. Yeah, Bagudi is just as disingenuous as Gavir and Smotrich. Are these questions serious? Asking if Israel is serious? Spernok, head of a party that no one votes for and claims he speaks for every Palestinian. No one likes you, bro. Probably stop supporting martyr payments while you're at it. You goy slap. Taygard in the house. How you going? The 7 p.m. stream you did. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, look, I don't know if we have another solution for that, to be honest. In terms of the backgrounds and stuff. Might invest in drones. Well, actually, talking about investing in drones, I think we can move on to one of the other things that I wanted to have a look at today, which is the whole AUKUS situation. So I'm not sure if you're across, but like there have been more AUKUS discussions. One of the other pillars of AUKUS. But like before we get to that, I just want to have a look at one more thing. This is from none other than our friend Jag. What is this one, Jag? You sent this through. Congress advances U.S.-Israeli military integration plan. A provision in the 2027 draft U.S. defense bill could bind the two countries' weapons industries closer than ever. Get fucked. No way. When's this from? The 30th. Wow. So this is like yesterday's news. Not even. Like for you guys, this is fresh. A provision in a bill before the United States Congress could tie the US and Israeli militaries far more closely together, deepening their cooperation on weapons research, production, and technology. The proposal, titled the United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperations Initiative, Defense Technology, I see the brothers of tech rubbing their hands together on this one, appears as Section 224 of the House Armed Services Committee's version of the fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act, the annual U.S. defense policy bill. Is this the one that they want to put up to like $1.5 trillion? The same, yes. The measure is still in an early stage. The NDAA is passed by Congress each year to set up the military, U.S. military policy and authorize defense programs and spending levels. If enacted, the provision could mark a significant change in one of the world's closest military relationships, shifting the two countries from a partnership centered largely on U.S. military aid toward one in which their defense industries are more deeply intertwined. What? That's mental, eh? I thought they were already as close as you can get. Have a good stream, y'all. Back to the grind. Good luck, Con. Good luck. Section 224 would require U.S. Defense Secretary to appoint an executive agent, a single official, to coordinate military cooperation between the U.S. and Israel. That work would cover joint research and development and shared production of weapons and the linking of military systems. Whoa. Well, you wouldn't need to worry about Israel spying on America anymore because they're just going to share. They're basically going to be one military system. How do you get around Israel spying on you? Just give them access to the Pentagon like they own the place. What Congress is trying to do now is to find different ways of entrenching the relationship so deep in America's own defense industrial base that it's impossible to root it out. Josh Paul, a former US Department of State official and founder of the advocacy group A New Policy, said about the controversial provision. A new section of the law in National Defense Authorization Act would give Israel unprecedented access to American technology and would force the United States military to integrate Israeli defense technologies into our own critical military supply chain, giving Israel incredible leverage over America's own defense priorities. We can't even get fucking submarines, and they're linking like the Pentagon basically to what? Israeli national defense. We can't even get fucking submarines. He added in a video he posted. Sorry, he added in a video posted on social media on Friday. Fucking crazy. Just when you thought they couldn't get closer. You know my thoughts on this relationship already. It's just reinforcing that opinion. Interesting. Very interesting. It's like when like a married couple finally make it official and they have a shared bank account now. Like, it's crazy. I wonder what this video says.
U.S. President Donald Trump has provided an update on the Iran war. Posting on Truth Social, he says the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports will now be lifted, allowing ships caught in the Strait of Hormuz to head home. President Trump added that he will be in the Situation Room to make a final determination on the war.
It is a bit confusing because it sounds like in some parts of the post that it's a done deal, and then he ends it by saying he's headed into the Situation Room. Again, this was about an hour ago, to make a final determination.
So, like, do you reckon this is related to, what was it called? Pax Judaica? You know that whole thing? Remember those guys that were like it's been talked about a lot. Like even, what's his name? Professor Jiang was talking about it as well. Pax Judaica. If you're not sure what Pax Judaica is, it's this like idea that American, like what the American empire is not really the American empire in terms of it's not actually controlling the show. The is not Israeli state. So the, what do we call them, Spandonk, to be less offensive? The Israeli regime has actually infiltrated Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon and Silicon Valley, the centers of power, the nodes of power in the U.S., has infiltrated them sufficiently to control the policy decisions and key figures within the U.S. administration at large, and then controls them via proxy. So the real head of the US empire is not Washington, let's say, or the Pentagon. It's actually like Tel Aviv. And like they pass the messages across and they get policy decisions and like strategic decisions made by the US beast. But like it's a beast that like is, you know, is on the leash. And the leash, the person holding the leash is the Israeli regime. And so like they're the real empire is actually the Israeli regime, not the US. And so like why have an empire when you can control somebody else's empire, like a parasite taking a host or something like that. You just take somebody else's body and then you control them, like through their nervous system or something like that is like a good analogy for that. I wonder if this is part of that. Is that what you're talking about, Jag? Your thoughts on the relationship already? The Pax Judaica thing? Sounds like someone is trying to have more control over the superpowers. Yeah. What in subs can't we get, mystery? Oh, that's right. The subs that can't sub in Australian waters. That's pretty funny. We are pivoting to China, despite China being the biggest trading partner. That's what happens when you have a defense minister with no real military experience. We are or are not? Dilemmas, which one? Can you just clarify? I think this point of view absolves US from accountability. Fucking hell. Yeah. Look, like, let me just say, Brian from the New Atlas wouldn't agree with this. That's for sure. Like, big bad Brian's take on everything is like, there's no way in hell that like is not rail has any more power over the US state and the US empire than any of the massive corporations and the complexes like the military industrial complex, for instance, or big pharma, or something like that. So like, you know, it's one in many nodes, but like this integration of the two, basically the two defense forces, the Department of War and the IDF, like that is pretty mental. But again, like you don't have to worry about someone spying on you if they basically have full access to your military command anyway, right? Hey, might as well get it out of the way. Brian is the man. Yes, I must admit, like I love the idea of Pax Judaica. But like Brian, like it's just he's very thorough. I find Israel doesn't have control over America at all. It's a bullshit trope. Damn, you're on fire today, Ben. So Bandit, hey. Moving to counter China. Okay. Especially judging by Miles' latest press junket about grey zone matters in the Indo-Pacific. I'd be wary of making the assumption that Israel controls America. It's not true. They are willing participants making a lot of chaos. It's not America or Israel in charge. It's people whose names we don't even know. Yeah, fair enough. I'll take that. They're called the bourgeoisie, if you want to know. All right. Very interesting stuff. Nonetheless, like that is fucking crazy shit. That is like, okay, you've moved in with your new partner and you're living together, but now it's time to have a joint account with our powers combined. It's Monday, mystery. Had to wake up early, grumpy. Yeah, feel at all? Yeah. You are grumpy. Hey? Let it all out in the chat. There we go. It's chat therapy. All right. We are moving on to something that I tried to segue earlier and was much smoother. But yeah, let's get a BBC take on this, actually. Let's have a listen. So there seems to have been some type of security conference or something like that, I guess, for the Indo-Pacific. Or like Asian countries, I guess you would say. I don't know why the UK and the US were there, but whatever. Being held in Singapore, and like that had a chance. They gave a chance for the UK, the US, and Australia to come together and talk about more AUKUS stuff. So there are multiple pillars of AUKUS, if you weren't aware, and like we've heard about these famed other pillars of AUKUS. But like we never really knew much of the details around it. It's always, the talk is always about the subs, the big sub deal. Like when we fucked over our contracts with the French to get subs from the US and like have subs kind of designed by the UK, built by the UK, and then transferred to Australia for our protection and all that sort of stuff. Protection against whom, may you ask yourself? Who the fuck knows? But like, you know, if you know enough about American foreign policy, you would probably know that it's about containing big bad China, and like Australia is going to be some fucking of great strategic importance about in containing China, I would say, and keeping them in the Pacific region all together. So we're just going to be a fucking massive base. Ooh, Benzo Bandit, thank you very much. Appreciated. FYI, super chat's cheaper than therapy. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad. And I do it for free, mostly. So thank you very much. Thanks for the support. Helps with the stream. You fucking legend, yeah. He was pretty angry. We fucked over the French. Good old ScoMo. Yeah, well, it's just stupid. It's stupid diplomacy, if you ask me. Anyway, I'm not across this situation, and there seems to be so many AUKUS experts in the chat. So like maybe you guys teach me what the fuck is going on here. But like from what I understand is AUKUS deal sucks. We pay like hundreds of billions of dollars, and there really is no guarantee that the US is actually going to provide the subs that they said they were going to provide for us. And then like the future subs that are supposed to be being made are actually even potentially controlled by the US first. And if the US doesn't feel the need to have them, then we can control them. But like we'll never know if the US actually wants to release those subs for us. But like, yeah. Let us hear how the UK frame this whole AUKUS relationship. And if you're even wondering why I keep saying the word AUKUS, it's a security like partnership between the Anglosphere countries, so the UK, the US, and Australia in the Pacific. And it's like Australia, the UK, and the United States. Australia, UK, US. That's AUKUS. They came up with a great acronym there. So that's the context if you're looking for some. I love the argument about AUKUS, as if any other party would have stayed out of it. Yeah. Well, like no one's going to do anything now, are they? And like, why would you? It's a iCash for mates scheme. Yeah, pretty funny. It pretty much is that, isn't it? US is no longer an ally. Well, ally. Hey, we're a vassal state. Anyway, let's hear what the BBC has to say about this. I'll say it one more time for you, Ravy. The BBC. We're going to get that one all over us right now. It's not AUKUS. It's FUCKUS. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll take that. FUCKUS. I believe Australia is responsible for repairs and maintenance of mythical subs. Yes. Yeah, we're actually setting up industry at the moment so we can do these repairs and maintenance to the mythical subs. Ayo. He said the thing again. Yeah, I said it. Ex-army in the US are amazed we are doing it. Yes, so is everyone else. All right, let's do this, shall we?
Hello, welcome. I'm Kasia Madeira. The US, the UK and Australia say that they're developing a new generation of unmanned undersea vehicles, effectively drone submarines, as part of the AUKUS defence partnership. The announcement came after ministers from the three countries met on the sidelines of the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore. It's Asia's biggest defence forum. They said that the project would help strengthen security and deterrence across the Indo-Pacific and beyond.
What's it called? The Shangri-La Dialogue. Like we're supposed to know what the fuck that means. Is that just like people getting together at like a 5-star hotel? Is that what that is? World leaders staying at a 5-star hotel and talking about defense. Like, does that mean China is allowed there if it's all about Asian defense? The Chinese are here. Who invited them? Can you very briefly describe to me what the Shangri-La Dialogue is and who or what member states are invited? Mystery equals subs, yay. Did I miss something for us? Did someone just sub up? If somebody is doing subs, let me know. Oh, right. Sorry, the AUKUS subs equal boo. Yes, mystery subs. Yay. All right, I got it. Yeah, I missed the first part, yeah. All right, let's do this. Shangri-La Dialogue is a major annual defense and security conference held in Singapore and organized by the International Institute of Strategic Studies, described as Asia's premier defense summit, and serves as a forum where defense ministers, military chiefs, diplomats, and security officials discuss regional and global issues. There's no formal membership. Instead, invitations are extended to the government delegations and officials from dozens of countries. Participants are primarily from the Indo-Pacific region, right? That's why the UK was there, including countries such as Australia, China, Japan, India, South Korea, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines and Singapore, but it also regularly includes representatives from the United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, and NATO, and other European and international organizations. Fair enough. That makes sense, right? Why the UK is there. In practical terms, let me just see this so you can see that. Practical terms, it's often seen, and it's one of the main venues where Indo-Pacific security issues such as the South China Sea, Taiwan, military spending alliances, and regional stability are debated face-to-face by senior officials. So it's just a place for, like dignitaries and politicians that have military in their portfolio to get together to talk about stuff. All right. Thank you for the context. Thank you very much. That helps a little bit. Thank God for the Shangri-La dialogue. Let's do this.
Announced the first biggest defense forum. They said that the project would help strengthen security and deterrence across the Indo-Pacific and beyond.
So let's just point out quickly that we have AUKUS meeting at the Shangri-La dialogue being two countries that are completely out of the Indo-Pacific region. It's literally just Australia being used by our current emperors, our current lords, the Americans, and our former lords, the UK. And they use us as a conduit into the Indo-Pacific to justify their existence as part of this security dialogue.
Today, we're pleased to announce the first AUKUS Pillar 2 signature project, focused on fielding advanced uncrewed undersea vehicles, or UUVs. And I want to thank these two gentlemen for their leadership in ensuring we stayed on track with Pillar 2 and found something critical to all three of our countries. This signature project will deliver a suite of highly adaptable, multi-mission UUV payloads designed to support undersea operations and maintain our collective advantage in the maritime domain. The United States, as we've said from the beginning, and we think the review we undertook only strengthened this partnership, remains committed to the AUKUS partnership and is moving as quickly as possible to enhance our combined submarine presence in the Pacific region.
This will rapidly give our forces the very most advanced battlefield technologies, as together we produce a range of cutting-edge sensors and weapons systems for undersea drones. This will give us the ability to detect, to deter, and to deal with threats, including to our underwater cables and pipelines.
Suck, gulp, gulp. Good job, Australia. Savage. Sorry, national defense is important. The priorities are way off base, but it's still important. National defense from what, though? From what? Who are we defending ourselves against? The specter of Mao? I need to know. Like, I'm all for defense, but like, who are we defending ourselves against? The eventual enemy that we keep antagonizing into a conflict? Is it that one? The one who's not constantly looking for a fight, but is backed into a corner to having a fight? Is that what we're talking about here? The boogeyman. Yeah, that's pretty much it at the moment. Some unrealized enemy. The boogeyman is coming. Okay. So we're across it. I'm actually going to ask my research assistant to describe what the pillars are. Actually, I'm just trying to understand the AUKUS deal better. What are each of the pillars of this agreement? Whilst your sarcasm is so thick, it was like swimming in a chocolate lake. LOL. You even acknowledge defense is important. Like Hans from Willy Wonka. AUKUS is a security partnership between Australia, United Kingdom, US. Pillar 1, nuclear-powered submarines. This pillar focuses on helping Australia acquire and operate conventionally armed Nuclear-powered submarines, key elements, increased visits of the US and the UK submarines to Australia, rotational submarine present in Western Australia, the planned sale of several US Virginia-class submarines to Australia in the 2030s. These are the ones that everyone's always like, but they're not even right for Australia. Joint development of new submarine design. Now, this is where the money's at, right? Which the UK will build first and then Australia will later build domestically. So UK designs and builds them, and then we're going to take over building that. Pillar 2, here we go. Advanced defense technologies. This pillar is broader and aims to accelerate cooperation of advanced military technologies. Area includes artificial intelligence, automation, autonomous systems, and drones. So this is what they're talking about now. They want to build undersea drones, unmanned, autonomous drones that are going to, like, what? Circumnavigate Australia and just, like, swim around underwater, protecting Australia from a threat that we are currently creating. Quantum technologies, cyber capabilities, undersea technologies, electronic warfare, hypersonic and counter-hypersonic systems, information sharing and innovation. What's pillar 3? Sharing and developing advanced military technologies among the 3 countries. Oh, it's just 2 pillars? Pillar 1 tends to receive the most public attention because of the submarines, but Pillar 2 covers a much wider range of technologies that ultimately affect larger portion of the 3 countries' defense cooperation. So we're just cucks for the empire again. Simps. Well, simps actually for the empire, I guess. Yeah, why do you think people want to mess with us? Wait, what did I miss here? It's not about picking your adversary. It's about being a prickly porcupine that no one can mess with. Are you high? You made a statement last week, Mystery, that you think economic disaster ain't coming. Your thoughts back this up when free, please. Well, my thoughts are not like based in anything but like the general prevailing winds of the manufacturing consent machine. If I remember this conversation properly, Mansour Bandit was like, they have been predicting economic collapse like non-stop for the last like 10 years now. And so, like, you know, I'm not calling for economic collapse, but like, you know, every year we have doomsday people like right about now being like, we're about to plunge into economic disaster and we haven't done it yet. So like, I just don't think the world's economy is as fragile as people make it out to be. But like, that doesn't come from any more than just like a general observation of the last 10 years of media discourse, which is just like, any minute now, any minute we're going into global recession and depression, and like, it just doesn't peter out that way. Like last year we were talking about the AI bubble popping and we were all going to be in a depression. You know, like that was imminent last year for the whole of 2025 and never happened. So like, I don't know what else you want. I'm not sure if I can give you anything else, but just a hunch. That's just what I'm talking about. Why do you think people want to mess with us? I wish I was high. Everyone will just get along, donk. Peace, man. Groovy. Because people do want to mess with us. Wouldn't you want a strong defense force so we could tell America we don't need them here anymore? Sounds good to me. But like, that's not how AUKUS works. Is it? Like, I thought America gets to control the subs. It is my understanding that Australia may not have full control over the submarines as part of Pillar 1. And they are at the discretion of America whether we get the Virginia-class subs or the later nuclear subs being designed by the UK. Can you please clarify this position? When Jared gets out of prison, he will control the subs? What are you referring to? The short answer is yes. There are conditions and uncertainties, but no. The submarines are not intended to remain under US control once transferred to Australia. Virginia-class submarines are not guaranteed. Under the current plan, Australia would purchase several Virginia-class submarines from the United States. However, the sale is contingent on the US determining that transferring the boats will not harm the US Navy readiness. US legislation requires various certifications and review before the transfer can occur. Critics therefore argue that Australia is spending billions on infrastructure and workforce development without an absolute guarantee the submarines will come. If transferred, they would be Australian submarines. If transferred, once transferred, the submarines would be operated by the Royal Australian Navy under Australia Command. The United States would not have the authority to direct Australian submarines operations on a day-to-day basis. However, Australia would remain dependent on US for some aspects of support, training, nuclear stewardship, spare parts, maintenance, and arrangements. The SSN AUKUS program. The future SSN AUKUS submarines are intended to be built first in the UK and then later in Australia. The plan assumes that the UK successfully develops and builds the class. Australia develops the industrial workforce to build and maintain them. Future governments in all three countries continue to support the project. Cost remains politically acceptable. Because the government program extends into the 2040s and beyond, critics note that many governments will come and go before the completion. Why do some people say they will not have full control? This criticism usually refers to strategic dependence, not ownership. The argument is the submarines use US combat systems and weapons. Australia relies heavily on the US technical support. The submarine acquisition depends on US political approval. Australia may find it difficult to operate the capability independently if relations with the US were ever to change dramatically. Australia is expected to own and command any submarine it receives. The uncertainty lies not in who controls them after the transfer, but whether the transfers and long-term submarine programs proceed as currently planned and how dependent Australia remains on US technology and support through the life of the capability. So it's not looking great for our, like, wouldn't you want strong defense force so we could tell America we don't need them here anymore? Sounds good to me. Like, if we fuck up our relationship with the US, they'll cut us off from the tech. And then we will have, like, big, chunky, useless submarines, I guess, right? I'm not going to list them all, honey, because there's way too many. Do you think Izzy could do Jenny of Gaza if they had a good military? If there are new people here, follow on Twitchland and activate the like button on YouTube. Yes, that's true. If you're new and you're watching here on YouTube, sub for more, follow on Twitch, and activate the like button. So we need weapons to evict the US, lol. Make it make sense. We're partnering with the enemy. I reckon we should militarize the platypus. No one would expect it. Yes. Like militarizing dolphins. Put laser beams on their head. AI is the pinnacle of human narcissism. The idea that we can build something to be as good or replace us. We just want to see ourselves in something else that will agree with us. Saint Chi, if that's you, how you going? Well, just name one. Oh, wait. A Chinese spy that was a major in California just got arrested, but I'm sure that's the only spy out there from China. I hear what you're saying. Fear-mongering is rife. I think the current situation is different. Sorry, not a major, a mayor. Kind of hard to have a nuanced convo via text. Need to call Ian's occasionally. Nobody let Jared out of prison, please. Shocked Trump hasn't pardoned him yet, though. Solar Bear's in the house. How you going? Sup, fam? Just here lurking. It's good to have you. Damn, I missed a whole bunch of conversation here. God damn, you guys are too fast for me. Lasers on platypuses is the most Command and Conquer shit I've read today. All right, back to it. Back to it. Wait. Back to the BBC.
Which so much of our daily life will give us the ability to detect, to deter, and to deal with threats, including to our underwater cables and pipelines, on which so much of our daily life depends. This is backed by the very best of the defence industry and innovations in all three nations. And I'm backing it now with more than £150 million of British money from the government.
So, John Healy there. Previously, we heard from Pete Hegseth, also standing alongside them, Richard Miles of Australia. Let's cross over to Singapore because Suranjana Tawari was monitoring all of this for us. So, Suranjana, we heard that announcement, this project that this trilateral partnership is developing.
That's right, and quite a significant step forward for the AUKUS alliance. You'll remember that it was formed between Australia, the UK and the US back in 2021, and it has been criticised.
We need subs to protect cables. Yeah, I've like the short cursory glance that I've looked at this topic. I've seen the underwater cables come up a number of times. It's like, hey, China and Russia are cutting undersea cables, and if they cut us off from the rest of the world, we'll just be an island again, floating in the middle of nowhere. And so we need to protect our undersea cables. The straits. We need to protect the strait.
For not actually delivering much. It was formed to try and counter China's rising influence in the Indo-Pacific, but actually the UK Defence Secretary in those comments addressed that and said that the alliance for too long has promised a lot and not delivered enough. And so with this announcement of these underwater drones, it's hoping that it's what's called its second pillar, its technology pillar, which really looks at those types of attacks to things like undersea cables, which of course the world's internet and the world's artificial intelligence relies on. These kinds of systems, these weapon systems, would protect people across Australia, the UK and the US from those types of attacks. John Healy also said that it's really important that security in this region, in the Indo-Pacific, it's really important for people back in the UK at home, in the US at home, and of course Australians as well. So a significant development in that respect. Submarines were also mentioned, which of course is the first pillar of the AUKUS alliance, and they are expecting that US forces will be going on rotation to Australia by 2020.
The first thing I saw this morning was your thumbnail, E, and it put me in a mood. Whoops. I'm going to check my, change my thumbnails or think about my thumbnails a bit better. I just saw these three and I was like, come on, eh? It's the boys hanging out, talking about military stuff.
27 as part of that section of the project.
And also a concern expressed regarding China. China not present there.
That's right. This is the AUKUS meeting happened on the sidelines of the Shangri-La Dialogue, which is Asia's premier defence summit. It's usually an opportunity for the US and China to come together with other regional partners and allies to discuss the security situation and what might be able to be done together in order to try and combat, forces. Other forces. But for the second year in a row, the Chinese are not sending their defence minister. Now, US Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth did address that earlier today in his speech to the forum. He said that, he called on all Asian partners and allies to increase their defense spending to try and counter the military buildup of China. But he also extended an olive branch, saying that US-China relations are better than they have been in years. And actually, President Trump's recent visit to Beijing really helped that, and they're really working on military-to-military communication. He also sort of alluded to the end of the Iran war, saying that even though we're hearing that a deal is close, that if necessary, the US has enough weapons stockpile to restart military operations. But again, stressed that that would only take place if it was absolutely necessary.
Suranjana, to you and the team, many thanks. We'll come back to you throughout the day. Suranjana Tawari there in Singapore. Now, Matthew Sussex is Associate Professor at the Australian National University, and a short while ago he explained the significance of the AUKUS announcement of these unmanned undersea drones.
What's this, ain't she? Sweden asked China to cooperate with severed cable investigation. 2 cables in the Baltic Sea linking Sweden to Lithuania and Finland to Germany were damaged. Ooh, hey? If only they had underwater drones. That's what we need.
Drones.
Typically, the AUKUS partnership is viewed as a bit of an arms deal, frankly, between the UK, the US and Australia, whereby Australia will end up with some American nuclear-powered submarines, and then ultimately a joint design submarine project between the UK and Australia, an upgrade of the Astute class submarine, and that's widely referred to as Pillar 1 of AUKUS. What this announcement is here is about Pillar 2. And Pillar 2 of AUKUS is about cooperation between the UK, US and Australia on advanced technology, which includes things like quantum, but also includes things like this announcement today on uncrewed undersea vehicles, so effectively drone submarines. And the aim here is to boost the ability of Britain, of America and Australia to be able to field undersea submarines without necessarily having to put crews on them, which means that you can develop a rather large amount of them and deploy a lot of them. And that's important for the security of all those 3 nations, whether it be in the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Mediterranean Sea, or of course around the UK.
And it was interesting to hear Pete Hegseth lash out at various Asian nations, Japan, for example, of not pulling their weight. He's got form on that. Of course, he's done it in Europe. So it feels like the US once again just underlining that other nations need to do more because the US is no longer the world's policeman.
So they're doing the same thing that they did last year. Do you remember when Trump came in for round number 2 and Pete Hegseth went over to NATO? And it was just like, look, you guys aren't spending enough money on your defense. Like NATO, we're not spending money on NATO anymore. You guys need to up your GDP spending on NATO. And it was like from 2.5% to 5% or something expected them to do as the US pivots to Asia. And so they're going to leave NATO to like kind of look after its own operations and be that kind of, as Brian would say, that battering ram against Russia, give them something to fight against, but like NATO will pay for it and they'll look after their own affairs there, while the US pivots towards what it's going to have to do with China and controlling China, or containing, keeping China under wraps, let's say. And so like Hegseth has come along to this Shangri-La dialogue to yell at Asian countries and be like, you're not spending enough on defense. All right, start ramping up your defense spending. Start yelling at the Japanese for not spending enough on defense after they've been told traditionally they're not allowed to do stuff like that. They're going to start ramping up their defense so they can be fed into the meat grinder against China if ever necessary, or when the US is ready for that stuff to happen. I read the BBC every day, multiple times a day, as a foreign source of info, sort of like yourself. So when you say something, the brain fires back into old articles. Okay, interesting. Interesting share. Thank you. I mean, I watch / participate in your stream for foreign info. It's worthwhile. Fair enough. Sarsaparilla Jane, gotta go. Thank you for stream. No worries. See you later. Hope to see you soon. Good luck in your service to capital, if that's what you're up to now. Matt Bond's in the house. No way. I have arrived. It's good to have you. Hope you're well.
Look, that's perfectly accurate. I think that Hegseth has been banging the drum in Europe, encouraging and imploring and demanding that NATO countries spend more on defence. He's now done this in Asia and said that 3.5% of GDP is the baseline that the United States expects. He says that the US doesn't want protectorates, it wants partners. And by definition, he says that means you need to be spending more on your defence. That's likely not to go down very well in Japan. And it's also likely not to go down too well in other countries like Australia, the Philippines, which also have bilateral security agreements with the United States. Because quite frankly, those nations have other things other commitments to realise and don't necessarily want to spend so much on their defence infrastructure that they are beholden to the United States in terms of what the US decides to do in relation to its confrontation with China.
Professor Matthew Sussex there from the Australian National University. Our thanks to him for his expert.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Hey, thank you, Australia. Australian Institute, no, National University, I think it was. All right, let's have a look. Let's get our BBC's version of this one. You need to get your grift on, Mystery. Which grift? Do you want me to start selling subs to someone? Is that what you meant? Lemons, even tribes with no technology and no capitalism wage war against each other. Haven't we come a long way since our tribal days, Dilemmas? If Elon puts a Neuralink in me, I can turn off the emotion sensor like Futurama. Yes, just have your screwdriver next to you. All right, let's do this.
This is an attempt by all three AUKUS nations to really re-inject some life and vigour in
bathwater. Is that the grift game we're talking about here? Maybe I'll just cut off a lock of my hair. Everybody gets a curl. You get a curl. You get a curl. I now expect E to start selling fish oil tablets to us. How's your joints, 4IS? I got some tablets for you. You want to unlock your brain power? Mystery box? Yes. What's in the box? Nobody knows.
This is an attempt by all three AUKUS nations to really re-inject some life and vigour into the Pillar 2 of AUKUS. Now, people might remember Pillar 1 is the first part of AUKUS. That's all about developing nuclear-powered submarines for Australia. But then Pillar 2 is an effort by all three countries to develop advanced military technology. But there has been a bit of a sense of drift.
I was watching someone yesterday take $500 in 6 minutes because they joked they would play the game mixtape on stream if they met the goal. There are plenty of ways to grift. That's fucking mental. It's $500 in 6 minutes. I don't know if I could do that, man. Foot pics for cash. Yeah, you and fucking Ninja Nurse are gonna get together and start talking about this stuff. Apparently, yeah, putting feet in videos. The algorithm loves that. You can start selling a revolutionary starter kit. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I'll just like print copies of the Communist Manifesto and give it to people. What's in the mystery box? Oh, right. A photocopied version of the Communist Manifesto. Get the dogs out. Interesting. Very interesting. That's crazy, though. I don't think I could do that. Hey, everyone, give me $500 or I won't play a game. And you're like, that. What's in the box? Yes. We have all throughout history and always will. It's inevitable, unfortunately. What, war is inevitable? Communist Manifesto, a cigar and fish oil tablets. The Mystery Manifesto. Oh, man. What's in the mystery box? Oh, that's great. What's in the box, E? What's this for us? Better not be like child programming or something. What's in the box? Let's have a look.
Put the gun down.
I saw you with the box. What was in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Not till you give me the
What's
gun.
in the fucking box?
Give me the gun.
What's in the bags? Thank you, 4AS. As always. He didn't want to play the game and said it as a joke. Now he's committed. God damn. That's how you make cash. $500 in 6 minutes. I don't really want to play the game. But I guess if you guys pump me full of cash, I'll have to. Quickly make him do the thing. So men are the problem? I thought it was the army. Yeah, it's men, for sure. Warring with each other. They are more of a problem when it comes to violence, but it's not just them. Well. We're having a philosophical debate about whether or not war is human nature. War stems from disagreement in general. Yeah. Wow. That's very interesting. I wonder if war is human nature. I guess it depends what you define as war. Like when you hear people talking about like, oh, well, you know that like before they colonized the Americas or something like that, it was a violent place and there was tribal warfare and everyone was killing each other, living on a knife's edge. And when the tribes talk about their great wars and stuff like that, it was like 10 people or something like that. Like let's say 20 people fighting each other and like, or 50 people fighting each other, maybe 100, and like 10 people died and that was a great war. So I guess it just depends on what your scale of warfare is. From World War II levels of bloodshed all the way down to tribal warfare where a handful of people died in a great war. It's all relative, I guess. It's all relative. War stems from disagreement in general. There is no good reason for war. 1, 10,000, 1 million. It's all conflict. I thought we were talking about war. Look at PNG tribal warfare. There is modern day vids. The Dawn of Everything even says tribal warfare was based on volunteers as well. You want to raid the other village? Yeah, raiding party. Hello? Raiding party. Yeah, all right, let's do this. Side sausage. What's men's biggest fear about going to prison? Maybe you need to do a mystery sticker drop to join the movement. Punton seems to do well with that one. Yeah, dropping stickers. Yeah, I guess I could just like wrangle in some cheap labor from Southeast Asia or something like that to make some stickers and just sell them to people. Soap collection. Yeah. Interesting. It's something to think about, I guess. Something to think about. The grift. Oh, man. It's just not in my wheelhouse. It's not. I will make it work, though. Like, putting up the super chat thing once a day is enough for me. If I make $5 on a super chat, that's a good goal. All right. Pretty sure the Amazonians didn't fuck around. Warrior women. There you go. Well, you couldn't write that. They got censored. I guess that's too hardcore, isn't it? All right. I want to hear the ABC take on this. Let's do this.
This is an attempt by all three AUKUS nations to really re-inject some life and vigour into the Pillar 2 of AUKUS. Now, people might remember Pillar 1 is the first part of AUKUS. That's all about developing nuclear-powered submarines for Australia. But then Pillar 2 is an effort by all three countries to develop advanced military technology. But there has been a bit of a sense of drift around that. Also, some of the work that all three nations are doing at the moment...
Or you can take the mystery box. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's looking good. I'd take the box. Hey, wouldn't you?
Simply isn't being made public for obvious reasons. So perhaps one, to inject a bit more momentum in it, and two, to get a bit more publicity for what they've already been doing, the three nations have basically announced a new marquee project, which is developing payloads, in other words, weaponry, and the things that, and the missiles and the like that are shot, and also on top of that, sensors or sensory systems for underwater drones. Now, this, of course, comes at a time when all three countries are increasingly worried about the way that underwater drones can be used against us for surveillance as well as to target critical infrastructure. We heard yesterday from Richard Marles about the fact that we've seen this spate of sometimes mysterious, sometimes not so mysterious accidents with submarine cables targeted in places like the Taiwan Strait and in the Baltic Sea. And the argument from all three AUKUS
firing loads.
Nations is that if they pour more money into this sort of technology, then we're more likely to get a leading edge in a way that gives us a critical military advantage. Let's take a listen to John Healey, the UK Defence Secretary, and Richard Marles talking about this announcement late yesterday in Singapore.
For too long with AUKUS, we've talked too much and delivered too little. That has now changed under our three governments. And as President Trump has said, we're now full steam ahead on AUKUS.
We are announcing today the first signature.
Oh, thank God Trump said it. And look, Hegseth's here, the whipping, like he's here to whip these two into shape. It's shameful stuff, isn't it? Well, these guys yelling at the Asians now after yelling at the Europeans to spend more money, and like Australia and UK jumping into line. It's time. We've talked so much and we've done so little. It's time to ramp up some spending as the US gets more interested in the Indo-Pacific and turning its attentions to China.
Project under Pillar 2.
Again, suck, gulp, good job. Yeah, I know. It's painful, isn't it?
Which will see all three countries invest in the development of cutting-edge payloads and enabling systems for uncrewed undersea vehicles is a momentous occasion in what is the AUKUS journey. This is the three countries putting real money behind a capability that we will put into the hands of the warfighter next year.
All right, so that's one announcement to come out of that meeting. Were there any others?
Yeah, one other one just worth looking at briefly, Fauzia. The three countries again reaffirmed Pillar 1 of AUKUS and said they were pushing ahead with the plan for Australia to develop its own nuclear-powered submarines and acquire at least 3 Virginia-class submarines from the United States. One interesting shift, though. Originally, the plan was basically for Australia to get 2 second-hand Virginia-class submarines and then perhaps 1 new Virginia-class submarine straight off the production line. That's now changed. Essentially what the three countries said yesterday is that they would now look to get all 3 of those second-hand Virginia submarines or Virginia-class submarines from the US Navy and from ones that are already underwater. So instead of getting 2 old and 1 new, we're now getting 3 old submarines. Now, there are 2 ways you can look at this. You know, on the one hand, you can argue there's less complexity. It makes more sense. You know, the 3 boats that we're likely to get now, assuming that, of course, the US president does sign off on it in the 2030s, are all going to be of the same type. That makes it easier for Australia to maintain them and look after them. On the other hand, it does mean that...
Just out of curiosity, what's the actual cost of these fancy conferences? I mean, I've been to a few in my time and none look like that. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Singapore puts them on, so I'm assuming Shangri-La, it's going to be at like a massive hotel with a conference. There must be some type of kickback there or some type of tax break or benefit for hosting this kind of thing. Maybe they all contribute somehow. Who the fuck knows, eh? Who really puts it on? When it comes to like the world up at this top end of town, something that us plebs don't really understand very well is that it's not what you know, it's who you know. And so like if people are like, let's say Shangri-La fronts this event and fronts the costs of it, they'll get something somewhere else, etc., etc., etc. They make friends and network, and that's how that world works, really. We live in a post-World War II situated world, as if will happen again, but it could, but nuclear weapons seem to make it less likely. The issue with the ones we have now is they need maintenance. America-made shit is crap. I think he's raring to hit the red button. Mutually assured destruction. Reports were that he already asked for the codes or whatever. God damn. Really love this idea of unmanned war drones. Have these guys never seen any AI sci-fi movies? Like, come on, you don't have to watch many. They're both as full of corruption and unnecessary BS. Heidi got dumped by an American dude decades ago. Still salty. Be respectful to each other, chat. Right back at you. To be dumped. I've also never dated a Yank.
Australia is going to get 3 older boats rather than 2 older boats and 1 new boat. So there are questions then that arise from that. How much life does that shave off, the life of that submarine? Does that mean that Australia is getting a worse deal than it did when it was hoping to get 1 new submarine rolling off the US Virginia-class production line? So it is a little deep in the weeds, but it's interesting, and I think Richard Miles is likely to get further questions about this here in Singapore later today.
So we paid all that money and what? We're getting like fucking hand-me-down subs. So good, man. So good. Hand-me-down subs. Alright, we're not using these ones anymore. You can have them. We'll take the new shiny ones. Respectful. Mystery censorship mostly has my back. This is true. If you can't get it through the censor, tell me and I'll read it out. China make quality products now. Used to be the joke of town. Go figure. The poor toilet. All right. I don't think there's anything else with this topic. Is there? Did I want to check something else? No. Oh, let's get a Sky News take. Why the fuck not, hey? Why the fuck not, yeah.
The first cracks have officially appeared in the AUKUS deal, despite billions of Australian taxpayer dollars already being handed over to the US government. We will now not get a 3rd Virginia-class submarine. It'll be second-hand, just like the first 2 in a batch of 3. Joining us live this morning is our US analyst, Michael Ware. So, Michael, good to see you. We are paying the price now for a slow American rollout.
Well, that's right.
Why are these guys upset about this? I thought they'd be happy for us to hand over money to the US to get submarines and stuff like that. I didn't get it. I didn't get the Sky News talking point on this one. Wasn't it a Liberal government that fucking organised all of this anyway? Wasn't it ScoMo that got us into AUKUS?
From the very inception of the AUKUS deal and then coming into the Trump administration, there have been war planners here in the United States who don't believe or aren't confident enough that America's own ability to manufacture Virginia-class nuclear-powered and armed submarines can keep up with America's own demand, let alone a demand or a requirement for Australia.
100% E, but shitting on ALP, and that's what matters. But like, they're not though. Aren't they just whinging about this just for the sake of it? Don't let facts get in the way of a good story. But I don't get it. I'm confused. I thought they'd be across this. Like, we need to defend ourselves against evil China. The Chinese are coming to get us. We're lucky we got 3 hand-me-down subs in the first place. We could have got nothing but platypuses with laser beams on their heads. But at least we got nuclear subs now. That's right. Be thankful. The part that was bad about AUKUS was 2040 to have the shipyards ready. The Chinese would have those done in months. Yes, they would. Yes, they fucking would.
So, in a sense, we're being sold, as you say, 2 used subs, not. We're now buying 3 used subs, not 2. And we're also augmenting in with the Brits to develop the SSN AUKUS nuclear-powered submarine, which has been developed by the Brits to replace their existing Astute-class sub. So, look, this is about a capability gap. This is about the 2030s because, you know, we're trying to extend the life of our old diesel-class Collins submarines, diesel Collins-class submarines beyond their life expectancy into the 2040s. In the meantime, we are building HMAS Sterling so that the Americans and Brits can be constantly rotating nuclear-powered submarines through Australia and the Indo-Pacific. In the meantime, we're going to get the used subs and then a new one from America.
3 is the minimum to have one underway. That is why Navy normally procures multiples of 3. Hobart class 3, Collins class 6, Cape class 6.
And then long-term, under the umbrella of AUKUS, we've joined with the Brits to get their next generation nuclear-powered submarine, which is the AUKUS SSN AUKUS. One other thing is that behind the scenes, powerful defence planners like Elbridge Colby have been resistant to AUKUS because of the manufacturing logjam they see here in the States. Perhaps this could be perceived as a little bit of a snub from the Trump administration and flicking us to their special relationship with the Brits while sort of weighing up the value of our special relationship with the Americans under ANZUS alliance.
Yeah, look, Pete Hegseth and Richard Marles over the weekend, they tried to put a positive spin on things, saying, hey, you know, the second-hand sub, still good, still great. But behind all of that, do you think this is the start of more trouble ahead when it comes to AUKUS?
Well, definitely. AUKUS is a monumental project with millions of moving parts. You know, building subs is not easy. You know, whether they're brand new designs or whether you're building, say, new Virginia class. So a lot is bound to go wrong over the decades of the lifetime of this deal. Now, I don't see this as a knockout blow to the nature of our relationship with the Americans or to the AUKUS agreement, but it's certainly signalling that perhaps this administration isn't, I don't know, venerating or seeing the value of our AUKUS deal as much as the previous administration. So, look, it keeps us in a precarious place, but developing unmanned underwater vehicles, these, you know, submarine drones, that's of equal validity. There's a thought that one day battleships and subs won't be needed because it'll be all undersea drones doing all the attacking, and protecting those internet cables is absolutely vital. We've seen the Iranians threaten them in the Strait of Hormuz. We've seen the Russians threatening them in the North Sea. So that now Britain and Norway are hunting Russian subs that are hunting the undersea cables. So that is a significant achievement on its own. But what it says about the pulse of AUKUS is still a mystery.
The pulse of AUKUS. That is the true mystery. Definitely not the mystery box. That's for sure. That's for sure. If we keep our military and NDIS cuts similar, I'm happy. They're both full of corruption and unnecessary BS. Japan's defense minister denies militarism and criticizes China's what? Huge arsenal. Japan's defense minister has rebutted Beijing's claim that his country was engaging in new militarism, criticizing China for its military expansion and lack of transparency. When was this? 20 hours ago. Oh, it's fresh as. Shinjiro argued that it was actually China and its huge arsenal of weapons that was a serious concern to the international community. His remarks on the last day of the defense summit in Singapore were some of the most pointed yet from Tokyo in response to China's repeated criticism of Japan's military build-up under Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi. The two countries have a long history of tensions stemming from Japan's invasion of China during World War II. Stemming from there? I don't know, man. I think it goes back a lot longer. Fair enough. Watch out. It's from Shangri-La. Yeah, got it. Thank you. Did you guys hear PewDiePie dropped an AI workspace? Maybe you could have a new research assistant? All right. Thank you, PewDiePie. LOL chat. PDP. Every time you use AI, a robot replaces a human in the future. Yeah, watch out. All right, let's just do one thing because it was going off fucking this morning. Let's go for this, please.
A senior government minister.
One Nation, Australia's most popular party, according to Red Bridge poll, ABC. Let's have a look. This was going off this morning in the chat, and I hadn't looked at it at all, so might as well see what all the fucking hype is about, right? Let's have a look.
Are again defending the tax reforms announced in the federal budget following the release of a negative opinion poll. One Nation is now the most popular party in Australia, according to a Redbridge survey conducted for the Australian Financial Review, which also found support for the federal budget is low. Let's get more from political reporter Stephanie Boris. Steph, what can you tell us about this survey?
Good morning, Gemma. Well, traditionally when we look at opinion polls and you look specifically around the primary vote, it's between the Coalition and Labor. But for the first time, we're seeing One Nation as Australia's most popular political party. If we take a look at the primary vote figures,
it's true,
published...
Dilemmas. It's true. You didn't lie this morning. It's happening. The ABC's talking about it. A most popular party.
In this Redbridge survey, we've got One Nation sitting on 31%, with Labor now on 28%, and the Coalition down to just 20%. The preferred Prime Minister remains as Anthony Albanese, but only just. And millennials say that they would rather vote for One Nation instead of Labor or the Greens. So while it doesn't come as a surprise that some of the figures around the budget aren't too happy or good, this is a result that both the Coalition and Labor will be looking at closely. Of course, we've got to take every poll with a grain of salt, but there have been a number of opinion polls over successive months showing there is a rise in support for One Nation.
Yeah, is there any indication as to why there's been this further rise in support for One Nation?
I think you've got to look at the fact that this poll was done after the federal budget. And if you look specifically around the figures of the federal budget in this poll, it shows that people don't seem pretty keen on what's being sold to them in terms of how many people think this budget is good. For Australia, it's around the 20-ish% mark. Those that think it's bad, it's over 50%. The government's been trying to sell its changes to negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount, pushing the fact that they say this will improve the housing market and allow more people to get in.
I don't know, man. I don't really buy this whole thing, to be honest. Like, do people really give a fuck, honestly, about negative gearing and capital gains? Again, like I've asked a million times, does anyone give a fuck about this, honestly? I mean, they're basing, like, people only want Pauline. Is that the picture they're painting here? People only want Pauline or One Nation because the budget sucks. Like, I thought they had more appeal than to just like, oh, the Labor government got the budget wrong, so everyone's going to One Nation. I thought it was different. Many experts advocate for mixed energy grid because renewables are intermittent, pairing them with the steady base generation of nuclear energy can help stabilize grids while significantly lowering carbon footprints. To explore energy costs and generation viability, you can check analytical resources like Australia Energy Regulator or US EIA Energy Overview. Sorry, future human. Yeah, take that. AI has spoken. Can you negatively gear your own military? Because it seems you Australians would cause you can't agree on shit. My bad. But no one wants to lose money. It's just people believe the media lie. Well, where's One Nation's budget? If they really wanted to show off, they would produce what they would do. I think it's too easy to play professional opposition, though. You just have to be like, no, it's crap. All right. Anyway, back to it. I gotta know. When will Supreme Queen Pauline become leader of Australia?
To the housing market, buy their first home, but that's not being bought by a number of members clearly of the Australian community, and we've heard very loudly from the business community as well. The survey also did look at the fact that a number of people just don't believe Australia is moving in the right direction. So Redbridge is suggesting this is people just feeling frustrated with both of the major parties and they're looking for another option. Senior Government Minister Amanda Rishworth was out this morning. She says, look, she's not too surprised about the budget polling results in this, and that the government does have further work to do in selling its proposals to the Australian people.
These reforms are big and they're not easy, but they're the right thing for the country. And when you're in government, you've got to make often responsible decisions, and that's what we've done.
Steph, what's the response been?
It's crap, but honestly, all I've heard from them is culture war points and a gas lobby controlled gas reform. Yes, it's definitely that, isn't it? Like, they are now setting the tone of the conversation. Like, I can't believe when we watched Supreme Queen Pauline addressing the, what was the name of it as well? It was the Energy Producers Conference, and she was telling them what her platform was going to be. And like, she's preaching to the people that probably wrote the policy in the first place, telling them that we're going to have a 30% equity share in gas and stuff. But like, they're completely controlling the conversation on it. Completely controlling the conversation, it would seem. It's now acceptable to talk about gas. We were never allowed to talk about fucking taxing any of our resources. They literally killed governments for talking about taxing resources, and now we're all having this conversation like it's normal. Yeah, it was a gay lobby conference. Gas. Yeah, it was literally a gas lobby conference. Yeah, and they were like cheering on. Controlled opposition, hey? Very interesting. All right.
Generally.
Well, while this isn't great news for the government, it's also not great news for the coalition. Their primary support figure has reduced further too. And usually, traditionally in the past, if people aren't happy with the government, they look towards the opposition. But in this case, what we're seeing is more people going towards One Nation. The Shadow Treasurer, Tim Wilson, was speaking on Radio National Breakfast this morning and gave quite an honest reflection on the current state of play.
We need to be better and make sure that we clearly communicate to the Australian community what we're going to do. But I'm absolutely convinced that not just we will be here in the next parliament, but we will go on to win.
If there is so much ill feeling towards this government, why are those voters not coming to you?
Well, I think there's a chunk of voters who are just going into the orange paddock of despair because there's a lot of noise and attention there. But we need to actually make it clear where we want to take the country.
I'm actually a bit amazed by it, shocked by it actually, Steve, to tell you the truth. To have that result, look, I know this is what I've been working towards all my political career, but it's not for me personally. I want a change for the country. I want people to feel that they've, got some hope for the future.
Now, successive opinion polls, Gemma, have shown how voters from the Liberal and National base are moving towards One Nation. It's interesting to see that former Liberal Prime Minister Tony Abbott's been out and about doing a bit of media this morning. Of course, over the weekend, he was elected unopposed. The new federal...
Stop talking about fucking the Liberals. I want to know about One Nation surging ahead. Prime Minister Pauline Hanson. Realistic? Oh, God, why didn't we go to Sky News first? Idiot.
Here's a gift. The latest Redbridge Group Accent Research poll released just hours
I had
before...
to give it to Queen Pauline. She's good with words, eh? Yeah, well, hey, she's very convincing, that's for sure. I'm just an Aussie battler like yourself. And all I care about is change, eh? So I want change. All right. Back to it.
Before I came on air, shows One Nation is now the most popular political party in the country. Not just beating the coalition, One Nation is now leading Labor in the polls. Primary support for One Nation has jumped 4 points to 31%, while Labor's primary vote has fallen 3 points to 28.
Independents are up as well. They've got a nice little teal colour for the independents there. Look at that, 2+ on other. Greens down 1%, Coalition down 2%, Labor down 3%.
The coalition has dropped 2 points to 20%.
Millions of people exist in a country, but 1,000 people show Pauline is going to win the next election. Seems legit. Hey. Let Sky News enjoy this, bro. Let them fucking enjoy it. They've been pushing this for so long. Let them enjoy it.
The poll, taken 2 weeks after the budget, shows that on a two-party preferred basis, calculated by asking voters how they direct their preferences at an election, Labor would only just beat One Nation 51 to 49. So when Senator Hanson was asked this morning if she wanted to be Prime Minister, well, it wasn't a silly question. And I thought she answered it with the perfect blend of confidence and humility. Have a listen.
Do I want to be Prime Minister? Well, I tell you what, I won't knock the job, Andrew, because I believe that I have the ability to do it. I'm not going to underestimate myself or say, no, I can't do it. It's not about Pauline Hanson, my own, wanting to go and be Prime Minister. It's getting the right person in the position to drive this country so that we can have a future for our kids and grandchildren.
Thank God, because if we don't have it, there's no future for anyone. Oh my God. They're going to delete the future. I'm just an Aussie battler. I may be worth millions and have been gifted a private jet, but I'm just like you, Flaps. Look, I told you this morning, if she gets in, we all get fucking private jets. I'm telling you, people, we get fucking private jets. Remind me the policy Hanson has passed again. Anyone? Well, once she gets more seats, eh? Once she gets more seats. Burn him! I'm telling you, people.
Mr. Pauline Hanson is not a far-fetched question, not given the latest polling. Now, it's always dangerous for politicians to comment on the polls, but when asked, Senator Hanson handled it, I thought, really, really well. She pointed out that she's not the one saying she'll win 59 seats, and she's not the one saying she's more popular than Labor. So again, humility, but there was no false humility either.
I didn't do the poll, right? Nothing to do with me. This is what's come out. They said that we would get about 23% in South Australia. We got that. We got 7 seats. They weren't expecting that. They thought we'd do quite well in Farah,
So
but
good.
they never picked 40%.
They predicted that we get 7, and we got it. Hey, no one ever saw that coming. But like you just said, they predicted it, and you got it. Which one is it? Did she just say that, or am I just confused here?
Humility, but there was no false humility either.
I didn't do the poll, right? Nothing to do with me. This is what's come out. They said that we would get about 23% in South Australia. We got that. We got 7 seats. They weren't expecting that.
They said we would get it, and we got it. They weren't expecting that, were they? This is some fucking Inception shit, man. Goddamn.
They thought we'd do quite well in Farah, but they never picked 40%. There's such an undercurrent that's happening in this country that people are fed up and they want change.
So she didn't claim anything while cleverly waving a very detailed receipt of why the claim might just be very accurate. The other thing I noticed about Senator Hanson's interview with my colleague Andrew Clennell is how well she handled the trickier questions. She wants to slash immigration, but that means we won't have any skilled workers.
In 22-20...
Did they get 7 seats? I have no idea, to be honest. I'm not sure. Who knows what the claim is? It doesn't matter. They literally say two completely contradictory things in one sentence. And it's just like, oh, isn't she so humble? Goddamn, so humble. Gamer Jam. The founding fathers gave us everything we needed to ensure we didn't wind up right where we are now. The Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Second Amendment. We're just going to throw it all away and pretend we don't see what's happening to us as we speak. Tell us what's happening. What do you mean? Are you talking about Pauline Hanson? Don't worry about it. The founding fathers could never have predicted that. She can't even predict it. But she's taking credit for it. Listen to Pauline is like nails on a chalkboard, unfortunately for me. Oh, come on. It's a bit difficult. It's actually a bit confusing, actually. I'm not sure what this presenter is trying to make out. But anyway, Supreme Queen Pauline, next Prime Minister of Australia. I'm predicting it now. No one is going to predict it, but we're going to predict it right here. That's what's going to happen. I'm calling it. All right, we're going to have a quick break. I'm going to be back with some more. If you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button if you're on YouTube. If you're new here, subscribe for more or follow on Twitch. We'll be right back.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. me why, when they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why.
We're back. Now, if you weren't here last week, right? I think it was Friday, actually. No, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was Thursday. Anyway, we watched a very interesting video, or a couple of videos last week, where we saw people commenting on Jeff Bezos's proposal to basically cut out tax, which I thought was rather surprising for a large segment of the American working population. Pretty crazy realization, to be honest, from old Jeff Bezos over here, Buff Bezos. But pretty much the conversation went along the lines of Jeff Bezos believes that, I think he said something along the lines of the bottom 50% of the US population pays for about 3% of all of the revenue from tax that comes in for the IRS. So like 3% of all tax revenue is paid by 50% of the American population. And so it was like, look, if 50% of people are only paying about 3% of all the tax revenue that comes in, it's pretty negligible, pretty much. Like, that's what he was saying as Mr. CEO King himself, Buff Bezos. And so he was kind of making the case that it's pointless for Americans that pay only 3%, make up 3% of revenue, tax revenue, to continue paying it. He was basically making an argument to abolish tax for the 50% lowest, like income tax for 50% of Americans, which is a pretty radical idea, if you ask me, for someone like him to say that. But like, it's just part of that general kind of attack on kind of taxes and the government that comes from the billionaire class. Like, they love the government. They absolutely love the state. They love it when it does things that subsidizes their industries and protects their property. And so, like, you have to think of all regulations, all legislation in a capitalistic society geared towards the protection of private property and its various interests, and subsidizing the risks of the market to private individuals. And anything outside of that is just government wastage. which is why you have people in this chat, I won't name anyone, who are constantly talking about like how big government is bad, because the talking points that usually come from the captains of industry are like that, big government bad, and like people repeat the line. And like, yeah, big government is bad, and it is bad from the perspective of if it's not subsidizing my industry or protecting my vested interests, so my private property relations. And so like, it's pretty interesting that he would talk about this, because it gets people, I believe it gets people being like, yeah, tax sucks. And like, 50% of the American population would be like, yeah, I'm with Bezos. I'm with Buff Bezos. He cares about me. The bottom 50% of American society, he wants me to stop having to pay tax. He's a goddamn, if anything, he should be the president of the United States. Hey, he's a realist. He knows what it's all about. And so we watched him talk about it, and then we watched Fox Business afterwards. So Fox News has a business section, or like a complete channel just dedicated to business, so Fox Business. And we watched them talk about it, and they were like taken back, like aghast that Buff Bezos would say this. Their take was a little bit different on it, to be honest. They were basically saying like, how could Buff Bezos say this? Even if they paid like 5 cents tax, it's better than nothing, because at least if they're contributing to society by paying taxes, they feel like they're part of the society, and they'll fight for America kind of thing, because they have a stake in it. So basically they're just hoping that people pay tax because they'll want to fight and die for America. So they have warriors to send away to die in foreign wars. And that was basically the long and the short of it for them. But for someone like him, he, as one of the richest people in the world, really, he loves a war on tax, I would say. Buff Bezos needs a good war on tax to suit his interests, generally. Nobody likes you, Jeff? Ravy? How could you? Speak for yourself. Everybody loves a bit of Buff Bezos. Oh yeah. If you tax people less, you have more to spend on Amazon. We should do a tier list of billionaires from D to tier F tier. That's all they're allowed. I'd say Bezos is banking on, if Americans have more money, they won't buy shares, just more trinkets and widgets. Yeah, let's spend that money on internet purchases instead. So anyway, we're going to continue down this rabbit hole, because we've got the JP Morgan CEO that's responded to Jeff Bezos on this after we watched Fox Business pick it apart. Because Bezos is now becoming a champion of the people. We're going to look at how JP Morgan responds to this. And then we're going to have a look at somebody that we've looked at, I don't know, the last couple of months. There's a guy called Gary Stevens. Gary Stevens is a leftist economist that exists on social media. And like, his claim to fame is like, he's the guy that nonstop talks about inequality. And like, his mission is to call out inequality. There's a whole bunch of rich and wealthy people out there that just extract resources from society, and they need to have their wealth, redistributed a bit. Like, inequality is out of control. And his whole shtick is just talking about how much inequality sucks and we need to do something about it. So he's weighed in on why Jeff Bezos is calling for this tax cut for the 50%, the lowest 50% of Americans out there. And I'd like to hear what he has to say about this. Bezos' own rocket explodes on launchpad. Baby, you're a firework. Yes, we saw this when it happened, like a few hours after it happened. Someone put in the chat like last Friday, I guess it was. And we watched it in almost real time. No, but like 2 hours or something after it happened. And we're like, what time is it at the moment? And it was like midnight or something over there when that happened. Anyway, let's hear what a fellow, from the bourgeoisie has to say about Buff Bezos and his tax-free poor people.
The tax policy piece of this specifically, last week, Jeff Bezos was on CNBC and made a lot of news, basically said bottom 50% of Americans should not pay federal income tax. Government doesn't have a revenue problem. It has a spending problem. that he'd be potentially more open to paying taxes if it meant the money was actually going towards the greater good here. It kind of reminded me a little bit of some of the comments we've heard from you in the past, especially when I think about things like, earned income tax credit.
Yeah. So first, when I saw Jeff doing that, I'm saying, thanks, Jeff, God bless you, get involved in the debate. You may not agree with everything he's saying, but I like the fact he's saying stuff, and he cares enough about our country to actually get on there, because a lot of people just simply don't do it or even think about it very much. And tax is very complicated, okay? So I generally agree, and if you look at the bottom, the 100,000, they don't pay that much anyway, so you got to be a little...
What will he plagiarize from Marx today? Who, our friend Gary Stevens? I'm really interested to see what his take is on that one. That podcast we did about him being a secret socialist. Like, I don't know if his fan base that came across and looked at that pod were too excited about that. They were like, how dare you? He's not a socialist. He's a millionaire. And he's made all of his money trading. I was like, yeah, well, fair enough. Doesn't mean he doesn't know how fucking capitalism works, that's for sure. What will we do without our beloved billionaires? Yeah, thank God he's weighed in on the discussion, eh? Thank God.
About it very much. And tax is very complicated, okay? So I generally agree, and if you look at the bottom, the 100,000, they don't pay that much anyway, so you got to be a little careful. They're all different types of taxes. You got your sales tax, and you got real estate taxes, and some drive bad behavior and all that, and it all should be kind of looked at. I like the earned income tax credit, which today as it stands, if you're a single parent making $14,000, the government gives you $7,000. At the end of the year, in a check, some people are entitled to it, don't get it. If you have no children, they give you like $700. I would take that, the $14,000, I'd make it $12,000, I'd get rid of the child requirement. You're working, you'll go home with $26,000. If you're two parents, you have $52,000. And the reason I like it is because, first, I think it would pay for itself. We know one thing about jobs: they create dignity. That first rung in the ladder. When I hear people making fun of burger flippers, a lot of those burger flippers end up owning and running McDonald's. They are proud of what they accomplish. A lot of our forefathers came here, and that's what they did when they got here. But that first
I love when you have fucking Wall Street executives, bankers being like, everybody gives burger flippers a hard time, but a lot of them go on to eat the burgers that they flip because they can't afford basic necessities. Like, honestly, he said they go on to own the McDonald's joint that they used to flip burgers at. Like, come on, the Burger Reich? Yeah, what the fuck is this? This is awful. And what type of forum are we at here? Just for clarification, the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute, basically the neoliberal world order think tank. And like, hey, here's a shout out to all you burger flippers. Yeah, old Thomas Jefferson flipping burgers until he became something. And then he got to own slaves. All right. This guy earns $43 million US a year. I started flipping burgers. Now I own enough to own one. Pen tester, you're back. How you going? How are you? I find it funny old people use the founding fathers as a reference, excluding that they were in their 20s, etc. The oldest was about 40-ish, not bloody 80. 60 McRibs ago. Oh man. Give me some more burger flipping stuff. Come on, bro.
And the reason I like it is because, first, I think it would pay for itself. We know one thing about jobs: they create dignity. That first rung in the ladder. When I hear people making fun of burger flippers, a lot of those burger flippers end up owning and running McDonald's. They are proud of what they accomplish. A lot of our forefathers came here, and that's what they did when they got here. But that first rung leads to a second rung. Jobs lead to the money would go to the person, so it's not big government deciding whether you can buy potato chips and soda or not. They would spend it on their families and their homes. They spend it locally.
Big government. Big government. Yeah, they don't get to decide what I do with my burger flipping money. Fuck you. Big government. There it is. You gotta be careful with this rhetoric.
It might foster local restaurants. They might buy more insurance or a tutor for the kids or something like that. And it would lift up those economies, but it also has the great virtue of bringing people into the workforce, making work pay more. And we know one thing about jobs: better social outcome, more household formation, less crime, less suicide, less recidivism. So if you actually did the full analysis, which is hard to do, and we really haven't, I guarantee it would more than pay for itself. And that would cost like another $50 billion. If they did that, yeah, I think people would be willing to pay as long as it went to them.
What the fuck is this guy talking about? Come on, seriously. The classic burger flipper story starts in the kitchen, then runs McDonald's. Oh yeah, it's a classic. It's the classic. The amount of guys I know that made their buck that way. Oof. Thanks, Macca's. America was founded on ideas of young people, not the rules of old. Now they've relaxed the rules on food quality over there. They don't need to worry about burger consumers living long enough to own any means of production. They got it covered. Don't worry. Fuck. What was the type of taxation he was talking about?
Tax is very complicated, okay? So I generally agree, and if you look at the bottom, the 100,000, they don't pay that much anyway. So you got to be a little careful. They're all different types of taxes. You know, you got your sales tax and you got real estate taxes and some drive bad behavior and all that. And it all should be kind of looked at. I like the earned income tax credit, which...
The earned income tax credit? Is that what he said? Earned income tax credit. All right. Just bear with me for a minute. I would like to know what the fuck this guy's talking about. What is the earned income tax credit? Captain Bucket in the house. Hey, I'm late. What did I miss? We are learning from our billionaire overlords that if you look, you want to fucking solve your problems, Captain Bucket, go get a job flipping burgers, and one day you will own the very McDonald's establishment that you worked at. Like, everybody makes fun of burger flippers, eh? But one day they're gonna own the fucking world, asshole. That's what you missed out on. I knew it was the circumcision. Even though it was the Tylenol, I knew it was the circumcision. The Earned Income Tax Credit is a refundable tax credit in the United States designed to boost the income of low and moderate income workers, especially those with children. You must have earned income from work. The credit gives you generally the credit amount generally increases as your earnings arise up to a point, then phases out as income gets higher. Workers who qualify with qualifying children typically receive much larger credits than workers without children because it is refundable. If the credit is larger than the income tax you owe, you can receive the difference as a tax refund. For example, if a family owes $1,000 of federal but qualifies for a $4,000 EITC, their tax bill would be reduced to zero and they would receive a refund of $3,000. The EITC is widely regarded as one of the largest anti-poverty programs in the United States because it supplements the earnings of people who are working rather than providing benefits regardless of employment status. So it was enacted under the administration of Gerald Ford in 1975 and has since been expanded by administrations and Congress from both major parties. Okay, so he's advocating for that. Even if you are a burger flipper, one day you will own McDonald's. So like he doesn't like what Bezos is saying at all. Don't cut them off from income tax. Please don't cut them off for an income tax. But like, you know, we've got systems that incentivize work. It's all about work. We want workers. We want workers, damn it. I did my time at Macca's. Yeah, and do you own a Macca's? Because obviously you didn't do your fucking time then. I can make better burgers than McDonald's. It would be a drain on my sanity creating that poison. You're missing the point. You could own the Maccas. Own the Maccas. Jamie Dimon is like the Pied Piper. All right. Shall we move on? He's like the Pied Piper though, isn't he? I want to work at Macca's now. I want to own myself a goddamn McDonald's. Oh, yeah. All right. So, like I said, last week, Bezos came out and announced that the bottom 50% of Americans shouldn't pay any tax. But, like, you'd miss out. Like this guy's saying, hey, look, they'd miss out, though, in getting their tax credit. And that incentivizes people to work. Which is nice. I don't know why Bezos's plan wouldn't incentivize people to work. It'd just mean people wouldn't pay tax on the incomes that they're getting from their work. I don't know why exactly they wouldn't incentivize people to work. I'm not sure. But like this guy thinks that the tax credit is the way to go, apparently. Jingle Jangle Jam. My town has no Maccas. We escaped from being under their thrall. And how did you do that? Did you eradicate all the burger flippers in town? And then Macca's dissolved, just disappeared into thin air. Right before our eyes, it just disappeared. Oh, that's what you guys are talking about with the circumcision thing. I left to work for Domino's, LOL. I shifted my capital and now I own a Domino's. Yo, Bezos, dick rocket blew up, didn't it? Yes, we saw that last week. Crazy. The thraldom of McDonald's. They also don't have to pay people to audit 50% of people's taxes. Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? And then they can spend that money auditing the billionaire class to make sure that they're not shifting their money to tax havens? I don't know. It really does look very phallic. It does. It definitely does. No, we're just too small and remote. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I thought you had no budding burger flippers, and so no one to start the next generation of Maccas in the area. I worked for Domino's for a while. I ate so much cheap feta and jalapenos. And that's life. That's life. All right, let's do this. We're going to go over here. And this guy, if you're not aware, his name is Gary, and he's from Gary's Economics. So he's like a UK-based trader of some sort. I think he used to work for like massive financial organizations in England, and like did trading for them and stuff like that. And then he probably just went his own way and made his millions. And then he started I don't know, talking about economics on YouTube. But he's always had a spin about like how really the problem with society is inequality, and like the more there is extreme inequality, the worse things get, because like people are hoarding wealth at one end and there's less to go around at the bottom. And like there are tangible effects. Like you can really feel it. It's not just like they hoard money at one end and there's still enough resources for everyone else. Like the more is hoarded, the less there is to go around for everybody else, and they struggle over more and they feel the pressures of that. And society as a whole feels the crunch of that pressure, like massively feels the crunch of that pressure. So much so that it has, like revolutionary effects on society, almost like massive political consequences. And all of the problems that you see around you in the world today really can be traced back to worsening and worsening inequality. So that's wealth inequality. Usually there are two types of general forms of inequality, if you are unaware. There is income inequality and there is wealth inequality. There are many forms of inequalities out there. It's just some form of unequal relationship. And like they can be good and bad, or they can just be completely neutral. But like what he talks about is inequality from an economic perspective. So he really is talking about wealth inequality and income inequality. But I think he tends more towards even wealth, because like it's hard to measure income because most, billionaires or like wealthy people don't even have incomes. They just have assets and they live off their assets and their class distinction. Like, again, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And they live off of a world of knowing the right people and having the right networks. And so they get access to all the most exclusive wonders of the modern age. Anyway, he criticizes that heavily. And so he's picked up on Jeff Bezos's comments wanting to cut your taxes. So it'd be interesting to see what he has to say. Censored by Big Burger. If I owned a Macca's, I would burn it to the ground for public health reasons. Interesting. Burning down things is not acceptable on YouTube. Note to self. I will remember. But there's 2 towns afar. Italy recently had protests to stop Macca's in Rome. Interesting. I worked for Domino's for a while. Oh no, I read that before. I still have jalapeno plants producing. More billionaires should be like Gary. Back in the day, billionaires were more altruistic. Then came the Red Scare, and then became more greedy. Everybody in this chat is equal. Just some chatters are more equal than others. That's it. When you say tax the rich, you're going to appeal to the tax the rich crowd. I'd like Macca's to have the old paint jobs, not the bland grey Orwellian colour scheme. Fair enough. Bring back the days of the clown. Bring him back too. All right, let's do this.
All right, so welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to explain why Jeff Bezos wants to cut your taxes. Interesting one this week. We're going to go over to the US, our surprisingly tall little brother, which is a country I've not looked at too much recently. For a bit of context, the tax the super rich movement has been growing a lot.
What the fuck does that mean? Our surprisingly tall little brother. Is that how English people see America? They call it their little brother because what, it was their colonies back in the day? A surprisingly tall little brother.
For a bit of context, the tax the super rich movement has been growing a lot in basically how much public attention it's been receiving in the US for a couple of reasons. Number one, they have a big vote on a tax on the super rich in California coming up in November. And number two, Zoran Mamdani has been...
Tax the rich coming up in November. Is that true? Does anyone know about this? Where did he say? In California? Apparently there is a big vote in California coming up in November this year about taxing the rich. Are you able to clarify this and briefly describe the situation? Who the fuck knows? You all have ways of relating to us in a way we don't think of you. Fair enough. Thanks for the answer. Fast food doesn't teach adolescents to be good workers, but to be routine, unthinking, bored, and detached. Interesting, like working on the factory floor, hey? We just need good robots. Andrew Carnegie gave away 90% of his wealth and put it into infrastructure like Carnegie Hall, things that stay around longer than them. Yes. And give them influence and intergenerational power. The rich doesn't shop. The rich don't shop at Amazon. Is that Bezos' real goal? Is to get more povo money? Yeah, someone's raised that before when we were talking about it. Actually, they'll have more money now to spend. It ain't a family affair. We don't make fun of Great Britain. Americans make fun of Britain, not realizing the Revolutionary War was a blimp on the 1,000-year British history. No Brit cares about Americans' most important moment. The essential worst part of fast food places is their work ethic. only instills a routine without any workers being more important than an appendage to the machines. Yes, this is fucking true. Even McDonald's, people used to rollerblade and roller skate their burgers to people. Imagine that. Imagine that. All right, let's do this. Yes, what people are referring to is a proposed California ballot measure, commonly known as California Billionaire Tax Act, which is expected to go before voters in November 2026 and is formally certified for the ballot. It would impose a one-time 5% tax on the net wealth of Californian residents worth more than $1 billion. This is a wealth tax, not an income tax. It would be based on the total net worth, not just annual earnings. Supporters say they could raise about $100 billion over several years to help fund healthcare, education, and food assistance programs. Look at that. No way. 5% tax on wealth could raise $100 billion for social services. Backers include labor groups, such as United Healthcare Workers West, and economists including Emmanuel Sayers and Gabriel Zuckman. The controversy is that opponents argue wealthy individuals may leave California or restructure assets to avoid tax. The revenue estimates may be overstated. Okay. Interesting. The useful distinction that is that this is not a tax on high incomes. So this is a tax on wealth. We impose a one-time 5% tax on the net wealth of California's residents worth more than $1 billion. So if it's going to raise $100 billion, there must be a fucking fair few of them.
Become mayor of New York, and he's aggressively trying to tax the rich, including bringing in a tax on unoccupied second homes in New York City. And this has really brought a lot of spotlight to the idea of tax the rich in the US. There's going to be a vote in November, and a lot of people, including the American very rich, are not happy about it. And Jeff Bezos, who is the world's fourth richest man with a
isn't it remiss to not mention fucking like Bernie Sanders in all of this? Like, he's mentioned Mamdani, he's mentioned Gavin Newsom's potential plan here, or at least California's plan. How about that? To potentially vote on taxing the rich. And like, he's not going to mention Bernie Sanders. Like, isn't that like Bernie's platform? It's just like the oligarchs, they're taking over, America's an oligarchy. Tax the rich, tax them. The 1% own more than blah, 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 blah. Like, the typical rhetoric, right? Wouldn't you go there? Like, if anyone's the conduit for like this entire conversation in American political discourse, for like, the 21st century, it'd have to be Bernie, right? Yeah, Bernie isn't running. Like, but he's non-stop talking about this type of stuff. Non-stop.
Wealth of approximately about including the American very rich, are not happy about it. And Jeff Bezos, who is the world's fourth richest man with a wealth of approximately about $280 billion, did an interview for CNBC this week where he kind of argued that we shouldn't tax the rich. It's been talked about a lot in the press, especially over in the US. It's a really good opportunity for us to look at what Jeff Bezos is saying.
Yeah, I don't know how you don't mention Chief Stooge when talking about tax the rich. Thank you. Like, why would you miss him? He like set a fire under all of this conversation, right? The 1%, I can hear him in my fucking mind right now saying it over and over and over again.
Understand why, for us to look at what Jeff Bezos is saying, understand why he is saying it, and
the billionaire class. Yes, so good.
US. It's a really good opportunity for us to look at what Jeff Bezos is saying, understand why he is saying it, and basically understand like where we are at the moment in the kind of global fight against inequality, for a fairer tax system, for fairer taxation of the super rich. What our strengths are, what our weaknesses are, how it's being attacked, and basically how we need to be smart and what we need to understand in order to get that fairer tax system that we need. Okay, so let's jump straight into the interview. Now, the headline moment was Jeff Bezos arguing that people on average salaries should pay less tax.
Yeah, I started thinking about this and doing some research. A nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year pays more than $12,000 a year in taxes. Does that really make sense? So people talk about,
why are you thinking about this, Buff Bezos? Why? Shouldn't you be worried about your rocket ship that was about to explode? I've been thinking a lot about those nurses in Queens.
Making the tax system more progressive. How about we start by...
I'm the only person here who voted for the burn twice. Yes, not a hard mantle though, considering that most of us are actually not people who can vote in the US. But yes, you did it. If Trump repealed his 22nd Amendment, Obama could run again. Do you reckon he'll be able to repeal that? Just in time for him to become God Emperor Trump, right?
Having the nurse in Queens not pay taxes. Why is somebody at all? Why is a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year paying more than $1,000 a month in taxes? That's $1,000 a month that could help with rent or groceries or anything.
Or buying stuff on Amazon. Yeah.
Okay, so at the first glimpse, this might seem interesting. Why do we have a billionaire arguing for ordinary people to pay lower taxes? You know, these are, at the moment we have a tax system where billionaires pay very low taxes, almost nothing, and ordinary people pay, if you add up all of their taxes, you know, close to 50%. So it's a great tax system, balanced in favor of Jeff Bezos and other billionaires, but he's saying ordinary people should pay less tax. Okay, interesting, perhaps, surprising. Why is he saying that? Really, the answer is very, very simple. In order to know that, we just simply need to see the question that he was answering. So here is the question that Jeff Bezos was asked, and his response was cut taxes on teachers.
But one of the topics that I thought we should talk about, and maybe even start with, is these days it feels almost impossible to pick up a newspaper without reading a headline about wealth in America, about the billionaire class, about wealth inequality and policy and everything else. And it's taken a uniquely critical turn, I think. And I'm so curious, before we even get into everything else, what you think about that right now.
Okay, so the question was delivered in quite a roundabout way by CNBC. Basically, everybody's talking about taxing the super rich. You are super rich. What do you think about it? And that is the question in response to which Jeff Bezos eventually got round to saying, I think that ordinary teachers should pay less tax. Now, if we first analyze this from an economic perspective, at a surface level, this is like quite a strange argument, right? Because just at its most basic, so Jeff Bezos has very intentionally picked a salary level, $75,000 a year, which is quite close to the American average. You, the average man or woman paying less taxes, is just quite obviously not a substitute for billionaires paying more taxes, right? Like if we're in a situation where government needs more tax money and Jeff Bezos says, how about instead of that, we charge ordinary workers less tax money, that doesn't solve the problem of tax money, right? This is a bit like you and I go to a restaurant and you know that I'm like loaded because you've been reading the Daily Mail and you are like struggling for money and you say at the end of the meal, hey, listen, how about maybe, you cover this one. And I say, listen, forget about that. I've got a better idea. I'm not going to pay for it, but how about you don't pay for it? Like this is, it doesn't really, especially in the UK context where, government finances are quite stretched, but increasingly US finances are quite stretched as well. The US has a large deficit and a large and rapidly growing debt, and borrowing costs in the US are rising like they are here. It's a strange argument, right? It's a strange argument to say, okay, well, tax money is needed, so instead of me paying more, how about you pay less? And it would be easy, and before I made this video, I watched a lot of...
Oh, slow down. What's the analogy there? Like, I do enjoy this guy's stuff, but like, that was very fucking confusing. Is he saying that it'd be like going to dinner with Jeff Bezos and you're a bit strapped for cash because you're struggling and you're working class as fuck, and Jeff Bezos is there with his billions of dollars, and you're just like, who's gonna get the fucking meal? And Jeff is like, look, you don't have to pay, but I'm not gonna pay either. Leg it! And you guys like run out of the restaurant because nobody wants to pay tax. So like, Bezos is promoting regular people not having to pay tax, and like, he's happy to run with that propaganda, but at the same time he's just like, yeah, but they're not paying any tax either. So he's promoting a situation where basically nobody's going to be paying tax at all, because it's easy for billionaire buff Bezos to say, no, you don't have to pay tax, but like, he doesn't really help out either. At the end of the day, he moves stuff around and doesn't pay tax. Have I got his argument right there? My gut instinct tells me Jeff Bezos is starting a political campaign to run for president. Yeah, well, like we mentioned it before. Like, what is Bezos up to? But everyone's gonna be like, yeah, taxes are bad. I'll vote for Bezos. Around the time of Occupy Wall Street, when Obama activated the culture war by supporting gay marriage. Oh, I completely missed that one. I gotta go. I have severe autistic burnout right now and can't handle too much of stuff like this. Love all round. See you later. Good luck with your burnout. Someone gotta foot the bill. LOL, pretty much. Less tax revenue all up and higher debts mounting. Yeah, fair enough. All right, fine. Okay. All right, fine. We got it. I guess that's the argument here. Someone's got to pay for it.
There's been a lot of US media about this, and a lot of argument to say, okay, well, tax money is needed, so instead of me paying more, how about you pay less? And it would be easy, and before I made this video, I watched there's been a lot of US media about this, and a lot of people kind of like shitting on Jeff Bezos a little bit, but I think it would be easy to dismiss this as like, well, this is like a dumb argument, especially if you're viewing it from the UK perspective, because we had, just a few years ago, we had a Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who basically came in like with this tax strategy of what we're going to do is we're going to cut tax on billionaires and we're going to use that to cut tax on working people. And what happened is like, basically immediately it caused like an enormous economic crisis. This is not a fully fleshed out economic argument, but I think it's a bit rash to immediately disregard it, because I think to a degree it is an intelligent argument from a kind of like a rhetorical, like a persuasive perspective, for like a very simple reason, right? So Jeff Bezos, when he made this argument, he used a lot of numbers, and numbers catch people's attention, especially when they are amounts of money. And Jeff Bezos, he hits this number, $75,000, a teacher in Queens, earning $75,000, which is a little bit above the American average, which means $75,000 will be quite close to the salary of a lot of Americans who watch this video. And as soon as they hear that, they'll be like, oh, that's somebody similar to me, similar financial situation to me. And then he says, we didn't show this in the clip, but he says, you know, they're paying $12,000 a year taxes. That's like $1,000 a month in taxes. And they could use that money to pay their bills or to pay their rent, or, you know, to take care of their family.
Or buy some more stuff from Amazon. Go on, say it. We're all thinking it. We're all thinking it. Listening to Bezos talk taxes is IQ draining. Posthumanism isn't for everyone. It is for buff Bezos. You're just not buff enough. You need to be like buff Bezos with like that swollen face kind of look.
What he's doing there is he is using the persuasive power of money. And he's saying, well, listen, if you come with me, you can get this $1,000 a month. And wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it be great if you could have $1,000 a month? And he's contrasting that to what seems to many people to be a kind of abstract concept, like, and he's trying to make it seem like you have this like dichotomy, like you have this choice. You have two things you can choose from. You can either choose more taxes for me, Jeff Bezos, and he says specifically in this interview, that doesn't solve anything, that's not gonna help you. Or what we could have is less tax for you, $1,000 every single month in your pocket. And obviously, as I've said, like you don't need to dig far into it before you realize, like this is not just not taxing anyone is not really at all a feasible economic strategy.
Look, we're 8 minutes in. Come on, bro. Get to the point. You can do this. You can do this. Now, what did Jeff actually say, if you remember? Jeff was actually talking about if you don't pay any taxes, that's not a problem because there's only 3% of the tax incomes comes from you poor people anyway. And like, it's not what did he say? It's not a revenue problem, it's a spending problem. So he's promoting austerity on the other end. He's not talking about I'm not sure if he's got the right interpretation of what Jeff Bezos has been saying. This guy, Gary's Economics, to be honest. Jeff was actually saying, you guys don't have to spend money on taxes anymore. You can get your $12,000 back a year. And we'll cut stuff out of the budget. It's a spending problem. We will cut government spending. So you can have your $12,000 back. Goodbye to any semblance of, health care spending or SNAP programs like food benefits or any type of social services and welfare payments. See you later to all that sort of stuff. We'll cut that out and you can have your $12,000 back. Plebs, you'd like the sound of that, wouldn't you? Then you can spend more money on your Amazon purchases. But I don't know if he was framing it as what he's saying is oh, well, how about you have a tax break and let's not talk about taxing me anymore. Let's go with that one. Now, only sick people need hospitals. All those roads maintain themselves. So I guess hospitals will just run themselves. You got to hit that 10-minute mark for the YouTube cash. All for the people, of course. Right. That's why we're 8 minutes in. He hasn't said anything yet. Amazon will provide their health insurance too. Yeah, $12,000 a year. It'll be best health insurance ever.
But, we live in a world where people, for better or worse, are a little bit obsessed with money. We live in a society which is obsessed with money. We live in an economy where a lot of people are struggling for money. And if this guy turns around and says, look, these guys are trying to tax me, but we have an alternative, which is to give every single one of you $1,000 a month, it's going to be potentially quite persuasive, right? And when I saw it, it shouldn't be funny because it's a really serious issue and, my whole channel is about this. But it is quite, what made me laugh about this is it immediately reminded me of this is how you distract a child or a baby who is doing something that you don't like. You say to them, hey, look, do you want to use the iPad? You want to get some ice cream? You just switch the conversation immediately away from something you don't want the child to do. Don't tax me. And you say, oh, but if you do what I want, I'll give you $1,000 a month. And of course Jeff Bezos knows he's probably not going to get this policy that he's demanding. But it doesn't matter because all he's trying to do is just distract you away from the thing that he doesn't want you to talk about by giving you this alluring thing here. Who doesn't want $1,000 a month? That would be fantastic, basically. I would love. And it takes advantage of a lack of basically economics understanding. And I think this is the reason why I try so hard to create a public that just has a basic understanding of basic economic ideas. You know, I've done videos in the last couple of years. I did one saying like, forget about money. And the big idea for the forget about money video was forget about money because money's confusing. And you know, the government can print money and it can do a lot of things, but what the government can't print is resources. And at any given amount of time, there's a certain amount of resources. There's a certain amount of housing, a certain amount of energy, a certain amount of raw materials, a certain amount of transport, a certain number of cars, and these will be distributed in a certain way. And when you understand that, you realize that this idea that Jeff Bezos is suggesting, how about you let me keep my money and then I will give you more money, is like kind of like a nonsense. We can't just like suddenly create more money, Jeff Bezos gets more money and you get more money. But I think it will appeal to some people. It's taken advantage of like a lack of economic understanding, this idea that like, there's an American movie from a few years ago called Idiocracy, which I actually tried to watch and I didn't think it was actually a great movie. But there's a great scene where, you know, there's a guy who's running to be president.
He did the same thing. You guys told me to watch it, eh? And I did, and it was actually a pretty good movie. I got to disagree with him there. It was scary, but it's still a fair movie. Isn't it interesting that Bill Gates invests in tick research? Now a tick problem in the US. Side effects, can't eat red meat. Whoa, really? Is that true? I've heard about these ticks in Australia, though, to be honest. From kangaroos, I thought they were. Knowing he has money just always makes me doubt his intentions. Money is one thing, but fame is another drug altogether. Who? This guy? You talk about Gary here, because he's a millionaire? Maybe not that interesting. I imagine you all are in such of a political no man's land in Australia as I am in America. I have no party to represent me. It should be broken up into smaller parties, but that's too obvious. Well, yeah, there is a big problem, I guess. Yeah, Gary. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so you don't trust him because he's a millionaire, basically. I think that's the thing that like a lot of people think that it gives him credibility though, right, Dilemmas? That he's just like, but he's made a lot of money, so he knows about economics. Right? Right? Tick research, now a tick problem. My friend's sister got paralyzed by a tick. She lives in Sweden though. Jesus. That red meat thing with ticks is getting bigger. Lyme disease is another weird one. Interesting. You can't create money? Yeah, you can. Yeah, that was funny when he said that, wasn't it? I was like, I wonder where he's going with this. You can't just create money. Yeah, you can. They do that every day. I wonder what point he was trying to make about that. I'm with Dilemmas on this one. Yeah, well, you don't trust him because he's a millionaire. Interesting. Again, like that's what gave him notoriety. Because like he kept on like at the start was always just like, look, I made a lot of money trading, yeah, and this is what I think. And like everyone's like, oh wow, but he's a millionaire. He must be right. All right, let him. I'm hoping he's going to get to a point here. He's been waffling on a lot. I wanted to hear him. Like, he's the inequality guy. He should have a lot of thoughts on Jeff Bezos.
He says, well, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give everybody more money. And he takes that sort of like machine gun. He starts like firing money into the audience. Because, of course, we can print out money. But at the end of the day, there is competition for real resources. We exist in economies where billionaires pay very low rates of tax. Jeff Bezos himself has paid, if you look at his life, he's worth about $280 billion. He's paid, I think, something like $8 billion of tax, which means on his lifetime income, he's paid something like 3% on his whole lifetime income. You're paying 50%. His class is getting aggressively richer. Your class is getting aggressively poorer. You don't know these things. And he's saying, listen, come with me. I'll get richer and you'll get richer. And what this plays on is basically the fact that We all hate tax. We all hate politicians. We all hate the media. And we're looking for somebody else who's going to save us, right? And I think this reminds me very much of basically what
we all hate politicians. We all hate the media. It's not wrong. It annoys me that people worship billionaires. Yeah, well, it seems to be the way that society functions, right? We do seem to honor that which gives us power, it would seem. Here, babies, look at the iPad. I don't hate politicians. Oh, well, but you're a good person then, aren't you, Wookie? Eh? I don't know, politicians suck. So does the media.
What Elon Musk does and what Donald Trump does. And we're looking for somebody else who's going to save us, right? And I think this reminds me very much of basically what Elon Musk does and what Donald Trump does, where they portray themselves as, I'm not a politician, I'm a businessman, I know how to make money, come with me, I'll get rich, I'll make you rich. And I think it would be too much to simply dismiss this, right? You know, these guys, what they're trying to do is portray themselves as the sensible guys in the room, the guys who are smarter than the politicians. And really, they're kind of fishing, you know, this is like $1,000 on the end of a hook, and they're hoping that you will bite that and you will accept a system which is aggressively impoverishing you. So when I see this, what it tells me is that obviously here in the UK, the voice of the wealth tax movement is me, and I am, you know, a financial trader, and I run essentially this economics educational channel, and everything I do is about educating the public that if you don't want to get poorer, you have to tax the rich. But in other countries like the US, where I'm not such a well-known voice, a lot of the argument has been about fairness, has been about justice, and it is vulnerable to basically somebody who is a billionaire coming in and saying, no, ignore that. These guys are not talking about how to make you rich. I will make you rich. So I think the next thing you should recognize when you see this argument of let's not tax me more, let's tax working people less, is I think it highlights a little bit the stupidity in a way of the way we discuss tax in the media, which is we talk about we should tax this people more, this people less, and sometimes we talk about spending, we should do more of this spending or we should do less of that spending, without realizing that these things have to be funded, essentially. And people are only really able...
Who is this guy? This guy's Gary Economics. A very, very popular YouTuber in, I guess you would say, the economic sphere. He seems to be, I would say, more left-wing than anything, because his stick is about, like, sticking it to rich people and getting more... Like going after their wealth, particularly. He's like, his pet hate is inequality. He goes after inequality hard, and thinks it's the cause of all of society's problems, to be honest. And so, like, you know, I thought he would have had some really insightful things to say about Jeff Bezos coming out and talking about giving a tax break to the bottom 50% of Americans out there, which I think is very interesting coming from Bezos. And like, you never trust someone like him as far as you could throw him. Like, why is he really talking about this? And this guy's just like, yeah, it's just a distraction. It's just so the Americans stop talking about taxing the rich, because there's a lot of stuff in American discourse about, like, you know, what do we do with our billionaire class at the moment? Should we really have a billionaire class? He's like, well, now you've got a billionaire who's just like, hey, bottom 50% of Americans, how about we do for you what me and all my friends do? We just don't pay tax. Hey, would you like that? Hey, you like that? Oh, you don't want to pay any tax? We don't either. And so I think his argument here is just all a distraction, but, like, you know, I'm sure he's going to have some insight for us, like some greater insight I'm sure it's coming.
To come out with these sort of ridiculous suggestions, like let's just tax everybody less, because we don't connect the tax side and the spending side. And obviously there is also the option of borrowing more, or even printing money. But whenever you say we should cut taxes, you need to be clear, okay, where is that going to come from? Where is the money going to come from, basically, in whichever way? And this is why, from a couple of years ago now, we've really been pushing the tax wealth, not work message. Because even in this country, I think that from very, very early on, because people don't really understand the difference between like a billionaire and a billion is just an insane amount of money. It's really not in any way realistically attainable to an ordinary person. Whereas a million is still maybe something you could get if you manage to get a good job or if you inherit a house from your parents. They use this confusion between a billionaire and a millionaire such that when somebody like me or somebody like Gabriel Zucman or somebody like Zoran Mamdani or Zach Belansky says increase tax on the very rich, they want you to think we're trying to tax you. And it's this classic bait and switch that when I say tax the super rich more, they say, watch out for Gary, he's trying to tax you more. And that is why I've been really aggressively focusing on this like tax wealth, not work message. Now, tax wealth, not work is, although it's extremely concisely summarized, it is a coherent economic message because we take some money from this group and we give that money to this group. And it's like balanced from a government perspective. What Jeff Bezos is suggesting, which is tax me less and tax you less, it raises the obvious question of like, where does that money come from? I mean, what Jeff Bezos actually said was, should we tax you more? And he's like, don't talk about that. Let's tax the viewer less. And he's doing this thing which I often do in my interviews, which is when I'm being interviewed by someone who is maybe a bit of a dickhead, which happens sometimes, rather than debate the interviewer, who is often debating me in bad faith, jump over the interviewer, go to the audience and say, listen, I'm the one who is on your side, basically. And Jeff Bezos is doing this. But it has the obvious weakness of, where does the money come from? And
that's exactly his playbook as well. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen this guy on Piers Morgan, this Gary's Economics, but he was doing an interview with Piers Morgan and Rick Rubin, and they were just basically like, oh, you just want to tax rich people and stuff like that. Like, you just want to tax like the wealth. What are you going to do to the economy? Like, how are you going to manage all of the problems that are associated with that? Like, are you sure that like this is the best idea? And then like he's just like, look, all of your viewers that are listening right now know that inequality is a problem, and right now there are like super wealthy people out there that like basically pay nothing and contribute nothing. You know that the system's fucked. We need to tax this. And he just completely ignored Piers Morgan and Rick Rubin, and like they try to bring up all these other like alternative talking points to try and talk about like economics and like why taxing rich people is probably not the best for the economy because they're such great wealth creators and all this sort of stuff. And he's like, look. There's massive inequality out there. We need to tax wealth. We need to tax the rich people. Like, this is the only way to solve these issues. And he just wouldn't pick up on their talking points at a certain point in the interview. Or the Piers Morgan uncensored piece. He was just like not speaking to their points at all and just talking about whatever the fuck he wanted to talk about. It is an interesting tactic. But I guess you can only do it when you're someone like Gary. Piers Morgan would just not have you on the show otherwise. Jeff Bezos will die not ever having ever truly thought about anyone's taxes, not even his own. I don't trust many economists. Yeah, fair enough. It's a fair point. And like, they don't even know what they're talking about most of the time, to be honest, economists. They have no idea at all. Like economics for me is like it's very inaccurate science. Like, they really just like measure like one thing in complete isolation under perfect market conditions and then try to make like assumptions about how things work without any context at all. And it's always under like good market conditions as well. I trust myself and maybe like two other people.
It picks that up and says, okay, well, you want to tax ordinary people less. How about we fund that by taxing you more?
Should you be paying higher taxes to pay for the 3% component part of this that you think is going to need to be paid for, if not more than that, given the debts we have?
It's certainly a perfectly valid policy debate to say, do we want an even more progressive tax system? So, the line that gets quoted all the time is, the wealthy should pay their fair share.
Right.
And we can argue about what the fair share is. That's a policy debate. That's okay. We actually have a spending problem.
Whoa. Are you saying we shouldn't trust experts in their given fields? Yeah, if their fields are nonsense, yes. But not all fields are nonsense. But yes. Yes, I should. I do think so. Because you would know that as somebody who considers a Marxian understanding of economics, the economists of today live in absolute fantasy world. But you would know that. If their fields are nonsense, should I go there? But economics is, modern economics is just nonsense. Honestly. Come on. It is just it's like witchcraft or astrology or something like that. It's predicting stuff that's it's completely intangible anyway. I don't know. Look, I don't know if you would call it a science. How about that? As the economists would like to think it is. Economics is a social science. Very loose, I would say. Depends what field they end up in, like psychology.
And that's a skills issue. I mean, let me give you an example. The New York City school system.
Right.
They spend $44,000
I have more faith in astrology than economics. Yes, at least it gets results. Come on. Interesting development. The Redbridge poll. Australian Financial Review wouldn't be telling porkies now, would they? Primary vote. Labor surges ahead. No, don't show dilemmas. Just let him have his time in the sun, please. He's trying to enjoy his Monday.
Student. 44,000. That's 30% more per student than other big cities like Chicago, LA, and Boston. If we ran Amazon the way New York City runs their school system, your packages would take 6 weeks to arrive. We'd have to charge you a $100 delivery fee. And then when the package did finally arrive, it'd have the wrong item in it anyway.
So this is Jeff Bezos's next argument, which is, it's kind of the shallowness of his first argument, which is hey, let's just not tax anyone, is exposed pretty quickly. That was, I don't think you'll find any economists that say this is really feasible. Just don't tax anyone. You'll struggle to find that working anywhere. So if you want to cut taxes on workers, which is what Jeff Bezos is really pushing, maybe we should tax you more. You Jeff Bezos. And then Jeff Bezos again throws the ball away. It's another distraction, which is no, actually, the real problem is a spending problem. And he uses this term, which he uses, I think he uses it 7 times in the whole interview, which is skills. He says it's a skills issue. And now he's moved the argument on to something which is, at least in theory, more economically feasible. So his first argument is, okay, should we tax you more? And he's like, how about we tax working people less? And that's nice. It's bait for working people because working people want to pay less tax. But it really is not economically complete because we can't just start taxing everybody less unless we want to do austerity. And in countries like the UK where we've seen austerity, that's been incredibly painful. So then he says, okay, we can tax working people less without taxing me more by cutting government spending. And he kind of floats this idea that government spending at the moment is wasteful, it's inefficient. I'm really interested in his repeated use of this term skills issue, which I'll get into a little bit more later. And once again, what you have is an argument which, on the surface, is appealing. And the reason that it's appealing is because everyone hates government. It's becoming more and more widely accepted in public opinion that politicians are dickheads and governments are wasteful. So of course, we want to reduce government waste.
It's common sense. That's what it is.
And we want to increase government inefficiency, and we want to improve government skills. So great argument, Jeff Bezos. Who's going to disagree with you? And I think this in itself is the weakness of the argument. If you suggest that the way to fix something is to do something which absolutely everybody in the country wants to do, then you're probably not offering anything particularly of value, right? I think, the population of the UK is 66 million. You'd struggle to find, 50 people who don't think we should reduce government waste, and who don't think we should increase government efficiency, and who don't think we should increase government skills. And it's the same in the US. Every single politician ever has come in saying, we're going to fix this problem by decreasing government waste and improving government efficiency. So if that was a thing that you could quite simply just do, given that absolutely everybody in the whole world wants to do it, we would have already done it by now, right? And it's meaningless, but it's popular.
Yeah, I must admit, this is actually rather not his best content. This is rather difficult to watch him struggle with this one. I wish I had an actual skill. I don't share the poll because I think it's sucked in One Nation. It's just that the polls are noise at the moment. Really? Eh? No point in following them. Wait, what this mofo say about Boston? I think he's just saying about, at the time, I think he was talking about education systems, right? And why some are more wasteful than others. He's so centric into his own industry. I'd love to see Gary's tax return. Yeah. Why? What are you trying to prove, actually? Yeah, Gary. This just-in-time, on-demand economy. How could we possibly live without it? I need my new shiny thing now. Your life will be so bad without it, I tell you. Faster, faster, faster. Interesting. All right. This is unfortunate. I don't know. I just had more faith in him to be able to dissect this better. His whole job is talking about inequality and attacking the wealth, wealth accumulation, over wealth accumulation, incommensurate with the rest of society. He's not really critiquing Bezos or this position. I think it's rather interesting what he's talking about in relation to the skills question. Bezos is asked why, he's come up with this tax policy or something like that. And why should he cut taxes to certain people? Why shouldn't he pay more taxes? And he's talking now about skills. We need to work on skills and skill shortages. We need to have better people out there. This is a usual trick that happens with a lot of people who are apologetic for a ruling class, the capitalist class or whatever. He's don't think about, me, as someone who's incredibly rich or wealthy or whatever. It's not about me hoarding wealth. It's about we got to make people more skilled. And if people are more skilled, they'll get better jobs and they get paid more and everyone will have more wealth. We just need, it's a skills problem. If anything, it's your fault for being an idiot. You should have been skilled better. So don't talk about taxing me, because if you just skilled yourself up properly and pulled your finger out, you lazy bastard, then you'd be rich just like me because you'd have something to offer society. So if anything, you don't want to tax people like me. You don't want to tax rich people because you could be rich one day if you just Stop being such a lazy, dead shit. It's really a problem of unskilled people out there. Just don't talk about taxing me more. Or anything like that. Let's just talk about skills. Because it like replaces responsibility on like you. You're the reason you're not doing well. But you could be doing well one day. But you're holding yourself back. So don't hold me back. That's the main thing. He's literally just giving us a show of his home setup. Like laptop, cup, cupboards and shit. Yeah, I think it's his working class shtick. He has like a kitchen vibe going on in the background. Like he's there just working hard. And like in the kitchen. And just researching and stuff for videos. It's his working class vibe. I got a kettle. Everybody's got a kettle, right? And like stuff that I use for cooking. That's what normal people have, right? And he has bickies. He always has bickies on the table too. Hey, let's have a bicky together. We'll have a cuppa and some bickies. But I never see him eat the bickies. See? He's too skinny, Gary. Gotta eat some bickies. Alright, let's see if anything comes out of this.
So once again, what you see here is Jeff Bezos using, kind of like weaponizing, I guess, in a way, like a lack of broad economic understanding in the public. So in the first case, he offers something which is like not really possible, which is like, how about nobody pays tax? And then everybody will be rich, which is great because everybody hates tax. And then he says, well, how about we just like make the government efficient because the government is like rubbish. And I'm Jeff Bezos and I will give my skills to the government. And this is popular because government is like really, really hated. And what he's trying to do here is basically set up an alternative like boogeyman to himself and the billionaires, which is government is shit, tax is shit. And like, this is like in many ways, like a good persuasive argument because the bogeyman you are creating is somebody who is already hated. Everybody hates government and everybody hates taxes. And it's quite funny because another thing which Jeff Bezos says early in the interview is...
Politicians they're using this age-old technique of, picking a villain and pointing fingers. But the problem is that doesn't solve anything.
So... Jeff Bezos is asked early on in the interview, should rich people pay tax? And he basically says, these guys are pointing their fingers at me and the billionaires and it's saying it's my fault, but look, pointing fingers doesn't solve anything. Basically what you need to do is like replace the government because the government are rubbish and you should get rid of taxes because taxes are rubbish. Which is pointing the fingers in a way that doesn't solve anything because the two things which you have suggested are one thing which is impossible, which is to cut taxes on everybody without reducing government services, and another thing which absolutely everybody ever has agreed with and tried to do and failed, which is to reduce government inefficiency. If I step back
Shut up.
And I look at...
How dare you? Doge was incredibly successful at that and didn't get folded into nothingness at all. They really, really reduced all the wastage at the federal level. What was it that Doge achieved? They got $170 billion of government waste and made the federal sector, saved the federal government $170 billion. And then... But basically by firing a whole bunch of people that were basically necessary for their job, which is what he's talking about. He's like, look, heaps of people have gone after the golden goose, the holy grail of like government efficiency and failed. And like Doge went through and fired all of these people, right? And then after they fired all of these people, someone had to go through, like an administrator had to go through. And in the case where a lot of these people actually were needed to run government services because they were essential, they'd hire these people back on contracts, not as employees, but on contracts. And like their contract conditions were like way overpriced because now they had to renegotiate contracts. And like they ended up spending like $150 billion rehiring all of these people on special contracts, and it wasted basically all of the money that they had saved. So like, yeah, it is a big one. Like you hear people talk all the time in this chat, especially, and it's not wrong because like it is a public sentiment. But like, yeah, let's just make big government more efficient. And like, again, if it was really so simple, so many people would have done it by now. So many people would have done it by now. It is a fair point. What's really scary, the lack of conversation in regaining our sovereignty back, becoming a self-sufficient nation, the lack of direction is the scariest non-convo amongst our so-called representatives. Well, like, that's the thing though. Like, I must admit, Bansolvan, that I talked about this, I think, a lot in on Fear E Thursday. And generally, like, the world economy is a world economy. Like, the last time we had truly independent nations in a market system, like in the capitalistic world, last time we had like independent nations or nations that could call themselves potentially independent was like 200 years ago. That was like around the time of industrialization. And even then the world economy was hyperlinked to allow industrialization to kick off. And, you know, even England, if it got cut off from the rest of the world, it wouldn't have industrialized properly. Like, you wouldn't have the modern era. And so, like, in the modern era, I think we really need to understand that, like, there is no such thing as a independent nation, one that can really stand on its own 2 feet and look after its population if it got completely cut off from the world economy. The only way to do that is to like look at someone, like the only way to actually be truly independent would be even like looking at someone like North Korea. They've been able to somehow industrialize and be cut off for the entire global economy, but they've had assistance from China and Russia, I would say, but like in the latter years, not in their earlier years in their inception. And so like, you don't get to be an independent nation. I think you should have sovereignty, like you should have control, democratic control over your resources, but like, sovereignty as in independence, like being a self-sufficient nation, I don't think you can do that in capitalism. Like, you can't really have nations that can survive. Like, even if it's for Australia, for example, like we get a lot of our wealth from exporting stuff like resources and agriculture and all that sort of stuff. So like, if we were truly independent, like would we even have the consumer base to be able to meet the demands of our the supply and the productive capacity of our own agricultural sector? Or would like our agricultural sector kind of be crushed if we went all independent and self-sufficient? Like, I think the way that the global economy works now is too intricate for us to be not trading with one another. What we really need today is like good diplomacy, not imperial politics where there's one big ass player that literally uses the mandate of might is right, and goes around bullying people into doing things and forcing their way on other people and their foreign policy decisions on other people. We need a world where diplomacy really matters. Big ask though. Massive ask. Yo, where's Conrad Benjamin when you need him? Yeah, we need some fucking Conrad Mikowski in here. They literally made up numbers. I think it actually cost more than it saved. Oh, yeah. What, the Doge thing? Yeah, in the end, it definitely cost more than it saved. All while taking government subsidies on ya, Elon. Hey. He couldn't organize a route in a brothel. That is such a good saying. I haven't heard that in a long time. Remember when his guy, Big Balls, got robbed by 2 teenage girls? Yeah, and they used that as a reason to send in fucking ICE. No, to send in the National Guard to Washington, D.C., and he marched troops on Washington, D.C. The National Guard, but you know what I mean. After Big Balls got robbed. Fucking crazy. Estonia cut 2% of its GDP by cutting into its bureaucracy using digital ID. Yep, it's called neoliberalism, and they've been doing it for fucking 5 decades now. It's nothing new. Isn't it interesting how $150 million just rolls off the tongue? Yeah, did I say 150 million? I should have said 150 billion. But yeah, just rolls off the tongue. 2%, Jesus. That's not much of a return on investment for giving up personal freedoms. Hasn't Microsoft told its engineers to stop using AI because it's costing them too much money to use it? Really? Hey? Well, it takes a while to integrate new technology. Sacrifices will need to be made. The difference you're talking about is called comparative advantage. Australia was always way more sovereign just 50 years ago, Mystery. We had way bigger internal industry. Yes, I agree. But like the world was a very different place 50 years ago. Very different place. We're talking about like pre-financialization of the world. I don't think you could do it now. Unless you set it up for decades. Like you can't just be like, all right, we're just cutting ourselves off from the world economy. You'd have to actually set up long term to cut yourself off from the world economy. So far, the Iran war has cost the American government over $30 billion. Yeah, it's got I thought it was like $1 billion a day price tag on it. The Iran war. And how many dead people? Hey, that's the risk of war. And yes, we could do without, but the world would be less efficient. And who gives a fuck if the only way forward is backwards? Yeah, I don't know about that. I'd be worried about going backwards just for the sake of self-sufficiency. It's a dangerous game. Hided sausage. Ravy to Heidi. One of Elon's boys that did the cuts is named Big Balls. Yeah, one of the little geniuses that he had running around working for him. He's like a teenager pretty much. He was like carjacked by 2 teen girls and they tried to make it out. Like it was an Antifa attacking or something. Yeah. Do we need a punter's perspective? God, no, please. No more punters. What do the punters think? Punters. The punters. Many companies are hiding the sausage bills of 500 million or something. I consider the personal freedom side, of course. Estonia have freedom of speech enshrined. Rules against media lying, and you can have gun for self-defense. All we got is digital ID. What's communism Mao Zedong style? Now you don't want it? Mao developed. Yeah, that's the number they're giving. It's probably like 80 billion or something. Trump's okay though. He made a cool 4 billion personally. North Korea, my ass. More Mao. Alright, I gotta stop interrupting this guy. He's gonna get to a point. Eventually, we're gonna get to a point here. I agree it was different. We were way too isolated to be more, to be that arrogant, to not self-protect ourselves in some way. But hey, rely on the rest of the world. I'll be dead before I gotta worry about it. Yeah, I know. But like, all I'm saying is I think we've moved too far along the road as a human race here, can I just say, to like a global economy, and it's too hard. Like look at Iran is a perfect example. Like one strait closes down and everyone's feeling the burn and the pressures of it. The global economy is a thing. And like we shouldn't pull back as much as lean into it. Because I think it's better for the human race across overall, the more we lean into a world economy, like international, like a real international economy. It's just like you have a couple of people that, try to world police it and bully everybody else and like control everybody else. And like, that's the big problem. What we need is like diplomacy. It's like the oldest liberal ideal out there is that like actually the more trade you have, the better, because like the less people want to kill each other. Someone was talking about war being natural to humans. But like the more trade you have, the more people rely on each other economically, the less likely they are going to fight each other because they're going to lose out if they start killing each other. Well, everyone loses out if everyone starts killing each other, or if a couple of people start like fighting, then the rest of the world's population will start pressuring them into not being violent because they don't want to fuck up the economy for everybody else. So like there's an old liberal ideal that the more interconnected we get, the less chance there will be of like all out warfare. I wonder if that's true or not. I hope that is the case, but time will tell. Comparative advantage is capitalist globalism. The effects for my grandkids. You're right, Mystery. Yeah. This seems to be the thing you are against. What, global capitalism? I don't know, man. Like, I am acknowledging the importance of the global economy and, like, not to be too gung-ho for nationalist politics, basically, which is like, oh, let's just make sure we're self-sufficient and fuck everybody else. I don't think that's how the world works anymore. I think the horse is bolted. But yes, am I against capitalism? Yes, because I think capitalism has served its purpose and it's time to move on. But yes, this is why I'm anti-natalist. Oh, you are an anti-natalist. Oh, okay. Fair enough. But haven't you got kids, though? How can you be anti-natalist and have kids? I thought you had kids. Maybe I've gotten that wrong. They make Jats Tim Tams now. What a time to be alive. That's fucking hilarious. I've seen those. I've seen that. And like, yeah, what a time to be alive. Now that's innovation. I think global capitalism destroyed the working class. Well, like it destroyed the working class in certain places, but like it roped in the working class from other places. So like global capitalism destroyed the working class for who? The American industrial working class, working for General Electric and Ford. Yes, it did. But it also opened up working classes to the world economy in other developing parts of the world. So that's what I'm saying. Like the working class is global, and that's how capital treats the working class as a global entity. It doesn't look at and pay homage or respect or loyalty to individual working classes of individual nations. It doesn't care about nationalities. It doesn't care about nationalism. Capital will move to where it wants to make the best profits. It hasn't destroyed the working class. What it has is destroyed working classes that were getting wealthy and powerful. It's definitely good at that. Spandog, lose a leader, lose your economy, even access to the internet. Good game. At least you're not a bitch. Win a battle, lose the war. My genes can die with me. I'm not interested in introducing another soul to this shithole. That's crazy. LOL, no. Is that no to you are an antinatalist or you aren't? Sorry. Same. It's a cruel world. Oh, so that's why you're an antinatalist. You don't want to bring anyone into this world. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy time to be alive, that's for sure. It's been exactly like I said, holding us straight, even leaving the US out of it isn't making you any friends globally. Jats, I miss Jats so much. They're Savoys in Vic, and they're trash. Well, they don't have Jats in Victoria? Outrageous. Jats, bro. Arnott's all the way. It's not strategic. It's not good for their economy or their people or anything. No one can compete with authoritarian countries that subjugate their own populations. Okay, but like we are talking about capitalism. And so if capital runs towards, if there's capital flight away from a country and towards one that has authoritarian control over its working population, that I thought we were talking about the problems of capitalism, not authoritarianism. Capitalism loves a bit of authoritarianism because authoritarians know how to control a working population and a nation's resources. Because then you're just dealing with one authoritarian regime or ruler as opposed to some like liberal democracy where the government changes every fucking election cycle. Fucking authoritarian all the way. Capital loves authoritarian regimes. Money is BS. Dilemma. Should we send more condoms to poor areas, Heidi? They do have the most kids after all. Acting like Iran started the war, LOL. I have no kids. Okay, got it. Sorry. Clicks are better. I just like to break friends. Yeah, got it. I'm not blaming Iran for starting the war, just to be clear. I'm saying they're not winning. It's not looking good for them. Can't really bag out the maybe billionaires? Iran put up with very restrictive sanctions for 46 years. The big bad boogeyman. Oh, you got your Ritz, your Jats, your clicks. Yeah. Jats class. Jats for days. Ritz are pretty nice too, gotta admit. You couldn't answer the question of should the who couldn't answer the question of should the human species survive? Yeah, you and Peter Thiel and the antinatalists. So you have a lack of true understanding of what China did to its people. Apparently, I do. You'll have to explain it to me. Let alone Xinjiang. Okay, China has kept 1 billion people in a perpetual state of poverty in order to let 400 million prosper. Some IGAs will sell Jats, but most shops are Savoys. Same box, just different name and ingredient. China has put you Australians in a bad state. Interesting. I wonder if all Australians agree with that. Like all the ones that do business. Interesting. But yeah, look. I hear your point about like being self-sufficient nation. I think sovereignty is a good idea. Like people should have democratic control over their resources and their working populations. But like, should nations become more self-sufficient? And like, I feel like nations becoming self-sufficient is like, let's go backwards in time and like have less access to increased technology and like goods. And I just don't think that's the answer. I don't think people are going to want to give up the wonderful technology that they have around them today because they're not happy with being integrated into a global supply chain. Like good luck disconnecting everyone from their smartphones and their flat screen TVs, etc., etc., etc. You don't get that. You don't get any of that stuff. Like good luck disconnecting people from their cars. You don't get a modern car today without a global supply chain, which involves, like fucking thousands of businesses in scores and scores of countries. Like it's just, you just can't have it. Honestly, the world is too complicated now. If your family made millions trading with China, you've fucked over many people. I get to say it at least once every stream. That's capitalism, baby. That's capitalism, baby. If you made millions trading with China, if you just made millions generally, it's because you fucked over many people to get there. Well, that's capitalism, baby. Oi, what's this? Hobo Joe. How Australia's politicians voted on key issues. Well, how's this for a piece of propaganda? Stronger climate action. New gas projects. Closing tax loopholes. Pauline voted against closing tax loopholes. Labor voted for it. Liberals against it. Greens and Pocock voted for it. Interesting. Renewables. I'm seeing some patterns here. I'll let you check that out yourself. If you are not aware, we have a Discord community. And like if you're looking for the access to that, let me just give you the invite here. So just over here, Hobo Joe had put something in there for Australian politics. Let me just give you the invite. Isn't it just a pic of admin and opposition? Wait, what did I miss? Alright. I don't know who they fucked over raising and selling their own cattle. Maybe when I do unpaid labor on the farm. Alright. Back to Gary. We gotta finish this off. He's gotta have some fucking good points. 4AS, are you here? Are you listening to this? I don't know if this is Gary's best content, man. Honestly. The fellow Australians struggling who are now tariffed to all fuck on beef. I am. And like, are you following this? Gary's struggling, bro. I'm surprised. Maybe he's just like, fuck it. Jeff Bezos said something. And I better just make some content about it. And like, he just farms in like not under 24 hours. He just farms 200,000 views. He's just like, fuck it. People are talking about Bezos. I'm just going to wing it. And he wings it well. Like, he wings it because he gets 200,000 views. That's what I mean by well. But like, it's not very coherent, this argument that he's making.
What has happened on the, whatever you want to call it, tax the rich.
I normally like Gary, but he's going around in circles. Thank you, Pen Teaser. Like, some of his stuff is really, Pen Tester, sorry. Some of his stuff is normally good, but like, you're right. Like, you feel me, right? Like, this piece of content, he's just going round and round. I'm sure he's got a fucking point to all of this. That's capitalism, baby.
Movement, or the anti-inequality movement, or the wealth tax movement in the last like 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Like, if you'd have told me 10 years ago or 5 years ago or 2 years ago we would be where we are now, where this issue is like constantly one of the big issues in politics when the economy is discussed, where like billionaires like Jeff Bezos would feel like they have to apply on it, where we're getting wealth taxes all over the world.
Sweet content, that's right, yeah. Just get something out while it's topical.
Even in countries which have right-wing governments, I wouldn't have believed you. But I think the one thing which I've been trying to provide, which we don't have enough of in other wealth tax movements around the world, is this clear, simple economic message, which is the reason your living standards are falling is because of growing inequality. And I think that is made clear by Jeff Bezos saying exactly that in this interview, that taxing me doesn't solve anything. It's not going to help that nurse in Queens. We need to make the case that it does. We need to make the case that it will. And really, like, the whole story of the history of this channel is me sort of every week trying to make that case in a different way. I think if you want like one simple video that you need to watch on this channel to understand like why growing inequality is what is hitting living standards, I would recommend watching the video from last year called The Squeeze Out, which basically explains that, you know, once you stop taxing rich people at high rates, which we did in the 80s, they start to generate an enormous amount of income. They start to buy up the assets. They get richer. Asset prices go up more and more. Ordinary people can't afford to buy assets anymore. And eventually you see wealth, ownership, the ability to own squeezed out of the working class and squeezed out of governments. And then obviously people have nothing left and they start to see their living standards fall. I think that is the best video we've made that explains the economic case. I mean, and Jeff Bezos himself is an excellent example, right? So Jeff Bezos is, if Google can be trusted, worth about $280 million. Sorry, yeah, thanks. Jeff Bezos, I made the mistake myself there. Jeff Bezos is worth $280 billion, which means that if he makes 5% a year, which he'll almost certainly make significantly more than that, he's going to make $14 billion a year, which is something like $1 billion every 4 weeks. So he's making $250 million a week. So he's making like $30 or $40 million a day. Really, if you want to understand why having untaxed billionaires hurts your living standards, you don't really need to understand anything more than that. Once you have a class of people making $30 or $40 million a day, imagine you are making $40 million a day. How much would you spend? You know, I couldn't even imagine spending like $100,000 a day. Okay, so let's assume you spend $100,000 a day. You know, and then you've still got another, $28 million still, to spend. You have no choice but to slowly buy all of the assets in the entire world. That is what is going to happen, and that is exactly what is happening. And then what that means is other groups of society will lose their ownership of assets, and we will eventually end up in the kind of extremely unequal world that we have been in. So this is the point that I want you to understand as much as you can. The growing wealth of the billionaire class is the reason that you are getting poorer. This is the reason you...
So this is his central argument. And I think this is a nice point in his piece of content, because he just returns to home and he's much more comfortable here than critiquing Jeff Bezos, it would seem. But this is the point of his argument. It's just look, the more money is concentrated in the hands of fewer and fewer people, they just have more wealth to asset strip society, basically. They're just going to buy up all of this shit. The more that they have access to, the more they suck up. And the more they suck up in terms of real assets, real things, then the less opportunity you have. And there's more of you, an increasing amount of people who have to fight over whatever's left, as wealth gets more concentrated in fewer and fewer hands who have more and more purchasing power and can buy up more and more shit. And so if the pace of new asset creation isn't keeping up with the rate of inequality, then those people will consume so much stuff or get access to so much stuff that there's not enough assets to go around for anyone else. And there's an increasing amount of people fighting over a decreasing amount of assets. And so I really like his whole mission statement, which is pointing that out. But the thing that he falls over on, I reckon, and which is why he wouldn't really qualify as a dirty commie, is that he never goes on to explain why though that group of people that are concentrating their wealth have that wealth. And it's not just because they have the ability to buy up all of those assets. It's because of the system that we have, the type of society that we have that allows people to hoard these assets in the first place. And assets are things in the economy that make money. It's not I don't know, these people are hoarding artworks by Van Gogh or I don't know, priceless artworks or artifacts from history that nobody else can get attached, that nobody else can buy, exclusive collector's items things. They're not just buying up shit. They're buying up assets that make money, part of the means of production, as we would call them. They buy up land that they can extract rents off. They buy up land ownership rights that gives them access to resources. They buy businesses. They buy factories. They buy warehouses. They buy stocks of things that can be used to generate even more wealth. They have a concentration of them over the means of production. So the means of making more value in society. And it is this concentration that they have over the means of production. Again, it's not just like, limited edition something, or like some collector's item of this, or some historical artifact. Like it's actual, they own things that produce value and make them even more money next time around, or a next business cycle, or next production cycle, whatever that is. They're buying assets that make them more and more money, and they concentrate those assets. So like, I'm all for, people being able to own their own home and own personal effects. But like, the billionaire class that he's talking about, the severe inequality that we're talking about here, is that people hoard for their own private interest things that potentially could be owned collectively. People have been speaking in here about the idea of sovereignty and self-sufficiency of your nation. Well, I think, if you really wanted to talk about sovereignty, maybe not the self-sufficiency of your nation. I think the world economy is global now. If you want to talk about sovereignty, we should be talking about none other than sovereign control over resources. Like, if Australia's, it's big in the conversation point at the moment, but like, Australians really want to talk about gas. Like, if you really cared about sovereignty, you would make sure that Australia's gas is completely controlled by the Australian people. Like, we have full control over that resource, not licensing it out to foreign corporations that get to control that. Like, we should have full control over our resources. That's a form of collectivization. I don't think that's the end game, but that's like a form of it. But like, that's the type of thing that fights the inequality that he's talking about. Like, what he really wants to do is tax the rich kind of thing, and like regulate them to make sure that they do the right thing. And that'll last for a generation, 2, 3 if you're lucky. That's what we had at the end of World War II. And like, since then, we've seen inequality rise back to levels that were around before the world wars. And so like, what he's talking about is lovely. He's right. Inequality is a problem. And his antidote is like, make sure we regulate it properly and tax the rich. But like, that only lasts for a couple of generations until they bide their time, and then they just change society to allow them to hoard all the wealth again. And then some big event might happen where like, the wealth gets evenly distributed again, like a world war or something crazy like that. And there's a more even distribution of wealth and resources, and then it'll take them a couple of generations, and then they'll start to get all of that back again. And so like, you can't stop. Like, the system is actually designed typically because of policy decision, legislation, the way that they lobby politicians and control the political game. The system moves naturally in this trajectory where they get to control policy decisions that allow them to concentrate more and more wealth. The only way to stop them from concentrating wealth is if you do not allow them, or a legal system of property control that allows them to have full rights over like national resources or national industry, and things that produce value. Again, like, they can own their own homes if they really want to, the ultra wealthy. They can own collector's items if they love art, or if they like having a super yacht, they can have one of those too. But like, anything that produces value in the economy, like them owning businesses for the exclusion of all others, having exclusive rights over like resources, having exclusive control over whole segments of the working class, like all of that or working people, working populations, all of that stuff shouldn't be held as private property, like just for the exclusive use of private individuals and corporations. That's the only way to stop the stuff that he's talking about, is to reshape property law and stop these people having exclusive rights over value producing elements in our economy. It's the only way to stop. Because like if he gets his way, which will be nice, it would be lovely to redistribute wealth and everybody gets a share. But it only takes a few generations for this to creep back in, and then the inequality comes back. It always comes back. The inequality always comes back. We're in another Gilded Age right now. And so like if he wants to advocate for, redistribution and taxing the rich and all that sort of stuff, I'm all for that, man. I'm down with that, Gary. Me and you, brother, let's do this. But like what after that? Like how do you ensure that sticks around forever? You got to stop these people hoarding I don't have another better word for it. So we'll use the Marxian tone. You got to stop them hoarding the means of production. Not just having fat bank accounts, but like having access to the stuff that makes more value in the economy. Land, labor, and capital, to use a very, very old notion. They have control over all of that stuff. That's where the money is made. Oh my God, speaking of sovereignty, did you see Desi Freeman's spirit lives on? No fucking way. He's alive? No way. The mystery is solved. Desi Freeman is still amongst us? They were so sure because they just failed to have any way of finding this person that he was supposed to have died, right? Or killed himself. Well. How do you know that Desi lives on, Pentester? Did you see something? How did you know? Since World War II, when has there ever been a year that the US didn't be involved somehow in a conflict? Mystery. Ever. Rhetorical question, by the way. Yeah, but like, look, being involved in conflicts is one thing, but like the World War, especially like World War II, it destroyed a lot of the wealth of like many of the rich classes, especially in Europe, right? And like leveled out the playing field massively. No, someone is carrying his flame. Ah, okay. Don Hobbs from Mudgee. Okay. Sorry, okay. He drove a ute into a police station. Ah, okay. Didn't they find Desmond? I don't think they did, man. I'm sure we would have heard about that, right? How do you trust the government to redistribute to places other than their pockets or vanity projects? How do you trust the current system to not do the same? Like if that's your only like, let's not try anything new because like it could go bad. Like the current system is reproducing the same thing that you seem to be so concerned about, right? Sorry for the misunderstanding. No, I got really excited. I was like, no way, Desi, they found him. I thought you meant he's still alive. They got him. You didn't hear about Desi? They got him? No way. When did they get him? I'm sure I would have heard about that. Oh, he's dead. Ah, okay. They found his body, did they? Oh, interesting. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Jiang Stradamus. We're in World War III. Yeah. Yeah, what a way to go. Yeah, he did. Oh, he did. Someone asked me the other day if I believe that Desi's dead. When I say, yeah, that's what the news said. He was not very concerned that I believed it. He was found dead. Oh, okay. I didn't realize they found him. Interesting. Oh, well. His spirit lives on, apparently. There you go.
can't afford a house. It's the reason your government wealth is collapsing. You know, these two things are the same thing. You cannot have one tiny minority of people that own everything and not have everybody else owning nothing. So I think this, you know, a lot of people have been shitting on Bezos this week, and I think it was I think his intervention was ultimately kind of dumb, and I think it will be self-defeating. But he's highlighted one really important thing. We need to, as much as possible, clarify, simplify, make clear the economic reasons why allowing the billionaires to be untaxed and to own everything will and is making ordinary people poorer. And I want to finish on one last bit of sort of business jargon, which Jeff Bezos taught me. So what did he say after he said, you know, Amazon could fix this?
If we have a problem at Amazon, you know, the way we would fix it is we would go in and we'd do the 5 whys and we'd try to get to a root cause. We'd try to find a root fix. And then when we fix it at the root, you're fixing it forever.
So did you know what the 5 whys are? The 5 whys? I did look it up. The 5 whys is basically this idea. You have a problem, and I find it interesting as well. Basically, you just keep asking why, until you find the reason, which is, once again, exactly like what kids do. Jeff Bezos, a lot of similarities to a young child, it seems. So let's get into this, all right? Let's get into this 5 whys. Why can't you afford to buy?
Is this Gary guy a regular here? Like, no, not really. Like, we watched one other piece of his. Why did we watch him recently? What were we talking about? What did we investigate that he was also talking about? We've watched him like one other time. But like, we watched this stuff about Bezos last week. And so like, a few people have been speaking about him. So I thought Mr. like expert on inequality here. Like his whole shtick, like he's sold books. He goes on tours. Like he was recently on tour in Australia and New Zealand. Like he's got a hugely successful YouTube channel. Like his whole shtick is explaining inequality. I just thought he would help us understand Bezos better. We watched the AI video. Yes, I wanted to know his opinion on how AI is going to replace all workers and stuff like that. And he did Dust Capital for normies. That's right. Yes, thank you. It was AI because we did a podcast on it. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know if he's a regular here. We've watched him like twice, I'd say, now on streams over like a year and a half. Yeah, thank you for us. Fucking 5 whys triggering my corporate days.
You know, what is the reason? You know, why is that happening? The answer to that, I think, is because you are increasingly competing with a class of unbelievably rich people who are making $30 million every single day for the ownership of the assets in the world. You know, if you look at the countries and the places in history where housing is affordable, they are countries that do not have incredibly wealthy billionaire classes, you know, like Europe in the period after the World War II. And if you look at the countries where housing is unaffordable, like now, these are places where you have these super wealthy billionaires. They're buying everything. Of course they're buying everything. It's not just housing that's getting expensive.
Voltateur's in the house. How you going? Tax, wealth, not work. Hope you're well. It's good to have you.
Assets in general are becoming expensive because you're competing with billionaires.
Oh, yes. We did Carla Kim on Thursday. Oh, my God. I had questions for you, and it was interesting. It was interesting. Hopefully you can come along to another Fear E section. I love working overtime knowing where my taxes go. I ain't bitter.
Okay, but the 5 whys, okay, we keep asking, okay, well, why? Why do we have a super wealthy billionaire class now when we didn't have that in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s when housing was much more affordable? Well, the answer is quite simply because in the 80s, we stopped taxing billionaires, effectively. We used to have very high rates of tax. In the golden age of capitalism after World War II, we had incredibly high rates of tax on the rich. In this country, I think we had 95% top income tax, 90% top inheritance tax on the very rich. And what that meant was rich people like Jeff Bezos were not able to do this thing where you have an enormous amount of income and you just reinvest it and reinvest it and reinvest it, and you get compound interest and it grows exponentially, and eventually I own the whole fucking world. Okay, so why did that happen? Why did we stop taxing the super rich in the 80s? The answer was because we lost an argument about tax and inequality and distribution. And people like Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan managed to convince the public that not taxing billionaires would be good for them. And why did that happen? Because, quite simply, we forgot the thing which, you know, our grandparents and great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents understood, which was that distribution and inequality matters. You know, it's as simple as that. And I've said it time and time again. Now, if we have an intelligent, educated public that understand one simple thing, which is that if you allow inequality to grow rapidly, it will hurt living standards, then we will be 70, 80, 90% towards winning this battle. And I think that that is where we need to be. Whether you're here in the UK or in the US, giving all your money to Jeff Bezos, or in Germany, or in Australia, or in France, or in Italy, or Spain, or any of these countries, we need to be in a situation where if you go outside and pull your average man or woman off the street and say, why are living standards falling? The answer that the majority of them give you is because inequality is rising. Once we get to that situation, then we will be able to fix this problem. That is your answer to Jeff Bezos's 5 whys. Yeah. And the truth is...
Australia mentioned. I've listened to this guy a few times. He can be very surface level and repetitive, but overall a good message. Yeah, I think that's the one redeeming quality, isn't it? Like, he ties it somehow to inequality at the end of the day and makes people think about inequality and wealth redistribution like it's a normal thing. Which is like anti-neoliberal as fuck, because everyone's being conditioned to think that wealth redistribution is a bad thing. Taxes are bad. We shouldn't tax rich people because I'm going to be rich one day. One day it's going to happen, so don't tax them. It's bad for everyone. So, like, yeah. He seems to be very repetitive today, though. Unfortunately.
And I almost don't believe myself saying this. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there all around the world. You know, here in the UK, and I'll talk about this some more next week, we're going to get a new Prime Minister. It could be as soon as the next couple of months. It might take a year. But when that new Prime Minister comes in, they will really, 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 really struggle to win the confidence of the public unless they deliver something on inequality. And the reason for that is quite simply because the British public understands now that if you don't act on inequality, their living standards will fall. And I've been all across the world, you know, in the last year or so. I've been, obviously, Australia, New Zealand. We had Gabriel Zucman here from France last week. You know, but I've been to Italy and Portugal and Sweden and Norway. And people are starting to understand this all over the world. And we are reaching a situation where when even a right-wing government, you know, comes in Hungary, they have no choice but to take action on inequality. And, you know, I think it's amazing the progress that we've made. But the fact that Bezos feels that he can come out on TV and say taxing me is not going to help you shows that we have more distance to go. We need to make that clear message for the public to understand, of course it affects us. Of course it affects us. If we allow a class like you to own everything, then we will go back to where we were in Europe 300, 400, 500 years ago, where the whole fucking world is owned by like 20 guys and the rest of us live in desperate poverty. You know, this is part of the foundation of America, this idea that you cannot have, you know, all of the wealth owned by a few people. But also, when I see Jeff Bezos come out, it gives me hope, to be honest. Because, you know, when I first started working on inequalities, 2011 is when I first started working on it. Like, nobody was interested in this. And we've been pushing it, you know, people like me and Gabriel Zucman, but also the guys, you know, so many different people all across the world that have done great work on this. It reaches the point now where the 4th richest man on the world, you know, feels like he needs to go on YouTube and chat a load of bullshit to fight people like us, to fight people like you, stop you from getting your fair share of the pie. And there's this famous quote, which is probably not real quote, which is, First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. And I've been doing this work for 15 years now. And the truth is I was ignored for probably about 12 and a half of those years. And, you know, even if you look at, you know, I mention it so often, but when Zach Polanski went on The Rest is Politics and they pointed him and laughed at him essentially and said, oh, what are you talking about?
I love non-Americans armchairing our history. Yes, right. Because no one can have an opinion on history unless they're from the particular area. Like, come on. Who else can have an opinion on the founding of America but a British person? They're pretty close to that story. If you don't have them, you don't have the founding. Like, I reckon they have rights to talk about this topic. He's right. Spandock, I don't know why a hoarding tax can't be a thing. You're allowed one property and any other asset you have to equal no more than 50 years average salary income super. Own more, 99% tax rate on what's over. That's pretty much what he's talking about, right? Like a taxation system that like caps out and stops people from accumulating too much, right? Hoarding stops people from hoarding. I don't care about inequality. Just the ability to have a fair crack for my kids and grandkids to get ahead and not just tread water for the rest of their lives. Well, according to Gary, there ain't no fair go. There ain't no fair crack unless you get rid of the overwhelming inhibitor, which is people hoarding too much stuff at the top. Too close, but hurt. I like Bernie's method of taxing the rich. Yeah, tax system that caps on hoarding. Yeah. I'm all for a cap on the amount of houses you can own, yeah. And like that's why it's funny hearing the mainstream media really try and push the narrative on the budget being so unpopular. Because I think people see the negative gearing situation and capital gains as a way for people to hoard stuff. And so like while they probably, you know, would love to hoard stuff themselves, they understand that it's becoming increasingly difficult to do so. So they're happy to give that one away. Didn't grow up rich, but my dad was happy when he got overtime because we got holidays, not to pay bills. Yeah. It's interesting times, hey?
You're an idiot. There's no economists, you know. And then we go and pull out 7 Nobel Prize winning economists, you know, and Gabriel Zucman from France and say, listen, you know, we've got them. We've got the economists. We're winning. Jeff Bezos is a very wealthy man and he's not going to waste his time and his money buying newspapers and coming out on TV and arguing he shouldn't be taxed unless we were winning. You know, we forced them into this. And when I see these guys coming out and you know, putting themselves on the front lines, kind of stupidly, to be honest. Jeff Bezos trying to make himself like the voice on opposing wealth taxes, I think is kind of stupid. But it shows them that we've got them backed into a corner here. And I didn't believe this for years and years and years and years and years. But the fact is, I do think we're going to win. I do think we're going to win. But we can't be complacent. When Jeff Bezos comes out and makes those arguments, we do need to understand that some people are going to listen to that. We cannot let the billionaires be the voice of aspiration. Listen, if you look at countries where people have been able to go from poverty to being rich, these were not countries which had aggressively growing inequality. If you allow your country to be a country where the poor get poorer every year and the rich get richer every year, that will not be a world where ordinary people like you can get into being financially secure. We need to move away from an economic system where wealth is being drained away from the many and accumulated by the super rich, and towards an economic system where wealth circulates around. But listen, the rich are getting richer. They'll buy themselves a lot of newspapers and a lot of media channels, and they'll put a lot of silly videos on the internet What we need is an educated public that understands one simple message. If we allow inequality to get worse and worse and worse, then you and your kids and your grandkids will be living in poverty. So in answer to Jeff Bezos, it will make a difference. If we tax the super rich, it will make a difference. That is the only way that we can get wealth back in the hands of working people. And that is the only way that you and your kids can be rich. Tax wealth not worked. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There it is. All right. No incredible insights into Jeff Bezos' existence there. But like, you know, fair enough. Fair enough, Gary. Just another vehicle for you to talk about inequality, I guess. Gets people to click. That's how you play social media. Get people to click because they're interested in some other issue. You speak about it for like a few minutes and then just like ram home your actual agenda. And like the algorithm serves you that way. These people who own everything will say and do anything to give nothing. Keep at it. The momentum is growing. The system keeps people distracted by income taxes because taxing work is easier than confronting where the real wealth quietly compounds. It's so much easier to tax working and income than it is wealth. How do you even measure wealth? The system is designed to hide it very well. People are concerned about taxing the rich. I say, let's get rich so we don't have to pay taxes. Jeff. We are listening here in the States. Thank you. Hey, well, Saint Chi. Somebody from the States here is speaking on behalf of all Americans. Very interesting. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back in a minute. Quick break.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why.
All right, we're back. Now, to keep up with the slight theme that we've had today, being like Militant Mondays. So like if you weren't here earlier today, like right at the start of the day, we had a very interesting expose into the unionization of the ride sharers in Massachusetts. I found that absolutely fascinating. And if you're not across what we looked at, there is Uber and Lyft employees, not employees, they're contractors, but like people that are in on the gig economy in Massachusetts, particularly in rideshare situations or employment, have unionized. And it was interesting just to see how they formed this union and what they had to do, and like what a win on the board means for them. There's 70,000 of them that are now unionized. And like I want to have a look at some more of that type of stuff. But like this is in relation to a very particular case that has been happening over the last few weeks now. Bolivia has been in a struggle against like the current government, and like workers throughout Bolivia have been like protesting against the government, etc. And like I haven't really followed this situation much. I just know that they've been fighting for what they believe is better pay and better rights and all this sort of stuff, and like a general problem with the economy. And so, yeah, like I said, to keep up the theme of Militant Mondays, I wanted to have a look at what's going on in Bolivia. And like this is, like I said, this has been going on for weeks now. But like it's some pretty hardcore stuff by the sounds of it. So let's have a look. Hegseth called NZ a freeloader because we don't commit more than 2% of our GDP on military spending. Yeah, and he said that to a number of Asian nations recently. So, yeah, strap yourself in, just like the rest of us in the Pacific, apparently. Multitude. If we're not spending, he wants the base minimum, I think he said 3.5%. 3.5% of GDP we have to spend for not to be freeloading. Goddamn freeloaders. All right, let us have a look here at the whole Bolivian situation.
What is going on in Bolivia? Violence and chaos in the capital, a recently elected president forced to take a massive pay cut, and a whole lot of anger. With rising levels of inflation and economic turmoil, can this government survive? And is Bolivia now on the brink of collapse? Here's the breakdown. When President Rodrigo Paz was elected last year, it ended 2 decades of left-wing socialist rule. The more conservative Paz promised change. After years of alleged corruption and a failing economy, Bolivians wanted change too. 6 months later, though, they want him out.
Resign or we will kick you out. You only have 2 options.
We do not want dialogue or anything. We only want the resignation of the president. He leaves the good way or he leaves with social upheaval.
Nearly 40% of the country's population are indigenous people who've lived in the region for thousands of years. And while represented in government under the previous leaders, they've now been replaced by business leaders and Bolivia's elite.
The president must resign for his incapacity to govern for all Bolivians. The president only governs for one sector, an elite.
Close ties to the US and Israel, as well as unpopular economic policies, have all increased the pressure on President Paz, who this week halved his own salary.
Why are we doing this? Go Bolivia. Go Bolivia. Yeah, well, let's find out exactly what's going on here.
To inform you that this president, together with his ministers, has taken the decision as part of the effort and commitment to the country to lower his salary by 50%.
The government has accused drug traffickers of funding the protests and roadblocks that have restricted supplies of food and fuel, although there's little evidence to support that claim. There's no shortage of anger, though, spilling out onto the streets of Bolivia. Remember, these protests have been going on for...
The excited English accent is a little annoying. I just like when he says government. It's like Thomas the Tank Engine style stuff. What was the guy that did the voice overs and stuff like that, and the narration in Thomas the Tank Engine? Is it Ringo? Pretty sure. I'm loyal to the cause. Like that dog. Did you see the doggo there clashing with the police? He is AI, our friend here. Oh god, there's AI slop everywhere.
For weeks. But why is there so much anger? Where did it all come from? And where could it all end? To help answer those questions, we need to dig a little bit deeper. So I'm going to bring in Dr. Enrique Castañón-Baivian. He's a lecturer who specialises in Latin America. Thanks for joining us, Enrique. Can I start by asking you, why this is happening, the situation in Bolivia?
Yes, thanks for having me. Well, we need some context to understand what is happening. Paz Pereira got into power precisely because of the votes of the people that are demonstrating today. So the context is that he actually won the election with a centrist ticket, a non-racist, you could say, ticket that promised a change from the previous left-wing government of the MAS because people were ready for something different. So Paz was very skillful in sort of creating this centrist ticket. There were some very important measures. One was he picked Edmond Lara as vice president. Edmond Lara is a former police officer who actually came from this background of popular classes. He came to prominence because of his campaigning against corruption. And in a way, Lara was this organic link with the popular masses in the country. So that was a very smart move by Paz. Paz also strategically went and campaigned in rural areas, in places where the previous mass vote was very strong. And as a result of that, when you analyze the data, it is very clear that the vast majority of the vote that used to go to Evo Morales and to the MAS party went for Paz this time around. Now, the problem is, once in power, Paz abandoned that agenda completely, very radically, and from day one.
You mentioned that Paz changed his position, so he campaigned in one way, then he was elected, and then he's changed his stance. Was there any sign that that might happen, or was that a total surprise?
I'm not exaggerating. It was day one kind of shift.
And was it sort of completely different? So it was literally, he was saying one thing one day, and then the next day he gets elected, and it's totally opposite.
Yeah. In terms of the discourse,
what a snake! Didn't even wait a few weeks or something. Next day, all right, remember all those promises? You thought you were gonna get a nice centrist, didn't you? They could do stuff. They could do stuff a little bit better than those extreme lefties that were in before. That's right. Vote for me. Hey, that's bad karma. That's politics, baby.
Pretty much, because the discourse was, here's an option, it's a centrist option, we're not going to privatize things, we're not going to sell out the country as others would do, we're going to sort of remain faithful to the interests of the majorities, and that was completely the opposite. But in a way, and it's a good question, I think we have to understand that Paz himself is a member of the traditional political elite. His advantage to be perceived as some sort of kind of different is that he belongs to a new generation. But his father was a former president during the neoliberal times in the country. So he's clearly from that background. And of course, we were skeptical that he would actually pursue a more sort of popular agenda. But myself and I think others didn't expect the shift to be so quick. And
how did he sell out? Tell us. Yeah, I'm assuming he's going to get to the meat of it, right?
For him, for example, to cut ties with the vice president politically was a very major mistake.
Would you say that he is selling the country out?
I would say he's attempting to. Of course, Paz is trying to position himself very close to Trump, Milei, and the far right in the region. So it is part of that trend that sort of is presenting the country as a place where corporations can come and take resources, and of course, with the liberal argument that this will eventually work out for the country. But Bolivia is a place where resource nationalism is very strong historically. Governments have been eradicated because of this sentiment. So, to some extent, the grotesque way that Paz tried to impose this, it was very surprising and not very smart politically.
Do you think the attempt to align himself with Donald Trump has been quite deliberate?
So it seemed that he promised not to sell out or privatize the economy, especially resources, and then he went ahead and did that anyway. That seems to be it, I'm assuming. And people are pissed off about that?
I think so, from the signs. Even when he was president-elect, he went to the US and started to sort of very openly present that narrative. He, for example, reestablished relations with Israel in sort of to sort of, just give a notch to Trump. So this was an open thing, and also at odds with the sentiments of the majority of the Bolivian people.
Can you give us a sense of how bad the economy is at the moment in Bolivia? We've seen some reports of inflation at 20%.
Yeah, the economy is very bad, and it's an ongoing crisis. Yes, inflation is a two-digit inflation. There is scarcity of fuel and also U.S. dollars. Those are sort of the main issues. With the eradication of the fossil fuels, there was a little bit of room in terms of the country's finances, but really not to the extent to stabilize the whole system. So the crisis remains. It is very serious, and I would say that it's also surprising that.
All right, let's just get some context before we keep going, Ben. Because it's fair questions that you're asking. I think he's not giving the context; they're just drumming into what's happened. We are just watching a piece of content explaining the current political turmoil in Bolivia. Can you explain, or very briefly list, what the Bolivian people are protesting about currently? Cost of living and economic crisis, rising inflation and prices. So we just heard that. Shortage of food, fuel and medicine. I've heard the fuel thing is a big problem for the agricultural sector. Like everyone, they've run out of diesel, I think. General economic instability, fuel subsidies and austerity policies. The government cuts to fuel subsidies, making transport and goods more expensive. It's fuel subsidies that they're pissed off about. Okay. Broader austerity measures and spending cuts. Okay, wages inequality, demands for higher wages, complaints about working class indigenous communities are being left behind, land resource policies, opposition to land reform and agricultural mining policies, political demands. Many groups are calling for the president, Rodrigo Paz, to resign. Others are pushing for policy reversals. Indigenous and rural grievances. Indigenous groups say they are being excluded from government decision making. There are claims of privatization of national resources and broken election promises from President Paz. Can you briefly explain these two issues? When protesters or critics are talking about privatization, they're usually referring to fears that the government may reduce state control over natural gas, mining and lithium reserves, allowing more private or foreign companies into strategic sectors, reform or weaken state-owned enterprises, YPFB hydrocarbons or mining companies. So reform or weaken state-owned enterprises. Goddamn socialists, goddamn commies. Allegations of broken election promises. This usually refers to claims that the elected leaders have not delivered on campaign commitments, such as lowering the cost of living, protecting subsidies. So the fuel subsidies, I think, is a huge one, especially in this post-Iran war world. Improving jobs and wages, reducing corruption, improving governance, maintaining strong state control over key industries. Okay.
The social movements have managed to sustain this protest for so long, even though the situation on the ground is extremely difficult for people.
I'm jostling with the context. I heard someone say jostling over the weekend. Oh, I burst out laughing. I definitely thought of you, Dilemmas. I was like, fuck, I can't even hear the word jostling anymore. Not that it comes up often, but that's it. Design Parker just got banned in the UK. I think someone's raised that earlier. Him and somebody else are not allowed into the UK. Wages and subsidies, it seems like they want, was the immediate backflip, policy-wise at least, yeah.
We know that the indigenous population in Bolivia has historically played a big role in its constitution. How has that changed?
Yeah, it is a good question. I mean, indigenous people and people that self-identify as indigenous remains a very important actor in the country. A major change in the country's politics was the foundation, if you want, of what we call the plurinational.
Yes, Sankey's or his uncle or something. What was the other? Ben from the UK.
State, right? This idea of country. A major change in the country's politics was the foundation, if you want, of what we call the plurinational state, right? This idea that the state needs to recognize the different nations in the territory. So I think one of the mistakes of Paz is that he bought the sort of oligarchy narrative that the defeat of the mass meant that you can revert and go back to the previous Republican state and sort of just disregard what has happened over the last 20 years. That was a major miscalculation because the sentiment towards the plurinational state is pretty much there, strong, it's not going to change. A government that doesn't understand that is a change for good is just destined to failure. So the sentiment is pretty much there. I would also say that people expect the state to have this sort of contract between the state and society. So the state needs to play a role, needs to guarantee some basic necessities. So a very clear veer towards neoliberalization, again, in which the state is the problem. You have to reduce the state. That is not going to happen. Is in the political imaginary, people pretty much still highlight that the state should be an important actor, and it should be a plurinational state that recognizes the diversity in the country.
Is it true that flags associated with indigenous people have been burned?
Yes, I mean, that is true. That was the case in the previous crisis that we had with Janine Áñez, and sort of reflected these historical racist tensions that we have in Bolivia. So that is the background. There is a dispute. It's a class dispute, but it's also a dispute that often gets racialized. Paz, though, was a bit more careful in that regard, unlike Áñez, a previous president, and sort of did not openly reject the huipala, which is the sort of this indigenous flag, but actually tried to sort of not include it, but just to keep it there. He, for example, changed some of the seals of the government, but still would use the huipala, this flag, from time to time to sort of contain that anger. But for sure, behind this protest and people supporting the government, there is a lot of racism.
We've seen that the government blames drug traffickers and political opponents for trying to overthrow the president. How much truth is there to that, do you think?
Yeah, the first strategy to deal with the protest was precisely that, right? To blame these mainly to Evo Morales and to say that it's just, drug trafficking, putting some money so that they want to retain control. But it is a very, very thin argument. I don't think people certainly don't believe it. I don't think even right-wing people, people that would support Paz believe that this is a convincing narrative. It is clearly something that is not working as it used to.
How do you feel personally when you see what's going on in Bolivia?
Well, that's a difficult question. Of course, all my family is there. I have lots of friends, and I understand that the situation is very complicated. It is an open question if this Paz is going to survive this, and if he does, I think he will emerge very, very weak. The land of the lead and the oligarchy in the country is pushing for a harsh kind of management of the crisis, to use force to deal with the protests. So I'm very afraid that violence might erupt as a result of that strategy. But if Paz would do that, that could actually just increase the likelihood of his government being expelled by people, because that is what has happened. So I'm worried about violence that I think is likely to happen in the weeks to follow.
The world is angry.
On the other hand,
it's true. The world's a very angry place at the moment. Like, I don't know if it's just that we get more coverage these days and we have more social media, so it's like more in your face and you can find different sources as opposed to just being, turning on the TV and getting whatever your local news wants to tell you about. But like, yeah, the world is in an angry state. And like, what was it that Gary kept saying over and over again? It's common sense now that governments are a problem and taxes are bad. What were the two things? No, the rich, governments are a problem and rich don't pay enough taxes, I guess. That was his common theme over and over again. But yeah, people are angry. I'm angry. Not really. But like, yeah, people are upset with the way things are going. I think that is just, and I know like you're probably like, oh God, how can he do this again? How can he make it about this again? But like, I feel like there is this general sentiment is based on the idea that like people intuitively understand that like capitalism has run its, has passed its expiration date. Like it's just, people are upset. They're blaming whoever they can find, the rich, the governments, other people, because prospects aren't as good. Like we had a golden time, I would say, in like developed industrial society after World War II, where things were looking up, things were getting, prospects were great, and the prospects are not that fantastic anymore. They're not fantastic at all. Like there's no hope. Like we have people discussing in the chat today why they don't want to bring humans into this world. Like it's not a great place to be at the moment. And like that, I think that feeling stems from a material reality. It's not just ideological. People just don't wake up one day and they're just like, you know what, I'm upset. I think they understand that the system, overall system, which is a global system, which is what we've been talking about a lot today. It's not your individual country that's struggling. It's the global system that is struggling. The way that we're doing things, or under the current economic way of organizing everything, it's just not working anymore. I think people feel that. Everyone's got a different name for what's going on. Everyone's got a different diagnosis, but I'll tell you what mine is. I don't want to bring myself into this world, hey? Yeah, let alone other people. How do we harness it for a better world? Well, that is the $1 trillion question, isn't it? The $1 trillion question. Isn't that a sign of the times? I'm saying the $1 million question was outrageous at one point. $1 million, no way. Now to be that outrageous, you have to say $1 trillion. Sad but true. Maybe we need to drastically cut antidepressant use. A lot more people would get a lot more angry, but that's the plan, isn't it? Keep us dumb and docile. Eh? Big Pharma, they wouldn't have anything to do about keeping people docile. Ain't they docile, just medicated. They make a lot of money out of just medicating people. Whether we actually need the medication or not, doesn't really matter. As long as they can push products. The only problem with that ideology is that you're still relatively better off, and those doing worse don't have the luxury of having the time to contemplate the impacts of having kids. So they always reproduce faster, the wealth rebalances, then it cycles. Interesting. But yeah, whether you're relatively better off or not, the sentiment is still there though. People feel like they're struggling to survive, as opposed to winning. That's a big problem.
Full note, again, as I said, I'm also surprised at the capacity of Bolivian peoples, the miners, the peasants, indigenous peoples to organize, to mobilize, to take the streets and to sort of defend the interests of the country.
If you don't mind me asking, how is your family doing over there at the moment?
They are doing fine, all things considered. They were able to sort of secure essential food for some time. So in that regard, that is something there. But of course, very anxious, as you would understand, and the uncertainty of knowing what's going to happen is also hitting them. And of course, being in London for me is also a very difficult situation. But apart from family experiences, I think as a society it's a difficult moment, but it's a moment that at the same time, as I said, shows that Bolivia has retains this capacity of mobilization. One challenge for the protests, though, is that there's still no clear economic or alternative project for the country that could be used in a future election or a clear leadership for this side of politics in the country at the moment.
With President Paz taking a pay cut of 50...
I'm telling you, if you made billionaires' faces more famous, maybe we'll get a form... Luigi, right. From the Mario Brothers game. Whatever did you think I met? Yes, we get a few more Luigis from Mario. Got it. I understand what you're talking about. Yes. Yes, we probably would. No comment for obvious reasons. I think you know why. But yes, you would. Got to give these people faces.
50%. I mean, it's quite dramatic, isn't it? Do you think that is a sign of how weak he knows he is now?
Completely. I think it's a desperate kind of action. People demanded that to happen, but that was, I think, 4 months ago, 5 months ago. So it's pretty much very late for that to happen at this stage, but it's clearly a sign that he's running out of options. One thing that you could say, I mean, of Paz is he didn't resort so quickly to use force, the military, as others would have done. And, the landed elite and the oligarchy are constantly demanding in the media openly to use force. And if people are going to die...
That's, like, this is as real as you get when it comes to, like, I know he's using, like, throwaway terms here or catch-all phrases, like the oligarchy, like the people that, like, really have a vested interest, the ruling elite in the country he's speaking about, in Bolivia, the rich and the powerful are constantly calling out for the president, the leader of the governance arm of their society, to use force. Now, like when we talk about how the state in any society, but the capitalist state, has a monopoly over the use of violence, that's why all of these fucking Bolivians are out there trying to exercise their democratic rights, or exercise their political freedoms. I don't even talk about democracy here. Their political freedoms, they're pissed off, they're demonstrating, they're refusing to work, they want they demand satisfaction, and the people who have the ear of the politicians are like, look, are you going to run this country properly or not? Okay, we need all these people to go back to work and stop complaining about shit. Send in the fucking army, send in the police force, do whatever you have to, get these people back to work. And like, I know that like services that we have provided by, cops or whatever, they provide way more services than just, in the modern day anyway, than just being the muscle for the state on behalf of the ruling classes, but that is their primary function. And when push comes to shove, and if you protest or you demonstrate and you resist the machine in enough volume, they will break you up. That is their point. They're there to control. It's population control, crowd control, whatever you want to call it. That's what they're there for initially. And this is a good example of it. They're asking, they're begging, can you just do what you're supposed to do? Send in the fucking coppers and get these people to work. It's a perfect example of it. And they're asking, it's not like they're hiding. He's saying, they're saying it in the media. Get the fucking cops out here and clean up the mean streets and get these people back to work. Send in America. You know what I heard, like talking about sending in America, but like, I heard that the NYPD is actually trained. Like IDF actually sends over people to train. Someone made this comment like in the stream like months ago, and I kind of laughed at it, but it's real. IDF trains police forces around the world. I'm pretty sure they help train police forces in the US, and they train the NYPD as well, like the New York police department are trained by Israeli soldiers and stuff like that. It's fucking mental how this works. Yes, multiple states. It's mental stuff. Wow, all of chat disappeared for me after that got censored. Oh, you pushing buttons, Wookie. Pushing the wrong buttons, actually.
As a result, so be it. It's very, very striking the way they sort of portrayed that. And Paz has resisted those calls so far, but there are worrying signs that might be the next step, given that he has failed in sort of presenting this narrative that blamed Evo Morales, or he has failed to divide the movements. There were some reports that some planes arrived from Argentina and Chile, where other, far-right governments are in place, Milei in Argentina and Cast in Chile. So it was not clear what those planes brought to the country. There was no transparency about it. So it might be that he's planning to concede to the oligarchy and the land elite and be more forceful in dealing with the protests. But it is far from clear that he would actually be successful if he were to do so.
And like, who cares? Sacrifice him. Fuck him. They can get another president. Just send in the troops, send in the militarized police force, and clean these people out of there. We've got an economy to run here. We've got money to make. And if they're not helping, and they're like, they're causing the economy to crash, send in. And like the worst thing about it, and this is where like people really don't agree with me on this one. But like the worst thing about it is like they're sending other working people in to clean them up. Like the police are just groups of people that get paid by the state to clean up the main streets. It is in true revolutionary moments. It's when the police or someone used by the state to violently clean up the working classes or dissenters. It is when those people are like, actually I empathize with them heaps, or I side with them because I understand what they're talking about. When those people come together and then stop following the orders, that's when a revolutionary moment really does happen. So like, we're talking about them sending in cops to clean up the main streets, and they'll just get another president to do it if he won't. It's actually when the cops or the people that are able to use the violence stop taking those orders and side with the popular movement. That's when the whole system comes crumbling down, usually. Israel is the testing ground for all technology designed for oppressing the masses on behalf of American capital, of course. Mossad/IDF specialize in crowd control. Yes. Enough said. All right, I've got to bounce. I've got to leave it there. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out today. I do appreciate it. If you've been lurking today, thank you. If you've been interacting, do appreciate it. Thank you very much for the super chat earlier. Bandsaw Bandit, you're a fucking legend. And thank you, everyone who's been... who has activated the like button. If you haven't done that already on YouTube, it's not too late. Make sure you activate away. Voltature, Bandsaw Bandit, Momupa in the house, Dilemmas, Heidi the Sausage, Wookie, Spandonk. Had a few people hanging out all day today. Yeah, we've got on a bit of a marathon today. All over the place. Who else we got? Pen Tester. It's good to have you too. 4IS been hanging out. Saint Chi hanging out as well. Hobo Joe. Who else we got here? Heidi the Sausage was in. No, I said you, Heidi. Ravy Baby was in. Sarsaparilla Jane was in earlier. Jag too. Do apologize if I missed you. I can't go all the way through. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. Oh, Mamupa coming in there with a super chat. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. As I always say, this goes straight back into the stream, so thanks for the support. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to grift properly. Yeah, well, someone's gonna have to teach me. Someone can be my personal grifter, okay? I just don't have it in me, I guess. Yeah, thank you everyone. Mamupa, legend. Thank you very much. Thank you for the super chats today, gentlemen. Do appreciate it. And yeah, we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. And until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I'll see you on the morrow. Thank you very much.